Ch.16. Matpov. After going to the Cullen's house, Edith, Jasper, Emmett, and I burned some time playing on the Nintendo GameCube. While Alice, Esme, and Rosalie were cooking food for Bella and me before she would arrive. Carlisle was in his office, doing something, I'm not sure what exactly. Eventually, Bella arrives with Edward. Since we all hear the car pull up outside, the others were also done cooking at this point and I'm eating with Alice sitting in my lap. "Leave some for your cousin," Esme says, laughing at me and stuffing my face. Knowing her, she probably ate already, I say to her. Edward should have told us he was taking her out to eat first. Rosalie says, annoyed that they cooked for even more people than usual. More for me in that case, I say, shrugging. We then hear Edward and Bella enter the house. "This place is so beautiful," Bella says to Edward as they are walking to the kitchen. "Hey Bella," I say while eating, and Bella, seeing me, sighs, but ignores me. "Bella, this is my mother Esme and father Carlisle, you know the others from school," Edward says to Bella, introducing her to them. "Nice meeting you both, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen," Bella says, awkwardly shaking their hands in greeting and trying to be formal. "You don't have to be so formal, Bella, call me Esme," Esme says to her, giving Bella her usually motherly smile. "And me Carlisle," Carlisle adds in, also smiling at her warmly. "Yeah Bella, don't be so stiff or they might think Edward turned you already," I say to her, laughing at her nervous attitude. Getting a laugh from Emmett and even a small chuckle from Jasper. Though Rosalie, Edith, and Alice are giving me looks of, "Really?" Here I thought Emmett was the only idiot in the family with shit jokes, Edith says to me, rolling her eyes. "Oh, already part of the family? We aren't even out of high school yet or married," I say to her, with them rolling their eyes at me. "Of course you are part of the family. My teddy bear," Alice says, squeezing me in a tight hug. "Teddy bear," Bella says, giving me a mischievous smile. "Yeah, though only Alice can call me that. So don't even think about it," I say to Bella with my eyes narrowed. "Bella, are you hungry? We made food for you and Matt, we had to stop him before he ate it all though," Esme says to her, gesturing to the food on the table. Edward actually took me out to eat before we came here," Bella says in a shy manner. "Told you, more for me though," I say before Rosalie can berate Edward and grab the rest of the food for myself. "When did you eat so much?" Bella asks, since I usually eat over here now and at home. "Alice has gotten a lot better since her first meal." Since my growth spurt," I say, realizing I have to tell Bella what I am now. The others, seeing that I didn't tell her, raise their eyebrows at me. "Well, I guess since Edward told you about them, I should tell you about me," I say to Bella. "What do you mean about you? Wait, did they turn you already?" "Wait, that makes no sense, you're eating food," Bella says to me, trying to figure out what I mean. "We have to go outside for this," I say, standing up and walking outside. Bella gives me a curious look, then turns toward Edward, who motions for her to follow me outside. Going outside, I see they all followed us outside, even Emmett. Emmett, you sure you want to see this again?" I ask him while giving him an unsure look. "Yeah, I'll be fine, had a lot of time to come to terms with it. Plus, like Alice said, you're part of the family now," Emmett says to me, gesturing for me to go change already. "Okay, Bella, wait here with the rest of them. I have to get undressed or I will shred my clothes," I say to Bella, getting an even more confused look. Walking into the woods, out of eyesight, I start to talk my clothes off as Alice skips over to me. "Can I help you?" I say to her, smirking. "Yeah, I'm here for the show and will hold your clothes for you," she says, giving me a lust-filled look and smiling. "Okay, but no stealing any of my clothes," I say to her, tossing my shirt at her. "Fine, though I'm still keeping your shirt from the first time," she says while I toss the rest of my clothes to her. Turning this time, I feel no pain whatsoever. It only takes maybe 10 seconds to turn too, showing that each time I turn the easier it gets. Maybe I should turn more. Wait, that other ball of cold emotions inside me. Gonna have to figure that out after this, I think to myself as Alice jumps on my shoulders and hugs my head. "Where are my clothes?" I ask her, not seeing them. "In my room, I want to ride on your shoulders." So after showing Bella you are to take me on a walk as I see the world from this height, Alice says, leaving no room for disagreement. "As you wish, my princess," I say to her, laughing and walking back to the others. Arriving back to the others, Bella's jaw drops and freezes up at seeing me. Looking at Emmett, I can see he is no longer scared of me at all. Emmett walks over to me surprisingly, then pets my arm. "Alice was right, you are fluffy," Emmett says after rubbing my arm. Giving him an annoyed stare. Emmett, stop petting me or I will punch you, I say to him, to which he chuckles and puts his hands up backing away. Is that really Matt? Bella says after getting out of her stunned state. Yeah, why else would I call him my teddy bear? Alice says to her while hugging my head. Quote. True, I guess, Bella says smiling awkwardly. So this was what happened to you. Did this cause the growth spurt? What are you two, by the way? Bella says, walking up to me, Edward following her and looking at me nervously. Yeah, after meeting the Cullens the first time at school, that night I turned. I'm assuming that this caused the growth spurt and I have no idea what I am, I say to her, shrugging as now she is petting me too. You really are soft, Bella says in surprise, making the others walk over to pet me, curious now. Jesus people, can you stop now? I say to them after a minute of being pet by everyone. They each nod and stop. I can see why Alice loves cuddling you in this form, Rosalie says after seeing apparently how soft I am. Told you guys he was soft, Alice says to them, pouting since no one believed her. After that, Bella went inside with Edward to do whatever they were going to do. Everyone else also went to go do their own thing as couples. While Alice and I walked through the forest, her having a blast seeing things from this height. When I turn into this, it's like I tap into this ball of fury inside me. I forgot for a while now, but there is another ball inside me, one made from my colder emotions, I say to Alice as we were walking. Is that why your emotions are all over the place sometimes? Like that day you killed those guys? I knew you were upset, but it felt like more than usual, Alice says to me, looking down at me concerned. I don't know, though I'm not sure who to talk with about this kind of thing. I'm the only one like me that I know of, I say to her, sighing at how hard it has been to control my emotions. You can always talk with me, she says, hugging my head again. I know, I say, smiling at her, even though I'm sure it looks like I'm growling at her since I'm more bare now. You said you have another ball of emotions inside you. Did you ever try tapping into that? Alice asks me. No, had more on my mind and kind of forgot about it until showing Bella earlier, I say to her, shrugging my shoulders and making her laugh since she is sitting on my shoulders. Well, try it now, she says, jumping off my shoulders and looking at me. I don't know what will happen and I don't want to hurt you in case I lose control, I say to her, worried about what could happen. When I first turned, I have no memory of what happened and woke up next to a slaughtered moose, I say to her, remembering the moose, and now I feel nothing thinking about its death, much like when I killed and crippled those men. The more I get used to this form, the more it influences the emotions I feel, I say to her after thinking and see her thinking too. I believe you won't hurt me, though, if it makes you feel better. Then I will climb this tree and watch you from above, Alice says, climbing a nearby tree to about 50 feet or so. Sighing, I look inwards to myself and see the two balls of emotions, the one red fiery ball, and the one cold ice-like ball. Tapping into the cold ball, I can feel it pulsing like the red ball when I tap into it, and then it explodes. Like the first time I turned into my werebear form, I can feel immense pain as my body breaks apart to reform itself. Though my pain tolerance is high now and I just grit my teeth waiting for the transformation to finish. After about 2 minutes I'm done transforming. The first thing I noticed was I'm not bipedal anymore but on all fours. Looking up, I can see Alice looking at me in surprise. Matt, you in control? Alice asks me with worry on her face. Yes, I say to her, though only bare noises come out. As I speak I can see my breath even though it's nowhere near that cold for that to happen. Then looking into her eyes, I feel a connection form between our minds. Can you hear me? I say in my mind and make her look at me in surprise. You can speak in my mind. Alice says to me, wide-eyed. Apparently, I say, in our connected minds. You are so different now. How do you feel? Alice says to me, jumping down the tree and looking at me. A lot more powerful. In my other form I felt I could lift mountains. This one I feel unstoppable, though my emotions are even harder to control. Like I could lose control at the slightest fluctuation, I say to her while keeping my emotions controlled for now. What's so different about me? What do I look like? I can see that I'm on all fours and have bare paws now. Wait, are my claws made from ice? I say while looking down at myself. Wait, let me take a picture. Alice says, running back to her room to grab a camera. While she is gone I can see that my height has grown, maybe 20 feet, 6.1 meters, on all fours, and 40 feet, 12.2 meters, standing on 2 legs. My every breath releases ice crystals in the air too. After a few minutes, Alice returned with her camera. Say cheese. Alice says, laughing at me while I just sit down looking at her annoyed. Taking the picture, she shows it to me. Though it's hard to see details at this size, I turn back to my human form and take the camera to see it better. Ignoring Alice as she is looking at me lustfully. Seeing the picture, I can see that I'm like a giant polar bear, with fangs and claws made from ice and ice spikes sticking out of my body. Some spikes on my forearms, neck, and back. What the fuck am I? I say out loud, seeing what else I can turn into. Hot, or so hot, cold, Alice says, still looking at me with lust. Can you get my clothes? I ask her and she pouts at me, but then nods and run off to get them. Sighing after she leaves, I look at the picture trying to figure anything out. Ch.17. Matt Pov. After another week of trying to figure anything out about what I am and not coming up with anything. Going to school that week, until Friday, the classes passed by like usual. Heading to the cafeteria with the Cullens and now Bella since Edward invited her to join us. There's going to be a thunderstorm tomorrow, want to play some ball? Emmett says to everyone after getting a text. Oh yeah, the baseball game. Are the human blood drinking vampires going to be there? If they are, should I let them go? If I do, then I can deal with the Volturi after the woman runs off, plus would give a reason for the wolves to ally with the Cullens. Since Sam told me the elders voted to keep the truce the same, I think to myself after hearing Emmett mention the baseball game. Really? Then we should definitely play. Alice says, excited at the idea, interrupting me from my thoughts. Yeah, would be fun. Been a while since we played last, surprisingly, Jasper says, since he doesn't talk much when we are surrounded by moody teens. Everyone else nods in agreement and seems excited at the idea too. What are you guys talking about? Bella asks them, confused about what they mean. On days it thunderstorms, we can play some baseball. It'll be easier to show you tomorrow, that's if you want to come. Edward says to her. Sure, seems fun, Bella says with a smile at him. Matt, you are coming too, though you're gonna be on my team, Alice says, hugging my arm. Fine, should help you win this time for once, Rosalie says, rolling her eyes at Alice. As the next day starts, Edward and Alice come to our house to pick us up. Alice and I sit in the back, while Edward drives with Bella in the passenger seat. Put this on, Alice says, giving me a white with blue stripes baseball jersey. Where's mine? Bella asks, seeing Alice make me put on the jersey. Matt can play since he's not human, you would not be able to be of much help, Edward says to Bella, as she shrugs. Jealous Bella, I say to her after putting the jersey on. Jealous that you are going to be playing with a bunch of vampires and can't use your teddy bear form to win. No, I'm not, Bella says to me, smirking when saying teddy bear. Fuck off, Bella, you'll see, I say to her, grumbling in annoyance for calling me a teddy bear. As we arrived in a somewhat open field, that had the 4 plates and a small mound of dirt, where the pitcher would be presumably. We see the other Cullens have arrived already and were warming up. If they actually needed to do that, I'm not sure. Seeing us, they wave and Esme walks over to us. How are you guys? Esme says after we hop out of the car. Ready to win, I say, getting some stares that are ready to prove me wrong, and Emmett seems to be smirking at me. I guess ready to cheer you guys on, Bella says, unsure what her role is gonna be. Glad to hear you're ready, Matt. Bella, you are going to be our umpire, just call them as you see them, Esme says, smiling at us while also putting her arm around Bella's shoulder and leading her to where the home plate was. It would seem the teams are Rosalie, Carlisle, Jasper, and Edith on one team. The other has Alice, Edward, Emmett, and me, with Esme as the catcher for both teams. The first team to bat was Jasper's and Alice was our pitcher, while we were in the outer field. The batting order for their team is Rosalie, Carlisle, Jasper, and then Edith. Rosalie steps up to the home base and Alice waits until the storm starts, after the first strike of lightning. Alright, let's start, Alice says after the first lightning strike. Rosalie taps the home base with her bat and gets ready for the throw. Alice throws the ball faster than any human could, though for me looked like a slow ball. Rosalie was able to hit the ball, sending it off into the distance. Edward runs off after it, as Rosalie runs the bases. Just as Rosalie was running to home base, Edward threw the ball to Esme. Esme, catching the ball, tags Rosalie as she slides into the base. After the dust settled, both Esme and Rosalie looked at Bella for whether she was out or got the home run. She's out, Bella says, unsure of what just happened. Rosalie, being competitive, gives a glare to Bella. Relax, we can still win this, Carlisle says to Rosalie as she walks away, still angry at Bella. Stepping up to the home base, Carlisle gets ready for a pitch from Alice. Throwing the ball, Carlisle was able to also hit it, sending the ball between Emmett and Edward, who both go for it, colliding in the air, neither catching the ball. Sprinting up to the ball faster than even Edward, surprising them all, I grab the ball and throw it to Esme. Catching the ball, Esme was able to tag Carlisle before he could slide to the base. My speed seemed to catch them all off guard. You two are lucky I was able to grab the ball. Call out for it next time so you don't collide again, I say to them, laughing at their idiocy. Damn, Matt, you moved faster than Edward, and he's the fastest of us all. I didn't think you were that fast, figured you were just slightly superhuman, Emmett says, standing up and ignoring what I said just now. The others nod in agreement with what he said. You never asked, I say to him, shrugging. True, Emmett laughs, and we walk back to our positions. Seeing that I'm faster than Edward, Jasper looks like he's gonna try to hit the ball away from where I'm positioned. Once he's ready, Alice throws the ball. Jasper hitting it like the others, though in the center field where Emmett is positioned. Emmett calls the ball, saying he's got it. Before he can go after it, we all stop as Alice freezes up, seemingly having a vision. Running over to her, I hold her shoulders, waiting for her to come out of the vision. Bella needs to leave, Alice yells to everyone as they all rush over to us, except Edward rushes to Bella, defensively looking around. What happened? I ask Alice. She looks at me in concern. I saw a vision. The vampires that have been hunting in the nearby towns are heading to Forks. They will be heading through this area, Alice says, making Edward even more concerned for Bella's safety. Take her home now, Carlisle says to Edward, and he nods, telling Bella they need to leave. What's happening? Bella asks him, scared at everyone's reaction. Some vampires, who feed on humans, are coming through this area. Alice can have visions of the future. We are not sure how they work, but they are almost always accurate, Edward says, ushering her to his car. Bella's scared now, nods, and they start to make their way to his car. It's too late, I can smell them. They are close, I say to them, and we each rush over to Bella, putting her behind us. Depending on their reaction, I will let them leave. I need at least the woman to escape. That way the Cullens can form an alliance with the wolves, I think to myself, confirming my decision. I know some people are gonna complain, but Victoria needs to escape for the plot to happen, so deal with it. As I'm thinking this, the three vampires come out of the forest and see us. The blonde male vampire, who looks like the leader, named James, is holding the baseball Jasper hit earlier. The two others are an African-American man named Laurent and a red-headed woman named Victoria. James and Victoria are mates, if my old memories are correct, while Laurent is the third wheel in their group. Walking over to us, James sees Alice has a bloodthirsty look on his face, and Alice, seeing it, gets nervous, hiding behind me. Alice, what's wrong? I ask her, since the connection to our minds is now there always, and we can reach out to one another that way if we want. I don't remember much of my past life since turning, but this man hunted me until I met Carlisle and the others, Alice says while hugging me from behind. Well, now he has to die, I think, as my anger rises, though I'm trying to suppress it and control it. We were just passing through and heard you all playing baseball. Want some extra players? Laurent says to us, as James tosses the ball back to Carlisle. We were just finishing up and going home. Though we would appreciate it if your group left, since this is where we live for now, Carlisle says to them, catching the ball from James. Then the wind blows from behind us, they smell Bella and me. James smiles his bloodthirsty smile toward Bella, while the others look at me in confusion. I see you brought a snack, James says, stepping towards Bella, making everyone get into a defensive stance. Laurent, seeing they are outnumbered and we are ready to fight, puts his hand up, stopping James, who gives me an angered look. I can see that we have outstayed our welcome. We'll be going now, Laurent says as they go back to the forest and leave. Let's go, Belle, I'm taking you home, Edward says while ushering Bella to his car. She leaves, scared of what just happened. I read the blonde man's mind. He won't stop hunting Bella. He finds joy in a long hunt, and he seemed to be the one that was hunting Alice those years ago. Seeing her now, he's gonna hunt her after Bella, Edith says after Edward and Bella leave. Well, I guess he's gonna die then, I say and charge after them, not letting the others respond. Wait, Carlisle says as I rushed off. Well, can't leave my brother alone, Emmett says, rushing after me, Alice and Rosalie following right after. Speeding up to the trio, I can hear them talking as I make my way toward them. Laurent, if you ever stop me like that again, I'll kill you, James says to him, growling in anger, while Victoria smirks at Laurent's fearful look. Shit, run faster. Victoria tries to warn them, as I appear next to James. It seems she has her Spider-Man-like danger sense, at least that hasn't changed, I think to myself appearing next to James. My rage flaring and taking over again, I grab his head with one hand and my other hand holding his shoulder, as I rip his head off, throwing the head at Laurent, to stun him. Then I left the rest of James's body over me and tear it in half. Victoria has anger lacing her face at the death of her mate, but it would see her self-perseveration takes over as she quickly flees. Stunned by what just happened and having a head thrown at him knocking him down, Laurent looks up in fear at me as I approach him. Walking over to him and forcing myself to let Victoria escape, Emmett, Rosalie, and Alice arrive as I have Laurent in my grasp by his neck. Please, let me go. I won't ever come back. I wasn't going to hunt the human, as James wanted to. Laurent says desperately trying to convince me to not kill him. Matt, don't let your emotions take you over. Alice says seeing James' destroyed body and severed head. Rosalie now looking at me shocked at my brutality, since I don't seem the type. Emmett winced at me, remembering the time I was brutal with the humans wanting to hurt Bella and Alice. Trying to control my emotions, but the bestial rage inside of me took over for a brief second. Seeing my hesitation, Laurent relaxes a bit, and the others are looking at me nervously. However, since the rage took me over, I growl as I grip his throat hard enough to pop his head off his body. His head dropped to the ground with a look of shock and his body fell limp, dropping to the ground. Dropping the crystal-like dust from my hands, I turn towards them as my rage subsides. Shit, sorry, Alice, I don't know how to get better control of my anger, I say to her as she gives me a look of disappointment, but then quickly comes to my side and hugs me to comfort me. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a supernatural psychiatrist, Emmett says, trying to lighten up the mood and getting a glare from Rosalie at the poorly timed joke. Ch.18 Matt Pov. After Emmett's poorly timed joke and Alice trying to comfort me, the other Cullens made their way over, except Edward as he took Bella home. When the others arrived they were surprised at the scene, except Carlisle who just sighed. Seems we have another mess to clean up, Carlisle says while Emmett nods, helping gather the remains of the destroyed vampires. Bringing them out to the open field and piling the broken body parts, Emmett throws a match onto the bodies, burning them. Matt, you need to learn better control. I know how hard it can be, but if you go around just killing anyone who angers you, then you will become a hunted monster by all the supernatural powers of the world, Carlisle says to me as we stand by the burning bodies. I know, but I have no idea where to start. Like, do I just take deep breaths? Are there other ways? I say to him, annoyed that my emotions are so hard to control now. That is one way to help with anger. I'm no psychiatrist, but from what I do know is that everyone has different ways to help with dealing with their anger. You just have to find what works for you. Yoga, exercise, sports, breathing techniques, it can be anything, Carlisle says to me as we all head to the jeep to head back to their house. You can always talk it out with me too, Alice says, still looking at me with concern. Well, breathing doesn't seem to help. I love talking with you, Alice. Though you can't always be there for me, so I have to find something else, I say to her, giving her a weak smile. That's what you think. I'm never leaving your side again, Alice says to me, straddling me as we get into the jeep with everyone as Emmett drives back to their house. We all give Alice a smile at her love for me, but I know that even if I want and wish that could be true, it won't be. I need to find out more about what I am and what helps control my anger. As the days turn to weeks and weeks to months, prom approaches, and with it the end of the school year shortly after. We haven't heard anything new from the wolves. I haven't spoken with Jacob since our fight and Alice has gotten a little more clingy, but not in a bad way. Victoria has also disappeared, though I'm sure building her little army to take revenge. Finally, the day of prom came. Edward was coming to pick Bella up from our house and I was heading over to the Cullens to pick up Alice. Arriving at the Cullens, I walk inside to the living room and see Jasper with Emmett waiting on the couch, both wearing their tuxes, like me. Hey guys, I say to them, taking a seat with them on the couch. What's up, bro? Emmett says, leaning his head back and staring up at the ceiling, signing in boredom. Matt, Jasper says, nodding his head at me in greeting. He seems to have a lot more patience than Emmett since he is just sitting there reading a book. Been waiting long, I say with a chuckle at Emmett's boredom. Bro, I've been to too many proms and lost count. Though each is the same as the last, the only good thing is we each should get lucky tonight, Emmett says, sitting up and giving me a smirk at the end. You know, I've heard of men thinking with their dick before, but never thought that to be 100% true. Then I met you, Jasper says, closing his book and sighing at Emmett's horniness. Well, maybe you should think with your dick more, then maybe all those pent-up emotions can be released. By Edith for you, Emmett says, smirking and having an even larger smirk at the end towards Jasper. Even after 70 years, you haven't changed. They say with age comes wisdom, but my son, for you that is not the case, Carlisle says, entering the room, hearing the conversation Emmett and Jasper were having. Maybe you guys just don't get laid as much as me then, Emmett says, shrugging his shoulders and grunting in annoyance. The first decade of dealing with you and Rosalie was a lot, Carlisle says, sighing at remembering what I can only imagine as 2 rabbits in spring during those 10 years. Before Emmett can say anything else, we hear the women coming down the stairs. First is Esme, walking over to Carlisle and taking out a camera for pictures. Then comes Edith wearing a navy blue dress with a V-cut showing her cleavage, who walks over to Jasper as Esme starts taking a bunch of photos, making Emmett sigh in annoyance. Then Rosalie comes downstairs, wearing a red tight dress with an open back, and smirks, seeing Emmett annoyed by everything, making Esme take even more photos of them. Finally, Alice comes down the stairs. Seeing her, I always thought she was beautiful, but seeing her actually getting dressed up is another level. She is wearing a tight purple dress with an open back and with just the right amount of makeup accentuating her beauty. Seeing me, her smile only increases, and even wearing heels she skips over to me, giving me a kiss. Snapping out of my stupor, I put the corsage on her wrist while Esme is taking even more photos of us and everyone the whole time. Okay everyone, stand together for a group photo. Then we are going outside for more, Esme says, ushering us to stand together and only making Emmett sigh in annoyance even more. Shut up, Emmett. As your mother, I get to do these things. I don't care how many proms you have, Esme says, giving him a glare and shutting him up. After so many photos that I lost count of, I whisper to Emmett low enough so no one else hears. As the girls are doing a group photo of just them. I can see what you mean now, I say to him, sighing at why Alice told me to come an hour early. Told you, Emmett says, laughing at my aggravated face. Eventually, we get into the limo that the Cullens rented for prom. Arriving at prom, we see everyone excitedly entering the area. As we arrive, we see Bella and Edward. Grouping up, we head inside with everyone else. After dancing with Alice and messing around with Emmett, we see Edward leave with Bella to go outside. Getting back to the Cullens, Alice texted me on the drive back, saying she got us a hotel room. Once we leave the limo and it drives off, we each go our separate ways. Alice and I got into my car to head to the hotel room. R18 start. Parking at the hotel, the room we got was at the end and further away from the others. After getting the keys to the room, Alice grabs my hand, leading me to the room. Once opening the door, she throws the keys and jumps into my arms, kissing me aggressively. With one arm grabbing her ass, I close the door behind me, locking it so no one disturbs us. Jumping off of me, we both quickly undress. Once naked, she lies down on the bed, motioning for me to come and get her with her one finger. Walking over to her, I kiss her, pushing my tongue into her mouth while pulling her closer to me. After a few minutes of making out and exploring each other's bodies with our hands, we break the kiss for her to wrap her waist around me and pulls me in toward her, obliging her. We both moan as I enter her, once again wrestling our tongues as I start to pump into her. After some time while still inside of her, I lift her up off the bed and push her against the wall with her legs still wrapped around me. Eventually, we both orgasm as I push her against the wall even harder, slightly breaking it and her digging her hands into my back. After catching my breath, I lay down on the bed with her on top of me. She quickly and hungrily kisses me, then with her one hand reaches down and finds I'm once again ready. Not breaking the kiss, she easily slips me back into her and begins to ride me slowly and passionately at first. Then breaking the kiss, sits up and starts riding me more aggressively. Grabbing her waist and pumping into her as she rides me, we lose ourselves and she begins to slam down on me even harder, approaching another orgasm. As she slams down on me orgasming, the bed cannot take our aggressiveness anymore and the bottom half breaks underneath us. After a quick surprised look at each other and a small laugh, I pull her off of me and place her on the ground. Getting on her hands and knees, she wiggles her ass at me seductively and bites her bottom lip, waiting for me. Grabbing her waist and slamming into her as she moans from the pleasure. Grabbing her arms and arching her back into the air as I pound her from behind. She turns her head as I kiss her aggressively and push my tongue into her mouth again, which she sucks on. Then we orgasm eventually once again. R18 End. Did I do better, you perverts? Collapsing on the half-broken bed, Alice climbs on top of me and cuddles in my arms. Looking at the time, it's 6:30 in the morning. I now realize that we have been enjoying each other for more than 6 hours. Taking a quick nap with Alice in my arms, I wake up at 8 in the morning. We then take a shower together before leaving the hotel and driving back to her house. Sorry about breaking the hotel, I say as we drive away since it was under Carlisle's card. You shouldn't be, that was the best sex we had, so far, Alice says to me and gives me a lust-filled look. Well then I need to get a good job, if we are going to keep breaking beds among other things in the future, I say to her laughing and she laughs too while smiling. Arriving at her house, we walk in as everyone else seems to have already arrived from wherever they disappeared to last night. Alice goes to her room to change into more comfortable clothes while I wait downstairs for her. Was I wrong? Emmett says as he walks into the living room, with Rosalie behind him and giving us a confused look. Then it dawns on her what he is talking about. For me, no you weren't. Though I can't speak for you, I say with a chuckle at the now aggravated look that Rosalie is giving Emmett. Oh you have no idea, last, Emmett starts to say before Rosalie covers his mouth. Emmett, I want you to really think about what you were going to say, Rosalie says while covering his mouth and smiling at me, but a smile that promises pain. Emmett realizing his mistake looks at her nervously and if he could sweat, then he'd be sweating a storm right now. Need a change of clothes, Emmett says to me seeing I'm still in a tux and trying to change the subject after Rosalie takes her hand off his mouth. Sure, I say laughing at their interaction. Rosalie still giving him the smile as we walk upstairs to their room. Gonna give me the details now? I ask him messing with him and he's looking behind me nervously looking for Rosalie. Emmett, remember I'll find out if you do, Rosalie says since she heard me and made Emmett laugh nervously before giving me a glare. You're lucky Alice and you are still in the honeymoon phase, Emmett says grabbing some of his clothes throwing them to me, and leaving the room for me to change. Ch.19. Matt Pov. A week after prom was my birthday. Now that I think about it I never told Alice and I don't know hers. However, after waking up on my birthday which was on a Saturday, Alice sneaked back home before I woke up too. Charlie was not home, most likely working and Bella was still sleeping. Making breakfast for Bella and me, I hear her wake up and come downstairs. Matt, cooking, never thought I'd see the day, Bella says seeing me cooking in the kitchen. Yeah I am and if you want any drop the sarcasm, I say to her rolling my eyes at her. Fine, I just hope it's edible, Bella says smirking at me and pouring herself a cup of coffee. After some comfortable silence with me cooking, and Bella texting whoever on her phone. She looks up at me surprised and then smiled. Giving her a confused look, she quickly looks away from me back at her phone, shrugging I go back to cooking. Matt, I almost forgot, happy birthday. You're an adult now, what are you going to do with that responsibility? Bella says to me and laughs at the end at her own joke. Disown you as my family and move away, then go from there, I say putting the pancakes I made for breakfast on the table and rolling my eyes at her. Then the rest of the morning goes by with us getting ready for the day. Afterwards I usually head over to hang out with Alice. Though she told me not to come till later today since her family needed to hunt and won't be home till later in the afternoon. Around 4 in the afternoon, Alice texted me to bring Bella with me to their house. Come on Bella, I say to her after telling her we are going to the Cullens and sighing as she is taking forever. Relax Matt, I know Alice sneaks into your room at night to sleep in your bed with you, so you guys can wait to see each other a bit more today, Bella says walking outside with me to my car. Quote. Don't tell Uncle Charlie, I say to her while sighing as we get into my car and drive over to the Cullens. I won't. For now, Bella says smirking at me and giving me a look that says I owe her one. Sighing, I turn on the radio for the rest of the drive over. Pulling up to their house, we get out of my car. As soon as we get out, I don't hear the Cullens inside the house, as if they're hiding. I can hear a heartbeat though and smell Charlie inside the house. I thought something was off today, so Bella told them it was my birthday and they are throwing me a surprise party. I think to myself and just pretending not to notice anything, so I don't ruin their efforts. Come on Matt, Bella says seeing me pause for a second, before heading to the door with her. Surprise, everyone inside says to me jumping out from where they were hiding and turning the lights on. Jumping a little bit pretending to be surprised, I can see all the Cullens are here and Charlie is too. Happy birthday, Matt, Alice says after running over to me, jumping into my arms and giving me a kiss. Happy birthday, Matt, Charlie says to me, laughing at Alice's reaction to me and patting my shoulder. I tried reaching out to some of the Quileute, but Billy said there is a big tribal meeting they all have to attend, Charlie says to me, giving me a sad look that my other friends couldn't make it. Hearing this, the Cullens give me a look that says sorry, knowing that they didn't come because of them. No big deal, I can always head over there if they want to hang out some other time, I say to Charlie and nod my head in understanding. So an adult now, huh? Guess it's time for you to become a real man, maybe Alice can help you with that, Emmett says, giving me a bro hug and laughing. Charlie has an awkward face at Emmett's crude joke, and the Cullens all have an embarrassing look at his joke, except Rosalie, she looks like she's gonna beat his ass. Sorry, Mr. Swan, Emmett doesn't know when not to speak and when to speak, seems I have some things I still need to teach him, Rosalie says, walking over to Emmett, putting her hand on Emmett's shoulder, and dragging him away, while he's still laughing at the atmosphere he created. It's fine, Charlie says, clearing his throat and trying to move past what just happened. Then they served the food and pretended to eat in front of Charlie. We all played some board games, video games, and passed the time by talking. Charlie got to know the Cullens better and they him. After a few hours, around 8 at night, they brought out the cake Esme baked and sang me happy birthday. After serving the cake, they each gave me presents, with me sitting on the couch and Alice right next to me. I hope you like it. It's from Carlisle and me, Esme says, handing me a small wrapped box. Opening it, I can see a gray iPod Nano. Alice said you like to go for runs, so now you can listen to music while running, Esme says, seeing me open it. Thank you, I say to them, smiling. Here, Matt, this is from Jasper and me, Edive says, handing me a medium-sized wrapped box. Opening it, it's a new Nintendo GameCube. Now you can practice and not get beat right away, Edive says, smirking at me, while Emmett laughs. Ha, but thanks guys, I say to them. This is from Edward and me, Bella says, a box that holds clothes most likely. Opening it, it's a t-shirt that says, my teddy bear, with a little girl hugging a teddy bear. There is also a gift card to the most popular restaurant in town. Quote, ... I hate you, I say to Bella, giving her a glare, while she smirks and everyone else laughs except Charlie, who looks confused. Alice calls him her teddy bear, Bella says, seeing Charlie's confused look and then hearing her chuckles a bit now too. Enjoy, Emmett says, giving me a gift box that is huge, just shorter than Alice. Giving him a suspicious look, I open it. Fuck off, Emmett, I yell at him, throwing the box's lid at him, not taking out the giant-ass teddy bear inside the box. Don't worry, Matt, I couldn't stop the idiot. Though your real gift needs to be installed on your car, it's a new subwoofer system, Rosalie says, sighing at Emmett, knowing what was in the box, as Emmett is laughing uncontrollably. Walking over to the box curious, Alice sees the teddy bear and smiles while taking it out. It is almost as big as her. Matt, it's just as soft as you, Alice says, hugging it, and now everyone is laughing, even Charlie now getting the joke, while I'm grumbling in annoyance. Sorry for not being as creative, Charlie says to me, handing me a birthday card with cash inside and a key after everyone calms down. Thanks, though what's the key to? I ask him as I hug him after opening the car. I'll tell you, but we might want to talk alone, Charlie whispers to me in the hug, but all the Cullens can hear him and look at us curiously. Okay, I say to him after breaking the hug. I'll be right back, everyone. Uncle Charlie wants to show me something, I say to them, knowing they heard him, except Bella, who just shrugs. After we head outside, Charlie walks over to his police cruiser, which was in the back of the house hidden, and motioned for me to follow him. Opening his passenger door, I see he has a six-pack of beer. Grabbing two and opening them, he hands me one. Should the chief of police be allowing a minor to drink? I say to him, smirking as he hands me a beer. Well, being the chief has its perks, though that doesn't mean I'll let you drink after this. But after turning 18, my old man shared my first beer with me. Charlie says to me, and I can see he feels awkward now, since I can see he sees me as a son but doesn't know how I see him. Uncle Charlie, you're my dad, even though you're not my biological dad, you raised me to be the man I am today. It just sucks that Aunt Renee took us to Arizona and I should have stayed with you, I say after trying to express my feeling towards the only male father figure I had in both sets of memories I have. Looking at him I can see he has a tear coming out of his eye but is holding back his emotions. Hugging him, he returns the hug. After breaking the hug we both try to get our emotions back under control, drinking the beer in silence and handing me another after we finish the first. So the key, I say to him, breaking the silence after a bit. Right, Charlie says, clearing his throat. Before the trip back to Sweden, your father talked with me in private. He told me that this key was to a safety deposit box in the town bank. That I should give it to you on your 18th birthday, should anything happen to them before then. I'm not sure what's in the box, since I didn't want to break your father's trust in me. He gave it to me because, his words not mine, your Aunt Renee is not responsible enough to be trusted, Charlie says to me while having a sad look, reminiscing on the past. Maybe this key has answers on what I am. I need to check this out tomorrow, I think to myself while looking at the key in my hand. After finishing the current beers we were drinking, we head back inside to everyone. I never gave you my gift yet, Alice says, pouting at me after we come back inside. Alice then hands me a small box, which I open much to her excitement. Opening the small box I can see it is a silver Rolex President watch, with an engraving, my teddy bear. I was shocked since this was obviously custom-made and very expensive. Thanks, I love it, I say to her, kissing her and putting the watch on. I have another surprise for you, but you're gonna have to wait until later tonight, Alice says seductively while hugging me and whispering in my ear for only me to hear. The rest of the night was spent playing games again and talking about all sorts of topics. Around 11 at night, we leave the Cullen with Bella driving home with me as we followed Charlie home. Very short R18. Going to my room, I left my window open waiting for Alice, then around 1 in the morning, she sneaks into my room. Sneaking over to me, she crawls under my covers and before I can react I can feel her stroke my member. It was already half ready and now completely, and then she immediately begins to suck on it. Grunting and pulling off my covers to see her, she looks at me while giving a small smirk and then goes back to sucking. After about 20 minutes of me trying not to moan or give away that anything is happening in my room, I finally come in her mouth. She was surprised at the sudden orgasm but then swallows it all. R18 over. Did you enjoy your other gift? Alice says to me, crawling next to me and cuddling up to me. God yes, though sorry for not warning you, and is it okay for you to have swallowed that, I say to her, knowing vampires can't eat normal food or they will throw it up almost immediately after. I was surprised too at first, but it tasted as good as human blood back when I used to drink it, Alice says while hugging me. Not wanting to think any more on that subject, I pull her close to me and fall asleep with her in my arms. Ch.20. Matpov. Waking up with Alice in my arms, I told her what Charlie told me yesterday about the key. After her sneaking out and me getting ready for the day, I went back to the Cullens to pick up Alice. From there we drove to the bank in town that has the safety deposit box where my key goes. What do you think will be in the box? Alice asks me as we are driving to the bank. I'm not sure, though I just hope whatever it is can give me some answers, I say to her, sighing. If it doesn't have the answers you want, then we'll figure something out, Alice says, grabbing my hand reassuringly. Smiling at her I nod, driving the rest of the way in comfortable silence. Getting to the bank an hour after it opens, we walk inside and see that it is empty except for one person talking to a bank teller, several other bank tellers, and a handful of security guards. Walking over to one of the free tellers who each seemed bored and tired. Hello miss, my father gave me a key to a safety deposit box here and I was wondering if you could lead me to it, I say as we walk up to her. The teller gives me a tired look and nods. Sure sir, let me see the key and I'll bring you to the box, she says, putting her hand out. Handing the key to her she inspects it quickly, then hands it back to me. Gesturing for us to follow her, she leads us to the left side of the bank past a security guard who just looks at us and then returns to staring at nothing. Going down a set of stairs, we see 3 rooms, 1 in front of us and 2 to either side, each has iron bars in front to lock them closed. The teller walks up to the security guard down here sitting at a small desk with an old computer and filing cabinet. Hey Frank, these 2 need access to the safety deposit box 142, the bank teller says to the security guard, gesturing to us. Sure thing May, Frank, the security guard says, getting up and walking over to the right room, unlocking it. Frank here will help you the rest of the time, if you need anything else, you know where to find me, May, the bank teller says in a tired voice, walking past us back upstairs. We nod to her as she passes us and Frank is waiting for us by the now unlocked room. Alice and I walked into the large room with several dozen safety deposit boxes lining the walls. Frank, after looking around quickly, gestures for us to come here as he is standing by the box I need. "Here is your box, sir and ma'am. Once you are done let me know and I'll lock up the room again," Frank says to us, returning to the desk outside the room. Opening the box, I can see there is a small leather book that looks like a journal and some paperwork that is signed in several places. Taking the items and placing them on the table in the room, I put the box back. Alice is looking at the papers, confused at them. Opening the journal, I can see that it was written by my father. "Matt, if you are reading this, then two things either happened. Your mother gave you this journal because I died before your 18th birthday, so you can read it to better understand the changes you are going through, or we both died and someone else we trusted enough gave you this journal. If I died, then know that I love you more than you know and am truly sorry I left you and your mother alone in this world." I read the beginning and it brings up some pent-up emotions in me, as some tears come out of my eyes. "Matt, are you okay?" Alice asks me, looking at me in concern. "Yeah, it's just this book was written by my dad," I say to her with heavy sadness in my voice, but I clear my throat trying to regain control of my emotions. Giving me an understanding nod, Alice hugs me as I continue to read it. "In the worst case that your mother and I died, leaving you truly alone, I'm beyond sorry for us leaving you so early. Though in that case there should be some paperwork with my journal, sign those, and give them to the bank in Forks. This will give you ownership of our accounts to you, and hopefully it will be enough to give you some help with whatever you wish to do with your life." I read and put down the journal, looking at the paperwork on the table and notice they are all signed, only waiting for me to sign them. "Alice, my parents left me their bank account. I just need to sign these and give them to the teller. Let's do that now and then head to your home. I want to finish reading this journal," I say to her and she nods. Putting the journal in my breast pocket on the jacket I was wearing, I walk over to Frank, the security guard in the front room. "Excuse me, sir, do you have a pen I can borrow?" I ask Frank. "Sure thing," Frank says, handing me a pen. Going back into the safety deposit box room, I sign all the paperwork. Alice and I leave, returning the pen to Frank and telling him we were done in the room. Nodding, he locks the room back up after checking to make sure everything is in place. Going back upstairs, we walk over to the teller who helped us earlier. "Excuse me, miss, it would seem I now have ownership of an account here. Here is the paperwork for it," I say to May, handing her the signed paperwork. Giving us a tired look, she nods and checks the paperwork. "Can you please wait here, sir? I need to get our bank account manager. He will need to go over these papers and be with you shortly," May says, leaving to go to the right side of the bank where there are some small office desks I see after she opens the door to that room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a middle-aged balding man comes out of the room, looking around the room. Seeing we are the only ones in the bank other than the workers, he walks over to us. "You must be Mr. and Mrs. Stromberg. I'm John. I've read over your paperwork and everything seems to be in order. If you follow me, I'll show you the current assets of your account," John says after seeing us. I didn't bother correcting him for calling us married. Though now Alice has a beyond happy expression on her face. Lopping her arm in mine, we follow John to his desk in the room on the right side of the bank. "It would seem your parents left you quite the sum of assets, Mr. Stromberg. This is what we have in our current account here. Here is the amount you have in investments with several different companies, and it would seem you now have access to a joint account that's located in Sweden. I'm not sure too much about that, as we don't have access to that information and you would have to contact that bank. I would suggest going in person, due to international accounts being more secure and being difficult over the phone," John says to me after handing a few papers. Holy shit, what job did my dad have? How loaded was he? I think to myself, seeing the amount in the bank account alone, which is just over a 1.5 million United States dollars, and the sum of advertisements with several different companies is around a 4.2 million United States dollars. The companies are MicroSF, Nordea, a Swedish bank, and Volvo. The biggest share is in Nordea. I now own just over 20% of the company, making me one of the biggest investors in the company. The bank where I have a joint account is Nordea. Seeing my surprised face, Alice looks at the papers too and is shocked also. "Thank you, John, that will be all," I say, standing up to leave. "Wait, Mr. and Mrs. Stromberg. Your wife will need to sign some papers to get access to your accounts and then we can give you your debit cards," John says, seeing me standing up. Alice is now looking at me curiously, to what I will say. "Sure, give her the paperwork," I say to him and he nods, starting to print it out. After getting up to get the paperwork, Alice turns to me. You didn't have to do that, I mean we aren't even married yet, Alice says, but I can see how happy she is. The key word being, yet, and nothing but the best for Mrs. Stromberg, I say to her, smirking, and she gives me a delighted laugh and kisses me. Returning with the paperwork, Alice signs them. Oh, you two aren't married yet. Does not matter, since you are getting married soon, just means the soon-to-be missus will have access to your funds, John says, reading over the paperwork and making sure it's all in order and seeing Alice signing it with her last name, Cullen. Well, let me offer you both an early congratulations on your future marriage, and I will return with your debit cards, John says to us after standing up and leaving to get the cards and checkbooks. Returning with the cards and checkbooks, he hands them over and we make our way back to the Cullens' house. What to do with all this money? I guess I'll buy all the clothes I'll ever want, Alice says to me with a teasing look as we drive back to her house. Like I said, only the best for Mrs. Stromberg, I say in a fancy British accent, and she laughs. Getting to her house, we walk in, and after saying hello to everyone, even Bella, who is hanging out in the living room with the others. Hey Matt, hey Alice, we are gonna do another tournament of Smash, want in? Edith says to me after we say hello. Alice can join you if she wants, though I'm gonna pass. I have some reading to do, I say, showing my leather journal. They shrug, but Jasper seems interested. Follow me, I know a quiet place from these loud mouths, Jasper says as Alice joins them in the game. Following Jasper, he leads me to a small room filled with 4 sets of bookshelves filled with books and 2 sets of armchairs on either side of the room. This is where I come to read and get some quiet time from the others. What book is that? Jasper says, taking a seat on one of the chairs. We went to the bank where my father left me a key to a safety deposit box, and this was inside. It is his journal and hopefully has some answers about what I am, I say to him, taking a seat in another armchair. Nodding, Jasper takes out a book and starts reading, then I open to where I left off. First things first, don't be afraid of the changes you are going through. Most of our family members turn at 18, I did when I turned 18. The first time can be crazy and you might not remember it, though each time after changing it gets easier. Though I'm sure by the time you've read this, you have figured out that last part. Since I'm dead, this journal can only give you my insight into how I controlled the beast inside of me. Though I had a strained relationship with my family, if you go and visit them in Sweden they will welcome you. My father, your grandfather, should still be the chief of our clan, his name is Ivar Stromberg. He can be a bit of a hard ass, though should help you if you visit them. If you choose to visit them, they are in a very small and far north town called Kiruna in Sweden. I read and then think to myself, looks like when this school year ends I'm going on vacation to Sweden, I think to myself, sighing at how complicated this is becoming. Ch.21. Anne, just remember I don't want to waste too much time on not that important things, like the minor details of the vacation. So there are going to be a lot of summaries about the early part of the vacation. Matt Pov, the last few weeks felt like they were taking forever to go by. I bought 2 plane tickets for a first-class flight to Sweden. I told Charlie that I was going to visit my dad's family in Sweden for a few weeks, maybe the whole summer depending on if I liked it. I invited Alice too and she was excited to go on a vacation, even though it's not gonna be much of a vacation. Then eventually the school year ended and a week after it ended our flight was here. Saying our goodbyes to everyone and heading over to the closest international airport we boarded our plane. I haven't flown in forever, Alice says as we take our seats in first class and she took the window seat. Getting in the air, Alice was looking out the window excited, and even though the sun was shining on her she was wearing one of my hoodies so it covered her up. The flight was going to take 10 hours, with 1 stop in between to fuel back up. As it turned nighttime on the plane, I tried to get some sleep and not be jet-lagged when we landed. After finally arriving in Stockholm, Sweden, the biggest city in Sweden and their capital, we stepped out of the airport. I promised Alice we could spend a few days in the city before going to find my family. Plus I wanted to go to the bank here that I own some of and see it for myself. Going to Nobis Hotel to check into our rooms, our room was one of the best they had to offer. If I have money now, might as well spend it enjoying myself. Getting to my room, I collapsed on the bed. We have this room for a week to see the city and enjoy ourselves. Let me take a quick nap, then we can go sightseeing, I say as I lie on the bed slightly jet-lagged. Okay, it's still pretty bright out anyway, Alice says, cuddling up next to me wearing my baggy hoodie that was keeping her covered. And as she says, lets her smell like me, the little freak. Waking up I see I slept for a few hours making it 8 at night here and Alice seeing me awake smiles. Let's take a shower and then head out, Alice grabbing my hand and dragging me to the large bathroom. After showering together and having some fun too, we spent an hour in the shower before remembering to head out. Not every time they spend some alone time together is going to be detailed, so use your imagination, you perverts. Leaving the hotel to go walk around the city, we spent an hour enjoying the sights and nightlife. Then we went to one of the recommended restaurants, where I surprised the locals with the amount I ate while Alice was laughing at the scene. Then we went to a nightclub and danced there for the rest of the night. Getting back to the hotel around 3 in the morning, and fell asleep waking up the next day in the late afternoon. The next few days we hit all the recommended locations for tourists in the city and took all sorts of pictures. Even during the day as Alice wore skinny jeans, my baggy hoodie, and sunglasses. On the last day of having an actual vacation before looking for my family, we went to the bank I have partial ownership of. Walking inside the several-story tall skyscraper, we can see it is a fairly busy bank. Waiting in line until a teller is available, we walk up to the young man, who greets us in Swedish. I really should learn this language, I think to myself hearing him greet us. Sorry, we don't speak Swedish, I say to him hoping he can possibly understand me. Seeing an understanding look on his face he nods. Sorry, sir, I speak not good English. I will get a colleague who speak better English, the man says with a heavy accent and gives us an apologetic look, before walking away to get someone who speaks better English. A few minutes later the young man comes back with a blonde woman who seems to be in her late 30s. Hello sir and ma'am, I can help you. What is it you need today? The woman says with an accent but not as heavy as the young man earlier. I recently inherited some stocks in this bank and was wondering if I need to finalize any paperwork for it. I also became a part of a joint bank account here, I say to the woman handing her the paperwork I have showing proof of my claims. Taking the paperwork and looking through it, her face slowly becomes more and more surprised. Follow me, sir and ma'am, the woman says still holding the paperwork and gesturing for us to follow her. She takes us to the second floor. Please wait here, the woman says gesturing to the waiting area on the floor. Then she walks over to the receptionist on this floor and talks in Swedish to her. After a short conversation, the woman who brought us here handed the paperwork to the receptionist. Ms. Anna is going to take your paperwork to the bank manager, then they will be out shortly after looking through it, the woman says to us. Thank you, I say to her and she nods turning around to go back downstairs. After about 30 minutes, with my patience running thin and Alice seeing it, made me put my head in her lap. Running her hands through my hair, making me relax a bit. Then I smelled a scent I thought I wouldn't even smell off a person. Sitting up quickly I look at the person who entered the area. It was a woman who was in her mid to late 40s, with blonde hair, a very fit strong-looking physique and very tall for a woman around 6 feet 4 inches, 193 centimeters. The smell she gave off was like a bear. She also paused staring at me and giving Alice a suspicious look. Alice smelling her tensed up too, feeling her nervousness I subconsciously got tensed up ready for a fight. Please relax, I only want to talk, the woman says walking over to us and seeing our reaction to her and she has a slight accent like the woman who lead us here. I also have some questions, I say to her slightly relaxing a bit as Alice is standing next to me slightly still nervous. The woman nods to me and gestures for us to follow her. Walking into the elevator we wait in silence as it brings us to the top floor. Walking further in she brings us to her office which is very large and has windows overlooking the city. Taking a seat at her desk, she gestures for us to take a seat across from her. Sitting we stare at her, with my body still slightly tense ready for a fight. Matthew Stromberg, I never thought you would come to visit us. I'm sorry we never came to visit, but after your father died we became very busy, the woman says to me with some sadness in her voice while looking at me. Turning a picture around on her desk to show us, it is of my teenage father and looks like his immediate family in a group photo. There are 2 adults, his parents, him, and a young girl maybe around 10. We miss him very much and it is unfortunate that he passed away so soon, and not being able to see you grow into the fine young man you seem to be, the woman says with a small tear coming out of her eye looking at me, quickly wiping the tear away. I'm your father's younger sister and your aunt. My name is Eva Stromberg, you can call me Eva if you want, Eva says to me now, introducing herself to us. Nice to meet you, I say to her as my brain is flooding with so many questions I want to ask. Ask away, Eva says, seeing my look. Are you like me? Is everyone in our family like me? Are they all in the city? The journal my dad left me says they are in Kiruna, I say to her, quickly asking the most important questions I have on my mind. Yes, I'm a bear. Not everyone has the gift in the clan. Only a few awaken it. There are some clan members in the city, but most do live in our ancestral home in Kiruna, Eva says to me, smiling at me now, a smile of familial love. Quote. I came here, hoping someone could help me. I've been losing control of my emotions more, and now that I have two balls of emotions inside me, it has only made it harder recently, I say to her, sighing. Though hearing that I have two sets of bald emotions has given her a surprised look. You have two wells you can tap into. That, we need to see my father, your grandfather. He will know more. How long are you here for? Eva says to me, thinking about what I said. We can be here for the duration of our summer break if necessary, so until the end of August if needed. Though, we can leave to meet him whenever you want, I say to Eva after looking at Alice for confirmation, and she gives me a supportive nod. That is good, we can leave now if you are ready, Eva says to us. We will have to grab our things from the hotel we are staying at first, though. Don't you have to work here? I say to her, curious about what her job is here. Our family completely owns the bank. Your father was given his share at 18. Then you inherited it. The joint bank account you are in is the clan bank account. That one anyone can use for emergencies. I am the current CEO of the bank, so yes, I can leave whenever, if needed, Eva says to me, remembering why I came here in the first place. I'll have my assistant finish the paperwork for you, and the account your father had where his money from the bank accumulated I will have switched to your name. I will have my driver take us to your hotel, grab your things, and I will take you to our clan's home, Eva says as we leave the office. She then talks with her assistant in Swedish about what she just told me, presumably. Then leaving the building we get into her luxurious black and tinted window Rolls Royce. Going back to our hotel, we grab our things and check out. Putting our belongings in the trunk we get back into the car as my aunt is on her phone talking to someone in Swedish. Then putting the phone down tells the driver in Swedish to drive us to our clan home, I assume. That was your grandfather. I told him you were coming to learn about your heritage. This is going to be a long drive, Eva says to me as we start driving. So I assume this woman and vampire is your mate, Eva says to me, and I realized Alice was never introduced yet. Yes, she is. Is that a problem? I say to her, now getting defensive again. Eva just smiles at us. No, I don't care. We bears had some fights with vampires in the past. Though most vampires stay away from Sweden now because of us. Father might not be so happy about it, but no one will hurt her since we respect the mate imprinting, Eva says to us, making us relax slightly. This is just the first time in history, as far as I'm aware, that a bear has imprinted on a vampire. This makes your imprinting even more special. When a bear imprints, we connect with our partner on a very deep spiritual level. Since we bears have extreme vitality, we can live twice as long as humans, sometimes 3 times as long, so when we imprint on our partners, they age as we do. You have an immortal mate, which makes things interesting. Are you immortal now too? We won't know, only time will tell, Eva says to us. Then Alice and I share a look of uncertainty since we both knew I might not be immortal, or that she can't turn me immortal, and never openly talked about it. Ch.22. Matt Pov. On the drive over we talked about our clan, and what my father was like growing up, and Eva got to know Alice better. After them talking about many things, it would seem they both get slightly closer together, and that's thanks to Alice and her personality of getting along with everyone. Arriving at Kiruna, we can see that it is a small mining town, though driving through it and going down a side road into the forest. After about another hour of driving deep into this off-road, we arrive at this huge modern-style log cabin mansion. There also appears to be a huge pool in the back giving off steam, possibly heated. We got out of the car as Eva's personal driver took our bags inside, and 2 people were standing outside waiting for us. Mom, Dad, been a while since I've seen you. How've you been? Eva says to them with some strain in her voice. The old man was tall, about 6 feet 6 inches, 198 centimeters, with white long hair braided on one side and a long beard that was also braided. He eyed Eva for a minute at her greeting, then eyed me as if judging if I am worthy of being in their presence, and then gave a glare at Alice. Seeing his glare, Alice got a little nervous, grabbing my arm tighter and making me get on edge, ready for a fight to break out. Seeing my reaction to him, I saw a quick smirk lace his face before quickly returning to his neutral face of no emotion. The older woman smelled like a normal human and was shorter than us all except Alice, maybe 5 feet 4 inches, 162 centimeters. She had white hair also that was braided in one ponytail-like fashion. The old woman gave us all a grandmotherly smile, while her husband was staring at us emotionlessly. They both appeared to be in their late 60s, maybe early 70s. "Eva, my little girl, you should call us more," the old woman says as she walks over to us and they hug while the old man is still staring at me and Alice. "Dad, stop being a jerk. That is your only grandson," Eva says, seeing him still staring at us. "Can I hug you?" the old woman says, turning to me and seeming to have tears threatening to come out of her eyes. Sure," I say while still on edge as the old man is staring at us. Having a somewhat awkward hug on my end as the old woman gives me a bear hug. "You look so much like your father," the old woman says, breaking our hug and brushing back some of my hair that was loose. I can now see she is crying slightly now. "Ivar, knock it off," the old woman says, seeing that he hasn't moved and is still staring at us emotionlessly. Then in Swedish, the old woman yells at him, making Eva wince and him break the stare to look at his wife in regret and nods to her. "I'm sorry, Ingegard, your grandmother is right. I'm glad you finally came to visit us," Ivar says to me, walking over to us and giving me a small regretful smile. "Eva told me you came here to learn more about what you are. How much do you know?" Ivar asks me as Alice is still holding onto me tightly as we all are walking inside the house. When I turned 18, my uncle gave me a key to a safety deposit box that had my father's journal. After reading it, it explained what it was like turning for him and that we each have to find our own paths to control the beast. That if I came here you would welcome me and help me, though I'm not too sure about that last part, I say to him, still on the defensive since Alice is nervous and as he has been staring at her for a while like he wanted to kill her. Hearing what I said made Ingegard scowl at him and Eva sigh in understanding. Ivar seemed to have more regret now on his face. "I apologize for my husband's attitude since you arrived, though please don't leave just yet. I wish to know my only grandchild more before I die," Ingegard says, looking at me pleading for me to stay, as more tears threaten to fall and holding my free hand. "We will stay, though only if my mate Alice is okay with it," I say to them, pulling Alice closer to me, and they all turn to Alice with different expressions. Ivar had quick hatred show but hid it just as quickly it showed. Eva looked curious about what Alice would decide. Ingegard looked at her with the same pleading look she gave me. "I only want Matt to be happy and I think he needs this," Alice says, relaxing a bit and getting more confidence back while giving a glare back to Ivar. Eva smirked seeing the glare, Ingegard sighed in relief and Ivar showed a quick smile before also making it disappear. Then Eva showed them to their rooms. "I need to talk with Ivar," Ingegard said, now turning to Ivar and having an angry look on her face. Eva nods and motions for us to follow her upstairs. I can see Ingegard walking to another room as Ivar sighs following her. Walking upstairs, Eva shows us a room that is huge, bigger than anything I've seen before. With a king-size bed, walk-in closet, full master bathroom, enough room for a 40 inches, 101 centimeters, flat-screen TV with a love seat and coffee table. This takes place in 2005, so this is the best TV they could offer back then. "This was your father's old room, now yours," Eva says to us after we enter the room and look around. "The family is more loaded than I thought," I say, looking around. "The clan has several billion in USD, in our savings, and even more in the vault under the house in precious jewels and metals. Though only the clan head has access to that. As part of the clan, everyone is entailed to money each month from the various businesses we own, and being part of the head family we get even more. Your father though didn't touch what he was given and only took enough to leave us and invest for himself. He wanted to cut ties with us, though I would talk with my dad to know more about why," Eva says to me with sadness lacing her voice and on her face. "I see," I say to her, not sure how to take this all in. "Well, I'm sure Mom will want to cook personally for us a big feast as a welcome party, so until then, you're welcome to explore and do whatever. My only suggestion would be to not leave the current residence with Alice, as some of the clan might rush to attack her after smelling a vampire on our territory. Until we can tell everyone that you are here and your mate is a vampire, I wouldn't leave the house," Eva says to us and then turns to leave. I'm sorry for dragging you in a den of bears, I say to Alice, sighing and sitting on the bed, worried that I made a mistake bringing her. Matt, I will always be by your side. Even in the toughest situations, don't forget that. Plus I'm sure my teddy bear will protect me, Alice says, sitting in my lap facing me with her legs wrapped around my waist and forcing me to face her. Looking at her, I can see the nervousness in her eyes, but the resolve to not leave my side. I will die if it means protecting you, I say to her, hugging her. That's not allowed. Either we die together or no one dies at all, Alice says, grabbing my face with her hands and giving me a look that leaves no room for argument. Alice, I try to say that I can't lose her, but then realize she feels the same about me, and before I can, she interrupts me by kissing me. The kiss then became quickly heated as I lied down on the bed with her on top of me and pushed her tongue in my mouth. As we both lie on the bed making out and exploiting each other's bodies with our hands, we jump as someone clears their throat. We should really learn to not lose ourselves so easily, I think to myself, and see Eva standing in the doorway smirking at us. Sorry to interrupt you both, but the dinner is ready, Eva says, laughing as she leaves the room. Looking at the time, I realize we were making out for over an hour. Picking Alice up in a Princess Carrie, making her yelp in surprise. Smiling at me, she wraps her arms around my neck as I carry her downstairs to the dining area. Walking in, I see my grandfather at the end of a large table, enough to seat 20 or so people. My grandmother sitting next to him on his right and Eva sitting on his left. Seeing us, Eva smirks, Ingegard smiles at us, and Ivar's eyebrow twitches in annoyance. The amount of food is insane, enough to feed the whole table of people if there were 20 people. Though I assume they eat as much as I do, seeing the whole roasted pig in the center, fish, lobster, and many other foods. "Ah, young love," Ingegard says while smiling at us and motioning for us to sit down. Alice, jumping out of my arms, sits next to Eva and I sit next to Ingegard, who is smiling at us still. "We don't have any human blood to offer you, but we do have fresh cattle blood if that suffices," Ingegard says, looking at Alice, hoping that is okay. "Yes, thank you. My family are vegetarians, so to speak, at least according to vampire standards. That's why my eyes are golden and not red," Alice says, sipping the blood they put in a wine glass for her. "Didn't know that," Eva says with a thoughtful look. Ivar grunts, and Ingegard smiles at her, nodding, happy that she is fine with the cattle blood. After eating our fill and surprisingly eating everything, some maids and butlers come in to clean up the table as we go back to the main room. The main room has a fireplace with 3 large couches, one facing it, the other 2 next to the one facing it, but are facing each other. There are also large windows to view the outside, being able to see the beautiful view of the woods. The large coffee table between the couches and a large rug underneath. The fireplace has a very large stuffed moose head above it. Sitting on the couches in silence for a few moments, before Ivar speaks up. "Have you turned after the first time? Are you able to control yourself?" Ivar asks me as he sips on some mead the butler brought out and poured several glasses for us all, except Alice. "Yes, I've turned several times since the first and am able to control it to a certain degree. Though whenever I get too angry, I lose myself to the anger," I say to him, sighing, and Alice grabs my hand, giving me a reassuring smile. That is something all us bears deal with. The rage inside of us is the first thing we must tame. If not, then we eventually lose ourselves to the bear and truly become a bear, Ivar says, giving me a sagely nod. "What do you mean by truly becoming a bear?" I ask him, worried about what he means. "There have been accounts in our clan that if some members don't learn to control their rage, then after turning and fully losing control, sometimes lose their humanity and become stuck in their bear form," Ivar says, and sees my very worried look. Alice now has fear on her face. "Though that is very rare, it has to be something extreme to lose control fully. Like if your mate dies," Ivar says, trying to calm me down, though that is not very reassuring. "In my other form it's even harder to control myself, like the smallest thing will set me off," I say to him, thinking about the hulking bear form with ice. "Other form? You have 2 wells of power," Ivar says, standing up and looking at me with a look of excitement. "Yes," I say to him, and now see he is looking at me with even more excitement. Ch.23. Matpov. Calming down, Ivar sat back on the couch, but we can all see he is still excited by hearing that I have 2 forms. Taking a deep drink from the mead, he refills his cup and then takes a breath, turning to me. I can see his emotionless face is back as he turns to me. "Sorry for that behavior. Since the founder of our clan, no one has had 2 wells of power. We always thought it was a myth, that someone could not have two wells of power. Mind showing me your forms? Ivar asks me after sitting back down on the couch. Quote. Sure, but what is the normal form of the clan? I ask him, thinking which one is the different one, though feeling it is the giant ice bear. We have the spirit of bears inside of us, supposedly gifted to us by the Allfather himself. Our normal form is of a bipedal bear. Each clan member awakens a different form of the bear. Some black bears, brown bears, and many other species of bears. Though usually, each family line in the clan turns into the same type of bear, our family line, being the founding family, mostly turns into brown bears. Though each clan member has a chance to turn into a polar bear at awakening, though they are the rarest, since they are the strongest type of bear, Ivar says, then takes another sip of mead before continuing. Usually when someone turns into a polar bear, they are picked as the next clan head. So far, only our line has shown this ability to turn into polar bears. My grandfather was the last person to have awakened a polar bear spirit. I'm a brown bear, or grizzly bear as some call them. Eva is also a brown bear, and your father was one too. I would assume you are a brown bear too, Ivar says to me, looking at me curiously. It'll be easier to just show you, though I'm gonna have to undress for this, I say, standing up to go outside and undress. Wait, our clan has been able to make clothes that don't tear apart at the change but be absorbed, and then when you turn back to human form reappear. It is all thanks to runes. Yes, magic is real, and if you decide to stay to learn from us, we will teach you everything you will need, Ivar says, seeing me about to head outside to change. Then turning to a butler, he speaks in Swedish. The butler nods and returns shortly after, holding some clothes for me. It looks like any normal clothes, though on the inside I can see lines of runes throughout. Putting on the clothes in one of the many bathrooms, I come back outside to see them all turn to me. Walking outside by the steaming pool, which looks more like a natural hot spring, I show them my first form, which is the bipedal werebear. Seeing my form, other than Alice, they are all surprised at it and are staring at me, with Ivar showing his excitement again. You have the polar bear spirit inside you, though you are imbued with runes. Do you know how to make them? Did your father leave you that knowledge? Ivar says, seeing me in this form. No, they were already on me after transforming, I say to them, shrugging, and now Alice has jumped on my shoulders and rubbed her face in my fur. Saying this, they are all even more shocked. So soft, I hear Alice mutter as she cuddles my head, and I smile. You had them naturally. Did the Allfather bless you himself? Ivar says, more thinking to himself if that is possible. Do you all not have runes in your forms? I ask them, and then Eva shakes her head. Then she turns into her werebear form. She looks like me on two legs, though a brown bear, much shorter than me, around 10 feet, 305 centimeters, and is not as stocky. She does have runes though on some places on her body. I thought you didn't have runes. I say to her, confused. We don't have them naturally like you. We place them on ourselves to imbue us with more power, like an increase in strength, speed, endurance, durability, and to increase our healing ability, Eva says, now walking around me in her werebear form. You keep referring to the Allfather. I assume you mean Odin from the Asatru faith. I say to them, curious if they're pagans. Yes, our clan are pagans, and still believe in the old gods. Who else would give us this power? According to our clan history, it was a gift from the gods, Ivar says, and I can see he believes in the Norse gods and uses the word pagan with annoyance. What is your other form? Eva asks me after she is done inspecting me. I have even less control in that form, and it takes a lot for me to remain in control. So please don't do anything to anger me in that form, I say to them, sighing and removing Alice from my shoulders, making her pout at me. Of course, though if you feel you will lose control, then change back please, Ivar says to me while gesturing for me to change. Once again taping into that ball of pure ice next to the ball of pure rage, I can feel myself changing, and like this form it becomes easier than the first time. After changing into this form, except Alice, they are all once again staring at me in shock and are frozen in place staring at me. You still in there, Matt? I see Alice say to me, making sure I'm in control. Yes, though it is still hard to keep all my extremely fluctuating emotions in control, I say to her in our mind connection and nod at her so the others know I'm in control for now. Smiling at me, Alice walks over to my face and grabs it, kissing my nose. I have never seen a form like this before, and it was never mentioned in any of the texts passed down to the clan heads, Ivar says while looking at me. I may have missed something and will have to reread them, Ivar says quickly after, and seems to be in deep thought. Can you not speak in that form? Eva asks me curiously, looking at me still in her werebear form. No, I try to say, though a noise of a bear comes out instead and I shake my head at them. Seeing my breath, even though it is cold here, and small ice crystals coming out of my mouth at every breath, has them looking at me even more curiously. I can speak for him though. We are connected by our minds, Alice says to them while running her hands through my fur as I sit on the ground. That's amazing. What else can you do? Eva says to us, looking at me in awe and excitement. While Ivar is still in deep thought, though hearing this he snaps back to the conversation to see what I can do. Alice, please tell them I'm not sure, we never tried before. Though should I might lose control, I feel, I say to Alice, still fighting my emotions trying to take over. These emotions are rage, indifference, and wanting to fight just to kill, for the thrill of battle. Ever since changing, these emotions have been enhanced. In my human form, they are always there, subconsciously ready to break loose at a moment's notice. In my werebear form, they are no longer subconscious but forcing themselves into my mind and trying to get me to let loose at the slightest provocation. In this ice bear form, they are already loose in my mind and it takes all my willpower to not succumb to them and just madly kill everything around me. The only one these emotions don't target is Alice, which may be to our mate bond, as it makes me see her as something I own and something to not be lost to. Matt says he hasn't tried to see what he can do in this form, but fears that if he tries anything it may make him lose control, Alice says to them and looks at me in concern. Then do not, please turn back to your human form. It is getting late and we need to teach you to control your inner beast. Then maybe it will help you control your other form as well, Ivar says, knowing how hard it is for an untrained bear. Sighing in relief, I turn back to my human form, as does Eva, and luckily those clothes they gave me do work. Going to bed with Alice in my arms like usual, I woke up the next morning to the smell of breakfast being made downstairs. Heading downstairs, they had another feast-looking breakfast being made. After eating the huge breakfast that my grandmother made, we are all sitting at the table drinking coffee. After you are done getting ready for the day, come find me, I'll wait outside by the hot spring. I'll show you some methods on how to control the beast and we will see what works for you. After that, later today, Ingegard is going to teach you Swedish, and then once you learn we will teach you about runes, Ivar says to me, and I nod in understanding. Well Matt, if you ever need me call me, and before you leave to go back home I'll come back. Even the CEO has to work, so I'm going to head back to the city today, Eva says, getting up and hugging me before leaving to get ready. It was nice getting to know you too, and if you ever want to visit the States, you're more than welcome to stay with us, I say, putting my arm around Alice. Alice nods at her, smiling too. Sure, I'll let you know next time I can visit, Eva says, smiling and finally walking out of the dining room. While Matt learns to control himself, want me to teach you more about our culture and language? Ingegard asks Alice, smiling at her. Quote. Sure, Alice says, first looking at Ivar to see his reaction, but seeing him have an indifferent face, smiles at Ingegard and gets excited at the idea. Great, you can tell me all about yourself and your family. I want to get to know my granddaughter better, Ingegard says, making Alice smile even more at how welcoming Ingegard is compared to Ivar. After getting ready and walking outside, I find Ivar sitting on a rock and meditating. Hearing me, he opens his eyes and jumps off the large rock that was by the hot spring. Follow me, we are going to a more quiet place where you can try meditating. Once you master the art of meditation, you can meditate in even the most annoying environments, Ivar says as I follow him off the property and deeper into the woods. As we walk in silence, I can hear all the animals living in the forest and the beauty of nature that surrounds us. After walking for about an hour, he brings me to a small lake deep in the forest and a large stone sticking out of the pond with runes carved into it. There also appear to be several flat, smooth stones by the pond. This place is where many of our clan come to meditate in peace. You may find some others here from time to time. It is common to be quiet in the place for the respect of others, Ivar says, sitting on one of the stones and motioning for me to sit on one next to him. It is best to still yourself as much as possible, then take steady breaths and push all thoughts out of your mind. Once you do these things, you can find yourself at peace and time goes by quickly. This helps some achieve balance with the beast inside, though others find peace in different ways. For now, we will try this, Ivar says as I sit down next to him and begin to do as he instructs. After some time of following his advice, I find myself in a field of grass, flowers, and trees, with a huge tree in the distance larger than anything possible on earth. I follow the instinct pushing me towards the huge tree in the distance. Ch.24. Matpov. Finding myself in the landscape, no matter how long I walked to the huge tree in the distance, it would appear that I am not closer. After walking for what felt like hours and the tree still appearing just as far as when I first appeared here, I gave up and sat down, trying to rein in the frustration and anger threatening to be released for not getting to the tree and wasting time. After sitting by a tree and calming myself down, I watched the sky and clouds, reminding me of the first time Alice and I made love. Thinking about her brings me calm, and just watching the clouds in the sky brought me even more calm, eventually making me fall asleep. Opening my eyes, I see Ivar looking at me smiling and several others meditating in the area on flat stones also. "Come, let us not disturb them," Ivar says to me, gesturing to follow him. Nodding, I get up and follow him back to the house, it would seem from the direction we are going. From the looks of it, I was meditating late into the day, around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. At first I thought you wouldn't meditate as you had your emotions all over the place. Then when you finally did, it seemed it wouldn't work since you started to get angry halfway through. What brought you peace in the end? Ivar says to me after we leave the vicinity of the meditation grounds. I found myself in a field with trees here and there, though there was a huge tree in the distance. Bigger than anything I've ever seen before. I felt the need to get to it, though no matter how long I walked I couldn't get closer. Getting annoyed, I rested on the ground and watched the clouds, which made me fall asleep finally. I say to him while sighing at what that meant in the end, I have no idea. A huge tree, might have been Yggdrasil, though what the gods are trying to show you, I'm not sure. You will have to keep meditating, it seems, to get the answer you seek, Ivar says to me after thinking about what I said. Getting back to the house, Ivar and I ate some food before he sent me to Ingegaard, who was still teaching Alice, it seems. They were in a large library on the west side of the house with a bookcase lining each side of the room. Each case is just a few inches shorter than the ceiling, making them around 12 feet, 366 centimeters tall. One of those wood ladders that you can push across the bookshelves like in the movies, was on either side of the room, connected to the two separate bookshelves. Since the only separation between the two sides was a huge window across from the entrance, which had a glass double door leading to a small patio. There were also several tables with very comfortable chairs in the room. Sitting at one of the tables were Alice and Ingegaard, who was teaching Alice something since they had a stack of books on the table. Having fun, I say to them as Alice looks like she is trying very hard to learn and didn't hear me enter the room. They both turn to me and smile at me. "Matt, your grandmother is so smart. She knows a lot about runes and is helping me learn Swedish. If you don't hurry up I will be ahead of you," Alice says to me, excited that she is learning something new, and Ingegaard smiles at her. "She's not wrong. I hope you take my lesson seriously," Ingegaard says to me as I take a seat next to Alice and nod to Ingegaard. "Ready when you are, Grandma," I say to her, still coming to terms with everything after coming here. Though calling her that makes her smile even more at me. "Call me Mormor from now on, it's Swedish for grandmother," Mormor says to me after hearing me call her grandma. "Can I call you Mormor too?" Alice says, hearing us and looking at her expectantly. "Sure, you are unofficially my granddaughter," Mormor says to her, smiling at her. "Awesome, I never had a Mormor before," Alice says excitedly and makes Mormor look at her with some pity that she quickly hides. As the days turn to weeks, nothing new has happened. In the mornings I join Ivar in meditating at the pond, not making any progress toward the tree. In the afternoon I have my lessons with Mormor and Alice in runes and Swedish. Alice and I still call everyone in Forks at least twice a week to catch up with them. They all seem just as we left them, though Edward and Bella from the sounds of it have gotten closer, as they have been going on more dates frequently during this time. Charlie is not the happiest about this but understands it is part of growing up. I have also met many clan members in my time here. Most are around my aunt's age, and most others are either older or younger by a few years than me. Ivar did tell me that 2 people that recently turned into their bears a few days before I arrived at the clan. We met them when one day Ivar and I went to meditate. They are twins, Astrid and Lucas Stromberg, from the family line that is usually black bears, making them my second cousins. They are the children of Ivar's nephew, Hugo Stromberg. Astrid and Lucas are both very stubborn people, usually arguing over the smallest thing with one another, and though it is probably due to the bear being very aggressive, ready to fight at the littlest thing, I have noticed since I started meditating have slightly better control over myself. Now everyone only speaks in Swedish around us. They say it will help us learn it faster, and it's true. Both Alice and I have become much better at speaking it. So from now on just assume they are speaking in Swedish as they stay in Sweden. I told Astrid and Lucas to take you and Alice around the clan compound. They will introduce you to everyone. I have a meeting with the elders, so I can't. Plus it will be good for the clan to see you and Alice. Don't worry about her, everyone knows there is a vampire on the clan grounds, Ivar says to us as we are eating breakfast and sees my worry about Alice. You both need a day off, everyone needs a break once in a while, Mormor says nodding at what Ivar said. Shortly after eating and getting ready for the day, we can hear Astrid and Lucas are here since they are bickering over something. They may be twins but don't look at other than their facial features. Astrid has bright red hair, is around 5 feet 8 inches, 173 centimeters tall, and has a very athletic physique. Lucas has light brown hair, is 6 feet 183 centimeters tall, and has muscle but with a somewhat thick layer of fat too. Walking downstairs they stop fighting and smile at me, but give Alice a judging look. Not in a too bad way, just curious since neither has met a vampire and have grown up hearing how terrible they are, so both have slightly prejudiced views on them. Alice has gotten a lot more confident after coming here and no longer shies from people. I feel that may be due to Mormor. Long time no see you two, I say to them giving them a familiar hug. Since I've been at the clan, these two I have gotten close to. I view them as family completely and they have grown close to me too since I'm the only one in the clan who was close to their age. So this must be the vampire, she smells sweet like candy, Astrid says after hugging me and looking at Alice. Nodding in agreement Lucas stares at Alice also. Yes I know I said differently earlier but I'm not gonna edit the chapter way back then, so moving on they smell sweet to wolves and bears. And you smell like earth or fresh dirt, Alice says to them shrugging at their stares. Getting a smirk from Lucas and a smile from Astrid. I like her, you caught a good one for your mate Matt, Astrid says looking at Alice with a happy smile. Yep, couldn't be luckier, I say to them pulling Alice into a hug, which she smiles and returns. Alright come you two love birds, we should introduce you to the rest of the clan. Though they heard about a friendly vampire on the grounds, not all are going to be nice. We were taught growing up that all vampires are evil and should be killed on sight. Though no one should be dumb enough to attack you, since you are the future clan head's mate, Lucas says as we leave the house and head off to where the rest of the clan lives. I'm the future clan head, I don't want that, I don't think I could do that, to begin with anyway. Wouldn't my aunt be next in line? I say to them shocked, I would think my aunt would be next since they don't discriminate against gender. Before you arrived yes your aunt was next in line, though she never seemed that interested in the prospect. Then there is you, the legendary polar bear blessed by Odin himself, at least that is what your aunt told us before leaving back to the city, Astrid says as we are walking down a trail in the forest and smirking at me. What? I say to them shocked that the clan thinks of me as this demigod. My Matt is special, Alice says while holding my hand and skipping beside me. Well, from the sounds of it, it would seem so. Though the clan doesn't necessarily believe it, you know it's easier to believe if seeing it, Lucas says yawning as we walk and stretching his arms above his head. Could show everyone, though I don't feel like turning a bunch, I say to them and they nod in understanding. Don't worry only the oldsters will be asses probably, about Alice or whether you are a polar bear blessed by Odin. The younger people are a lot more accepting and want a change from the old ways anyway. Why follow some rules that were made over 1,000 years ago still, like updating them already, Astrid says annoyed about some of the traditions. One of them being men and women can fight, but generally, the men are the warriors and the women are the rune masters or shamans in some cases. Even as shifters. Arriving at a large house, not as large as my family's house, but a little smaller, a mansion in its own right. It was a very large modern log cabin style house. At the entrance like our family house is a wooden carving of a bear, our house has two, one of a polar bear and one of a brown bear. This house has a carving of a black bear, so by assumption Lucas and Astrid's family house. Welcome to our family's house, though not as impressive as yours, Lucas says as we walk up to it. Our parents are home, luckily our Farfar is not home. He's at the elders meeting with your Farfar. He is pretty prejudiced against vampires, always telling us to kill any we meet when we were growing up. Hearing that a vampire was allowed on clan grounds pissed him off beyond belief, Astrid says as she and Lucas enter the house and motions for Alice and me to come inside too. You two are back already. Don't tell me you angered the clan head and he sent you both home. A woman's voice says after we enter the house. Mom relax, we brought Matt and his mate to meet everyone. Why not start here? Astrid says, annoyed that their mom is expecting them to have messed up. That's why I smell candy. I thought Lucas was eating candy again, with his overly sweet tooth, their mom says, walking out of the kitchen area and brushing her hands on the apron she is wearing. She looks almost like a spitting image of Astrid, with red hair same height, and an athletic build. Nice to meet you both, come and sit. I'll fetch my husband and we can get to know you both, she says before removing her apron and going upstairs, gesturing for us to sit on the couch in the other room. Nodding, we follow her request as Lucas and Astrid take their seats on the couch. Alice sits in my lap, grabbing my arms, putting them around her waist and getting comfortable. Astrid laughs at her and Lucas just yawns, looking like he's gonna fall asleep any second. Ch.25. Matpov. After waiting for a few minutes on the couch with Alice leaned into me very comfortably, my arms wrapped around her waist. Coming back into the room, we hear the mother of Lucas and Astrid, followed by a man with brown hair, about 5 feet 10 inches, 178 centimeters, tall, and he has muscle but with a thick layer of fat too. Coming into the room, he seems just tired, like he didn't get any sleep. Seeing Alice, I see a flash of hatred show on his face, before being quickly suppressed. Lucas, Astrid, aren't you going to introduce us? I thought you were tasked with showing them around. That means introducing them to people too, their mother says to them after sitting down across from us and lecturing them. Right, Matt, Alice, this is obviously our mom and this is our dad, Astrid says to us, introducing us to them. Astrid, they can see that. You are supposed to tell them our names. Anyway, I'm Vera and this is my husband Hugo, Vera says to Astrid, annoyed that her kids don't seem to know basic etiquette still, and rubbing her forehead. Both Astrid and Lucas shrug at her response, seemingly not caring. Nice to meet you both, I'm Matt and this is my mate Alice, I say to them, and Alice smiles at them, nodding in greeting. So the rumors are true, a vampire is roaming our clan grounds, Hugo says, looking more awake now and giving Alice a judging look, though the hatred from earlier is not showing. Relax, Hugo, if the clan head said it's okay then it's fine. Plus she is his mate, you know the laws on mates, Vera says to her husband, scolding him. I know, but we haven't seen a vampire since. Never mind, Hugo starts to say to her, but a glaring look from Vera shuts him up. Well, it was nice meeting you both, we have a lot to do with the feast coming tonight. Astrid, Lucas, go take them and introduce them to the rest of the clan, Vera says, grabbing her husband and quickly leaving the room before we could respond. What was your father going to say before your mother cut him off? Also, what feast? I say to Astrid and Lucas as we leave their house. The two share a look hearing what I said. No idea what that was about, but the feast tonight is to welcome you to the clan, Astrid says to me, while Lucas gives me a wink and shushing sign on his lips. Seeing Lucas do that, probably since I was going to respond angrily that they obviously know something but didn't tell me. After walking away from their house deeper into the woods, they both stop and listen around us and smell the air. No one is around. Now what's with all this secrecy? I ask them after checking to see if anyone is around. Well, I assume your Farfar or Farmore never told you the real story about your father. Astrid says to me after we all lean against trees talking. No, I never asked. I thought he and my mother died in a car accident while heading back to the airport, I say to them, never thinking that foul play was involved, though it does make sense. You should ask them then, though let's just say that you will be angry learning the truth, Lucas says, sighing while thinking about it. I mean, can you give some information? I say to them, and they both seem to hesitate before looking at one another. Well, long story short, your Farfar and our Farfar are brothers. Our Farfar was the clan head before your Farfar took over. He was the reason your father and mother died and afterward was exiled out of the clan, Lucas says, with everyone giving me a sad look and seeing my anger flaring before I push it down and nod to them. Alice, hearing this and seeing my anger, looks at me in concern also. I'm sorry, Matt, Alice says to me, giving me a hug, which I return. Do you want to talk with your Farfaraldrar? Or should we continue to show you around? Astrid says to me, worried for me. As far as I'm aware, Farfaraldrar is Swedish for grandparents. No, I will speak with them later. Let's finish meeting everyone, I say to them, motioning for them to continue. They both nod and start to lead me to the rest of the clan. They begin to explain to me that there are 5 lines in the clan and each line has a family head, which sits on the console of elders. Not everyone in each line turns into a bear like us, usually only the ones part of the main family in each household. Those that don't turn can still live in the town that we passed through to get to my family's house. That town is owned by our clan, and everyone who is part of it usually lives there if they are not shifters. Each family line gets one large house that is near the town deep in the woods. In the center of the woods between each house is a large field with a huge oak tree in the center. That is the tree the founder planted and is our spiritual connection to the gods. This place is protected by rune-carved stones in our families, where most family gatherings take place, and where the feast is being held to welcome me. The lines in the clan consist of my family's line, also known as the founding line, which is mainly brown bears, and the only line to have polar bears appear on rare occasions. The next is Lucas and Astrid's family's line, which is black bears. Vera's father, Gustav, is the family elder. The next family we met, where the line of giant pandas, and Hugo's mother, Inga, is part of this family and the elder of it, making him a panda. The next family line they introduced me to was the sloth bears, whose elder was Aaron. The final clan line was Sun Bears, whose elder was Alma. After meeting all the main family lines, they brought me into the town of Kiruna, where all the normal clan members lived. Most of the family lines held an aversion to Alice, but never outwardly spoke about it. Most of the normal clan members in the town couldn't care less and treated her just as they treated me. After all meeting dozens of people and exploring the town, it was late afternoon, around 5. The feast was being held later, around 7 at night to 11 at night. Well, it was fun seeing the town and meeting pretty much everyone, but we should head back to get ready for the feast. I also want to talk with my farfraldrar about my parents, I say to Lucas and Astrid as Alice and I start to head back to our family's house. Yeah, Matt, Alice, it was fun. I try to be a little understanding, though I understand if you're very upset, Astrid says to us as we walk away, and Lucas nods in agreement. Walking back to my house, I can smell my farfraldrar inside, sitting in the living room area. Walking in, Farmore smiles at me and Alice, while Ivar nods to us, acknowledging our presence. Walking over to them without wasting any more time, wanting to know the truth. I heard that my parents were killed by your brother. I want to learn the whole story, I say to Ivar with a look saying I won't accept any other answer. Farmore, hearing, has a very saddened look on her face, and Ivar sighs, putting down his cup. Sit, it's a long story, Ivar says, looking at me with a regret-filled face and motioning for us to sit down. Nodding, Alice and I sit down on the couch across from them. My father was the last polar bear to appear in our clan for several generations and was conflicted on who to pass the mantle to on his deathbed, seeing my brother's zealous hatred for vampires. My older brother was the first choice since he was first born, and my brother was stronger in all abilities. He was a silvertip brown bear, meaning at a distance he looked like a polar bear, so for us, that meant he was stronger. My father chose him as the next clan head and taught us to hate vampires with our every being. He was a great clan head until after you were born to your father and mother. I told you that you and Alice were the first couple in clan history to be mates, as a bear and vampire. That was not true, Ivar says while picking his cup up and taking a sip. Your parents were the first in clan history to be that couple, and when we heard you were born between the two, well, we were beyond surprised. Though that may explain why you have two wells of power. Your father met your mother exploring America. She was a normal human in the beginning. However, was turned into a vampire when your father wasn't around. He was lucky enough to save your mother in time and kill the vampire, but too late as she was in the process of turning. Hearing that your father was now married to a vampire, my brother was enraged and told him to leave her or be exiled from the clan. I was a coward and fool, was on the side of my brother in this exchange, Ivar says, sighing with even more regret showing on his face. Your father obviously didn't listen, choosing your mother over the clan. Taking as much as he could before cutting all ties with us. I was able to stop my brother from sending some of your members to hunt down your father and mother. Though was a fool to see that he truly didn't listen to me. Years went by before your father called me concerned one day, telling me your mother was pregnant with you and how they didn't know this was possible and if I knew anything. Trying to go through clan texts and stories, not finding any information to help them, though my brother got wind of this information, Ivar continues to say, though begins to choke up with sadness. Then when I thought my brother changed, inviting your father, my son, and both you and your mother back to the clan, to welcome you all back into the clan. Your father finally accepted the invasion after you were already born healthy, seemingly not a vampire, and a few years old. Luckily leaving you behind, probably having a bad feeling about the invitation, but ultimately came. After visiting everyone and throwing a large feast to welcome him back, everyone turned in for the night, drunk and happy. My brother made a move to kill them both, and when they went to return to the hotel they were staying at in town, since your father didn't trust us enough, and with good reason too. My brother was able to catch them off guard with a few other clan members, who quickly killed your mother and subdued your father, who lost himself in a rage. They lost a few members in the fight, but my brother killed my son, Ivar says now with tears coming out of his eyes, and Ingard is crying now too, holding his hand for comfort. After finding out about this betrayal, the rest of the clan was on my side. We were able to catch all the offenders and exile them from the clan, using runes to keep them from ever shifting again, and luckily I was able to learn about some members my brother sent to kill you. I was able to send your Aunt Eva and some others to catch them or kill them if necessary. Ever since then, the clan has had a big shift in attitude, and I was able to change some of the old laws. Hearing you wanted to visit us, I was ecstatic, and I apologize for my attitude to you, Alice. Seeing you with my grandson brought back some old memories, Ivar says now, bowing his head to Alice in apology. Quote, Is Alice safe here? You should have told me from the beginning. I stand up and yell at them after learning the truth, and my rage threatens to push me over the edge. You have my word, no one would hurt her here. Not after what happened to my son and your father, Ivar says with confidence and anger in his eyes for what happened to my father. Quote, I need some time to think, I say to them, standing up and walking to our room, with Alice right next to me holding my hand in concern for me. Ch.26. Matpov. Heading to our room, I lay down on the bed and try to come to terms with the information I was just told. Alice laid down next to me and cuddled up to me, trying to comfort me. It was working too. Pulling her closer to me, and after just holding her for a few minutes she looks at me wanting to say something. Yes, I say to her, giving her a strained smile, though she can see through it easily. Matt, I'm so sorry. What do you want to do now? Alice says, putting her hand on my face and whipping the tear that escaped my eye unbeknown to me. I don't know. A huge part of me wants to hunt down the ones who killed my parents, and a small part whispers to me to let go and move on. I say to her and sigh, feeling the mental exhaustion hit me. I will stand by you no matter what, Matt, Alice says, giving me a heartwarming smile and determination in her eyes. I know, Alice, and I will stand by you no matter what, I say to her, giving her a quick but passionate kiss. Can you come with me? I want to meditate, though away from everyone, but want you by my side, I say to her, getting up and trying to find some peace. Of course, Alice says, standing up and hugging me. Leaving the house, I grab Alice in a princess carry, catching her off guard again, making her yelp in surprise, though she quickly relaxes in my arms. Running at full speed through the woods away from the clan grounds, north of the clan, deep into the mountains and wilderness. After an hour of running, I stop as we reach the top of the tallest mountain in the area. Looking from atop it with Alice at my side, I felt at the most peace since I first turned. The view was extremely beautiful, with nothing but the lush green forest below and smaller green mountains surrounding us. We reached here just as the sun was setting. Sitting down with Alice sitting across from me, I meditated as the sun sets. Getting pulled into the field of my mindscape, I lay down watching the clouds like I normally do. After a few minutes, I hear a voice, deep and smooth. Come to the tree, my child, the voice says, and I feel a pull toward the tree. Walking for an hour, I find that it does seem I am getting closer to the tree. Excited that I can see whatever this feeling is pulling me toward the tree, I run as fast as I can to it. It still seemed to take me hours to reach this tree even after running at full speed. Getting to this tree, I can see how it is larger than I could ever imagine. The tree seems hundreds of thousands of miles tall and wide. After looking in awe at the tree, I see a hooded man with a long beard coming out of the hood and holding a staff, standing at the base of the tree. It took you a long time to learn the truth of your origins. Now come and follow me, the man says, turning around, not waiting for my reply, and walks up to the tree. As if sensing his presence, a door opens at the base of the tree, which he enters immediately. Running after him, I get to the entrance but can't see inside. Taking a deep breath, I walk inside the doorway. Getting inside the tree, it brings me to another realm, it would seem. Split in half with a road between the two sides, one side being a lush green forest filled with life and the beauty of nature, the other side a desolate wasteland made of nothing but ice and snow. The hooded man waiting a few feet away on the road, splitting both sides. Come, the man says, and begins walking down the road without waiting for me. Jogging up to him, I wait in silence for a few minutes, looking at my surroundings and seeing if he is going to speak. Who are you and where are we? I ask him after he doesn't speak. Who I am doesn't matter for now, though we are in your torn soul right now. A man with two souls, who have conflicting views on life. One side is cynical and uncaring about others, having suffered much in a short time, and believes life is only filled with pain and suffering. The other side is optimistic and caring about others, always seeing the good in others, and believes life is only filled with happiness and joy. Both sides fighting for control, the man says, gesturing to each side as we walk. Two souls. I remember a set of memories from another life when I woke up in a hospital. Is that what you mean? I ask the hooded man as we walk down this seemingly endless road. Yes, the two have been fighting for control, making your emotions even harder to control than most. After changing though, the coldness seems to be taking over, the man says as we arrive at a well in the center of this place, and the road ends. Across from the well I can see the cold wasteland pushing into the lush green forest, slowly taking it over. The man gestures to the scene that I am witnessing. What does this mean? Will I forget my one set of memories? What happens if one side wins? Should I let one side win? I ask the man concerned. I cannot tell you, should you let one side win over the other, but if one side does win over the other, then your emotions will be closed off from the lost side and you will become completely attuned with the winning side. The memories of both sides will always be with you, but should one side win over the other, then you will view the memories with a clouded view, the man says to me. How do I let keep both? I say to him, worried about what is happening to me. There are always two sides of the same coin, to find the balance between both is something we all struggle with. It is up to the individual to find peace between the two sides. However, our time is up. I wish you luck on your journey, Matt, and I will be watching with great interest, the man says, catching me off guard before tapping my chest with his staff and forcing me awake. Will you become the beast hidden inside you or find balance, I wonder? I hear the man whisper as I wake up. Opening my eyes I see Alice looking down at me with concern. Matt, what happened? Are you okay? Alice says, holding my head in her lap and running her hands through my hair. Yeah, I had a crazy vision. Did something happen? I ask her, sitting up, much to her displeasure seeing her look at me with concern and annoyance. Yes, you idiot, all of a sudden you collapsed and began sweating profusely, Alice says, gesturing to me. Now I noticed how wet my shirt is, like the first time I turned that night. Looking at the time, it looks to be late, around 9 at night. Seems we are going to be pretty late for that feast, I say, sighing and standing up. I'll explain on the way back, I say to her, grabbing her in a princess carry and running back to my family's house. Running on the way back I tell Alice all that happened in my vision, and hearing about my two souls made Alice look at me even more concerned. Matt, you have another set of memories, Alice says, looking at me as I'm running with her in my arms. Yes, before coming to Forks, I was in the hospital for collapsing all of a sudden. Waking up I had memories of a man who lived in a different version of Earth, we. I lived a hard life there and was becoming more cynical towards the end of that life, I say to her, sighing and confused about all the information that has been dumped on me the last few weeks. How are you going to find peace between the two? Alice says, after thinking about all I told her. Yeah, I would love to know that too. If you have any ideas, please tell me, I say to her and give a small laugh. Matt, this isn't funny, don't be an idiot like Emmett. We are going to figure this out, Alice says, giving me a glare. Though it only makes her look cuter in my opinion. You know, when you're angry, you're even cuter, I say to her and smirk, which makes her smile quickly but is quickly replaced with an even harder glare. Matt, I'm serious, Alice says, upset with my seemingly nonchalant attitude, though on the inside I'm freaking out, but I don't want her to worry more than she already is. I know, but we will talk more later. We are almost at the feast, I say to her, which makes her sigh and nod, though she is still pouting at me. Arriving at the huge open field, we can see pretty much everyone in the clan is there. Several hundred people, kids as young as 5 or 6 to the elders of the clan. There also appear to be dozens of tables filled with all sorts of foods and people playing music, others dancing, some elders telling stories, and kids running around. Though seeing Alice and I enter, the people closest to us all turn to see us, first surprised at our presence, then all with happy expressions. Matt and Alice have come. They shout, making everyone stop and look over at us, which many cheer. Either from drinking or actually being happy we are here, people start welcoming us to the party and clan. Walking through the crowds until Lucas and Astrid come to us with drinks in hand. Matt, Alice, took you both long enough. Enjoying some alone time, Astrid says, laughing at her own joke, and we can smell the alcohol on her breath. Lucas and Astrid each hand us a cup, mine with mead and Alice with blood. Come, your farfaraldrar are waiting for you guys, Lucas says as they lead us over to where the family heads are sitting. They had a long table set up where they were all sitting. You feel better now, Matt? We didn't think you would come after now showing the first 2 hours, Astrid whispers to me, only loud enough for me, Alice, and Lucas to hear. Quote. Yeah, a little better, I whisper back to them, and they both give me nods of understanding before their cheerful attitude comes back as we approach the clan head and elders table. My barn, we didn't think you would show, Ingegard says, getting up and giving both me and Alice a hug. Well, I just needed some time alone, I say to Ingegard, returning the hug. She nods in understanding. Come eat and drink, then Ivar will introduce you to the clan officially, Ingegard says, pulling both Alice and me to the long table sitting next to her. Though the whole time I can Astrid and Lucas's grandfather looking at Alice with hatred. Though for now, we ignore him and enjoy the food and drinks. Well, I am as Alice drinks her blood and feeds me food that she hasn't seen before and asks me how it tastes. Ch.27. Matt Pav. After eating and drinking a bit, Ivar called Alice and me to a small stage they placed under the large tree in the center of this field. The few clan members who were playing various instruments stopped to give Ivar and us the stage. They were using speakers that were loud enough to hear for the non-shifters, but not loud enough to hurt the shifters' hearing. Everyone, as you know, this is my grandson Matthew and his mate Alice. This feast is to welcome them to the clan officially. It is also for me to announce, when Matthew is ready for the title of the clan leader, it is ready for him to take. He may have not been raised among us or know much about our customs, but according to clan law, when a member unlocks the polar bear, they must be considered the forerunner for clan leader. Unless he does not want it or someone more fit to lead us is decided by the council of elders, he is the next clan leader, Ivar says to the clan, and it would seem most neither cared or were okay with this decision. Though there looked to be a few disgruntled people in the large crowd. I'm not sure if I want this responsibility of clan leader, it is something I have to think about more. Though for now, I'm leaning toward not accepting it, I think to myself, hearing the official statement from my grandfather. Then Ivar hands me the microphone to introduce myself to the clan officially. Wish he told me this and I could prepare a speech or anything. As my grandfather said, I'm Matthew and this is my mate Alice. I know we have met many of you already, if not all of you. I will be honest, I'm not sure if I want the clan head title, but will consider it for the time being as long as you want me to be. Either way, while I'm still here for the summer, I want to learn as much as I can about our clan and Sweden in general. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the night, I say while handing back the microphone to the people who were playing the music, and everyone jumped back into partying. You're not forced into taking the clan head. If you don't want it, your Aunt Eva is next in line. Though like you, she doesn't necessarily want that responsibility but will take it if needed, Ivar says to me after we leave the stage and head back over to the large table where the other elders are. I know, but I'm still learning everything about the clan, and after learning the truth about my parents, I'm not sure how to feel about the clan, I say to him, and he sighs but nods in understanding. Take all the time you need. After the non-shifters leave, we need you to show the elders and other shifters your bear form. That way they can see you truly have the polar bear. The extra form can be kept a secret for now if you wish, it is up to you to show them or not. I told them nothing about it, Ivar says to me as we approach the table, but whispers the last part for only me to hear, even with everyone's enhanced hearing. You met the family line earlier, but you haven't met the elders. This is Gustav, the family head for Black Bears, and Morfart, grandfather of the twins. They were headed over to the clan meeting area at the time, Ivar says, introducing me to clan heads. We already went over the other clan heads in the last couple of chapters, but a reminder is, Inga for the pandas, Aaron for the sloth bears, and Alma for the sun bears. They were all nice and shook our hands in greeting, but held hidden malice when greeting Alice. It would seem Gustav and Inga hold the most hatred for her and me since I was her mate. Though we're very good at hiding their emotions, but after getting to know Jasper, he has taught me to read people better. Looking at Alice, I can tell she knows they don't like her, but doesn't seem all that bothered by it. She already had thick skin. However, after hanging with Ingegard, my grandmother became even less caring about what people think about her if they are someone she doesn't care for. After the party was over around 11, at least for the non-shifters. The rest of us waited around until they left, and after there were only about 20 shifters in the clan so far. Then Ivar got everyone's attention, so he could speak without interruptions. Well, now we all know why we are here. Matt, could you please show everyone your bear form? Ivar says to me after everyone stopped doing what they were doing and looked at me with great interest. Nodding, I walk a bit away from everyone. This time turning into my werebear form, it takes about 10 seconds, which seems the quickest it will turn, no matter how many times I turn to quicken it. After turning, I can see everyone, except Gustav and Inga, are excited at seeing my werebear form. Gustav seems indifferent, but I can see the hatred in his eyes directed at me. Inga seems to have jealousy in her eyes as she sees me in this form. Who put the runes on him? Was it you, Ingard, or did he learn how to make them that quickly and expertly? Aaron, the elder of the sloth bears, asks while looking at me with excitement. No, they were already on him when he turned, a voice that I recognize now and have not seen in weeks, my Aunt Eva. She comes over walking through the woods to us. Why are you here? I ask her before anyone could follow up, hearing what she said, making everyone who didn't know even more surprised and excited. Not happy to see your aunt. That's hurtful, Eva says, giving me a fake hurt look, though I can tell she knows she is one of the few people in the clan that Alice and I trust. Then let me give you a bear hug, I say to her, rushing over to her and smirking, making her freeze up and her face goes to fear. Matt, I was just kidding. Damn, Eva says, jumping away and dodging me, though with my speed I could have caught her, but didn't. Matt, knock it off, Alice says, laughing at our interaction and jumping on my shoulders. Now everyone can be seen laughing at our interaction, well, except for the two grumpy elders. Matt, I want to see how strong you are, let's fight. Astrid says, looking at me with excitement and battle lust. Astrid, you idiot, first of all, we may be the second strongest line after the brown bears. But the polar bears are a whole other level, especially one blessed by the Allfather himself, Vera says, smacking her daughter on the back of the head and sighing at her battle-crazy attitude. Out of the family lines, black bears were the most aggressive and battle-crazy, while also being the most agile. Brown bears are known for their strength, pandas are known for their healing ability, sloth bears are known for their endurance, and sun bears are known for their tracking ability, since their sense of smell and hearing were 3 times as strong as the others. While polar bears are the rarest, since they have all the qualities of the lines in one and much higher defense. I'm not using actual facts on bears, this is not based on reality, so just remember that. Also, strongest to weakest lines according to the family goes like this: first polar bears, brown bears, black bears, panda bears, sloth bears, and finally last sun bears. If you are up for it, was contest your abilities at the clan training field, Ivar says to me as I'm still in my werebear form. Sure, I want to see what they compare to everyone else anyway, I say to them, and everyone nods in excitement. Okay everyone, clan training session tomorrow morning at the training grounds. Everyone should try to attend, other than the elders, since we still have much to discuss, Ivar says to everyone, and they all nod in agreement. Shifting back, we all head to our family's houses to rest for the night. I heard my parents told you the truth about your father. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I felt it was their place to tell you, Eva says to me as we are walking back to the house. I understand, though I want to find those who killed them and take revenge. However, after learning some things about myself, well, I'm not sure if that is the wisest thing for me to do, I say to her, sighing at the war going on inside me, and Alice gives me a concerned look as I talk. If you want to know their location, you would have to ask my father or one of the elders. I would tell you, as I want revenge also, but only my father and the elders know where they are. They won't tell anyone, since they don't want people to hunt them down, as they were given their judgment already, Eva says with some venom in her voice at the end. Is that why you don't live with the clan and are reluctant about the clan head title? I ask her as we walk. Yes, because even if I are you also, probably, they will not tell us and take it to their graves. I already asked my father if I would be told about it if I took over, and he said, since you seek death and vengeance, you will not be told. After that, I left to be the CEO of the bank, Eva says, having an annoyed look on the past conversation, it seems. Well, if I find out the location, I'll let you know and we can take our revenge, I say to her, feeling her need to take revenge inspiring me to also feel that way. Hearing what I said made Alice look at us with even more concern, but not speak against it. Getting back to the house, Alice and I head to our room. After I lay down on the bed and wait for her to cuddle up next to me, she instead sits on top of me. At first, I thought it was gonna be a fun night, but seeing the look of concern on her face, it would seem not. Matt, I will stand by you no matter what you do in life, just as you will stand by me. But after what you told me about your vision and how you're having an internal war, do you think vengeance is a good idea? Alice says, looking down at me in concern. I'm not sure. Though I want to avenge my parents and maybe this will give me closure or bring the two sides together, I say to her with heavy uncertainty in my voice. Then let's do this if you think it will help. Though I fear it may make the internal war inside you worse or make one side win, we don't want one side to win, right? Alice says, lying down on my chest, but lifts her head to look at me with concern at the last question. Quote. Yes, we don't want one side to win, but equilibrium like that man suggested, I say to her, sighing, thinking about what she said. Try to get some rest, my teddy bear, since you have to show off tomorrow, Alice says, trying to lift the mood, and gives me a quick but passionate kiss. Ch.28. Anne, some have complained about the time in Sweden is boring, but it won't last much longer. This arc is meant to give you more information about his bear forms and build the story for later. This chapter is going to be a big info dump too for the most part, so if that bores you then you can skip it in advance. Matt Pav. Waking up the next day and quickly getting ready. After breakfast, Eva lead Alice and me to where the training ground for shifters in the clan. It was located in the back of the clan grounds up the river nearby. It had many different things for training, a huge looking treadmill, giant rocks, and other workout equipment meant for a bear, though it all had runes etched on each item. There was also smaller equipment for people, presumably for when you want to train not in your bear form, also with runes etched on them. Arriving, we can see most of the shifters in the clan are here, though none have changed into their bear form. Eva, you gonna actually train with us for once, oh mighty brown bear? An older looking shifter around Eva's age says, seeing her arrive with us at the grounds. Shut up, Lars, you ass, Eva says, rolling her eyes at Lars, who is laughing at her now. Ignore the idiot, we grew up together. He is the son of Aaron, the elder of the sloth bears, Eva says as we walk over to the training ground for people. So as you can see, each of our types of equipment has runes etched in them. Since Mom has been training you both, can either of you tell me what they mean? Eva asks us with a raised eyebrow. After inspecting them, it seems Alice knows the answer right away but is looking at me to see if she should answer. I give her a nod to answer. It means they are magically imbued to change to the user's required weight, or for the treadmill the speed, Alice says, and Eva smiles at her, nodding since she is right. Matt, you should try harder. Seems like Alice has a knack for runes, Eva says, smirking at me, and I just shrug since Alice is better at runes than me. Either way, doesn't matter. We will start with your limits in your human form, then see your limits in your bear form. I will set the weight to my max since I'm the strongest bear here, Eva says, gesturing for me to start and making all the clan members start arguing with her. Seeing everyone joke around with one another brings me happiness. Now I see what it's like for the wolves with their pack. I have my own group of family now, like me. All the clan members who were there are now all looking at me curiously to see my limits. Grabbing a weight meant for bicep curls, I easily lift it and make all the clan members snicker at Eva, who laughs and then keeps adjusting the weight until it becomes hard for me. It finally becomes almost impossible for me to curl as I strain at 6 tons, 5.44 metric tons, seeing this insane weight that I'm lifting, which is 3 times as much as Eva, makes everyone look at me in excitement. Then we move on to squats to test my legs, and once again Eva sets it to her max weight first at 10 tons, 9.07 metric tons. Seeing this is easy for me, she keeps increasing it until I hit my max, at 3 times her max once again, so 30 tons, 27.2 metric tons. Then we go to the bench press. Eva sets it to 8 tons, 7.26 metric tons, and once again my max is 3 times her max, 24 tons, 21.8 metric tons. Damn, Matt, you are scary strong. You're even stronger than the last polar bear in the clan according to the records. You just set a new impossible record, I don't think anyone can beat, Eva says, seeing the amount I could lift, and the clan members all nod in agreement. Hopefully you aren't crazy fast either, that would be just unfair, Eva says, while everyone laughs and Alice smirks at me knowing how fast I can be. Walking over to the treadmill Eva, I start walking as Eva sets it to her max speed. Soon after, the boom of me passing the speed of sound resounds around us. Her max is 1,120 miles per hour, 1,800 km per hour, and this is easy for me, though it becomes difficult at 3,360 miles per hour, 5,400 km per hour for me. However, I can last at my full speed for almost just over 6 hours I feel, but stop at an hour. which is also 3 times as long as Lars, who is considered the long-distance runner of the clan. As I'm running, everyone is trying to lift and see who comes next in line, and Alice joins them. She appears to be stronger than sloth bears, but weaker than panda bears. For reference, the speed of sound is 767 miles per hour or 1,235 kilometers per hour, so the MC is about 4 times the speed of sound. This is so unfair, Astrid says, seeing what I'm capable of and making everyone sigh and nod in agreement. I can't help that I'm just that much better than you, I say to them, making everyone immediately start yelling at me, and the joking atmosphere brings a smile to my face. Okay, everyone calm down. Let's see what Matt can do in his bear form, Eva says, shouting over the arguments I formed in the clan, and now everyone is looking at me in more excitement. Turning into my werebear form, we walk over to the training area for bear forms. Once again we start with rocks made to look like dumbbells for curling. Eva sets it to her bear form max, which is 15 tons 13.6 metric tons, and my max is 3 times as much as her again in all forms of lifting again. That makes it 45 tons 40.8 metric tons for curling, 150 tons 136 metric tons for squatting, and 120 tons 109 metric tons for bench press. The speed of this form, like everyone else, is just slightly slower than our human forms, so for me, my max speed is 3,000 miles per hour, 4,800 kilometers per hour. Quote. This is just insane, Astrid says, and everyone agrees with her. You're lucky mom stopped you from fighting him, he'd crush you immediately. Plus you don't even have runes on you yet and he has some already, Lucas says to his sister Astrid, making her glare at him in annoyance. That doesn't mean I can't beat your ass, Lucas, Astrid says, and shifts into her bear form, chasing down Lucas, who runs away and quickly shifts too. The two quickly begin to brawl and roll around on the ground. Well, while those two morons fight, Matt, I'll teach you some Glima, the ancient fighting style passed down in our clan, Eva says, gesturing for me to follow her to an open field area of the training ground, where there are several circular places around the area. Half is about 15 feet, 4.6 meters, in diameter, and the others are probably for the bear form at 30 feet, 9.1 meters, in diameter. Alright, first I'll teach you in your human form, then we can move to bear form, Eva says, getting into one of the circles and taking her shirt off. Now Eva is wearing only a sports bar and short compression shorts. Eva looks a lot more muscular than I thought, she has a very defined six-pack and other very defined muscles. The rest of the clan goes about working out and messing around with one another. Can you teach me too? Alice says as I shift back into my human form and take my shirt off too. Sure, once I beat Matt's ass, I'll show you, Eva says, smiling at Alice, and then smirks at me as I step into the circle. Okay Matt, normally we wear special straps for this to teach you easier, but with your freakish strength, I don't think it is required. The whole point is to grab your opponent's waist, pants, or anything they are wearing in that area. Then lifting them and slamming them into the ground. After that, well, it's ground and pound time, Eva says before gesturing for me to come at her. Rushing her, I grab her waist, though somehow she is able to outmaneuver me and get behind me. Grabbing my shorts, she lifts me up and slams me on the ground. Stunned that she beat me, she quickly gets on top of me and puts her fist in my face. It's not all about speed and strength, Matt, though usually, it may work for you in most cases. Though I want you to learn the techniques, okay? Eva says to me, still sitting on top of me and giving me a serious look, and I nod in understanding to her. Then she has a devious smile on her face. Here I thought little Matt would have woken up. I may be your aunt, but most men find me attractive. Guess age is finally getting to me, Eva says, laughing and pushing herself off of me. I have a stunned look on my face and don't even know how to respond to that. Maybe if Alice comes into the ring and climbs on top of you, then Mini Matt will wake up, Eva says, laughing at my shocked face and disbelief at what she is saying. What the fuck is wrong with you? I say to her, getting up and looking at her in disgust. Oh, relax Matt, I was just messing with you. Lars, when we were younger, popped a boner after I beat him like you and was on top of him, Eva says, making Lars, who heard her, yell in anger, and everyone laughs at the situation. Fuck you, Eva, that was years ago, at least I found my mate, you pervert. Lars says, making Eva have a quick depressed look, but she quickly hides and laughs off the whole situation. Then the rest of the day was Eva teaching Alice and me Glima. At some point also see how I do in my bear form, which I can do much better only since I can ground myself better in that form. Returning to the family house, beaten and tired just wanting to eat and sleep. Seems Eva put you through the ringer huh? Ingegard says as we enter the house and sees my state. Yeah, Eva is very strong in the ring, I say walking past her to get a shower. With Alice skipping behind me, Eva went so much easier on Alice. After getting in the shower and Alice getting one with me, it would seem I have enough energy still to enjoy ourselves before going down to eat dinner. Matt, I can keep teaching you Gleema until you leave if you want. I took the rest of summer off from my job, Eva says to me as we are eating dinner. Sure, that would be cool, I say to her and she smiles at me nodding. So in the early morning I will meditate, then do Gleema with Eva and Alice the rest of the day until rune practice with Ingegard in the afternoon. I think to myself on the daily schedule one will have for the rest of the summer it seems. Ch.29. Matt Pav. The days turned to weeks and eventually my last week in Sweden arrived. The whole time I've been learning runes and Gleema, becoming proficient in each but not enough to be considered mastered. Though Ingegard gave me clan texts to continue my learning for runes and Eva just said you and Alice could practice with one another to fine-tune our fighting. Ivar wanted to know by the end of this week if he should nominate me as the official heir to the clan head title since I have yet to give him an official answer. So, do you want to be the next clan head? No matter what you choose, I'm never gonna leave your side, Alice says to me as we are lying in the bed. Today is the last full day for us in the clan as I promised Alice we would explore other places in Sweden before leaving. We would be leaving early the next morning. I'm still not 100% sure about what I want. Every major choice I make now feels like it will affect which side wins inside me. I don't want to lose either side as I feel it would change me into a completely different person, I say to Alice sighing in uncertainty about everything. Try not to think about it like that, plus it sounds like the sides will only be affected if you decide to lose yourself to one side temporarily. Though I'm not sure either, that's just my thought about what you told me, Alice says looking at me concerned for my well-being. If I choose to be the next clan head, eventually we will have to leave your family behind. The clan may be acceptable of you because you're my mate, but it would take a lot of convincing to even possibly consider letting your family stay here. I don't want to take you from your family, I say to her admitting what else is preventing me from taking the title. Matt, I love my family, but you are my world. I would miss them, but that doesn't mean we can never visit them. Plus we are immortal and I will make sure you are immortal too. I know we don't talk about it but you're never dying on me Matt. Alice says to me giving me a look of no room for argument. Then in that case I'll take the title, but since we are immortal, then eventually I'm passing that title on. I don't want to be stuck as the immortal clan leader. Plus I want to explore the world with you, I say to her pulling her into me and giving her a passionate kiss. Breaking the kiss we get ready for the day and after breakfast, Ivar and the others look at me for the answer about the clan head title. So Matt, did you want to be the official clan head heir? Ivar asks me and both Ingegard and Eva look at me curiously about my answer also. Yes I will take it, but only when I feel I'm ready for it. So even though I graduate next year, doesn't mean I will take the title, I say to him, giving him a look cementing my choice without accepting anything else. That is fine, your Farmore and I have some more decades left in us. Just come take the title when you are ready, Ivar says to me and smiles at my decision. Taking the title Matt, that's good. All father knows I sure as hell don't want it, Eva says slapping my back and laughing happy with my decision it seems. Eva language, Matt, you will make a wonderful clan head, Ingegard says to me and glaring at Eva for cursing, making Eva clamp up. Later that day Ivar and the rest of the clan held a goodbye feast for Alice and me. Everyone was there, though I could tell both Gustav and Inga were here reluctantly. I knew both hated me for whatever reason, but as long as they leave me and Alice alone, I couldn't care less about them. Everyone was once again drinking and partying, while also coming up to me and Alice telling us goodbye and to a safe journey. They would also congratulate me on becoming the next official clan head. Matt, make sure you keep in touch. Lucas and I might come to visit soon to see America, Astrid says to me while slightly drunk. The bears have a much higher tolerance for alcohol, but the mead made for shifters is very strong. Little Matt, I will come also, Eva says putting her arm around my shoulder and also a little drunk. Great, you should come next school break. I can show you around and introduce you to my family. Alice says excited at the idea, as both Astrid and Eva have become very close with Alice. Both seem to see Alice as a younger sister. We will hold you to that, Eva says as I pull her off me, making her frown at me. Matt, please call once in a while, you too Alice. I don't want to lose touch with my only grandson. Plus when you two decide to tie the knot, make sure to invite us. Ingard says to us, seeing both Eva and Astrid by us. True. Matt, when are you going to propose to Alice? Don't keep her waiting too long now. Eva says, slurring her words, and Astrid nods in agreement. Now Alice is looking at me with a smile and a small smirk. Yeah, Matt, don't keep me waiting too long. Alice says, giggling at my annoyed face at this topic. First of all, I still need to graduate high school. Then you know, I say, getting knowing looks from all the women surrounding me. Matt, come here, I need to talk with you. Ivar says, putting a hand on my shoulder and leading me away from the women. Look like you needed to escape, Ivar says to me as we walk away from them, leaving them to talk about whatever. Thanks, I say to him as he gives me a mug of mead meant for shifters and takes a bottle with him. Though I do want to talk with you, one-on-one. Let's get away from everyone, the meditation area should be quiet, Ivar says as he motions for me to follow him, after silently drinking the mead as we walk to the meditation area. Getting to the quiet meditation area, he sits down facing the small pond on one of the flat stones and motions for me to sit next to him. After sitting, he pours more mead into our mugs from the bottle he brought with us. I know you are conflicted on the inside, you have been hiding it well, but I'm very old and can see that you're hurting inside. All I'm saying is, if you want to talk about it before you leave, we can just sit here and enjoy nature with mead, Ivar says to me while looking over the pond as the stars glitter on the water. After sitting in comfortable silence for 10 minutes or so, I'm debating on whether to talk or not. It's not that I don't trust him, but I'm scared that maybe my only family outside of Forks may leave me. The day I left with Alice before the feast welcoming us. I ran us to a mountaintop hundreds of miles away from the clan. Watching the sunset, I decided to meditate. Normally when I meditate, it brings me to a field with some trees and a huge tree in the distance, as I've told you before. Though that time I heard a voice calling me to the tree and I could actually get to the tree that time instead of the distance never closing like usual, I say to Ivar, glancing over at him, and he has his eyes closed listening to me. Getting to the tree, it was bigger than I could even imagine. Hundreds of miles tall and thick, the voice belonged to a hooded man with a long white beard standing below the tree. Telling me to follow him as he entered a doorway that appeared on the tree, I say before taking a breath to continue. Entering the tree, there were two sides separated by a stone road leading to an empty well, one cold and desolate filled with snow and ice, the other side beautifully filled with trees, flowers, and nature in general. The hooded man told me that I have two sides fighting for control inside me, though currently, the cold one was winning. That I should seek a balance between the two, but told me we all have different ways of finding balance. He also said if one side wins, then the other side will be forgotten by me. Like the emotions attached to it will no longer exist and I will become fully like the side that won, I say to Ivar, now seeing he is looking at me in concern. Seeing his look, I feel anxiety taking over me, but I was able to quickly quell it. Matt, the man you met, was he walking with a staff or spear? Ivar asks me, and thinking about it, he was. Now I see the connection. You think that was Odin? I say, nodding to him and thinking, are gods real? Sounds like it was. Though that only means you truly were a gift from Odin himself, as vampires like your mother are usually infertile. As for finding balance, I'm sorry I cannot be of more help. For me, the balance was leading the clan to a new light and forgiving my brother for the heinous act he committed, Ivar says after sighing and trying to think about what I said. Every time I meditate now, I can reach the tree and enter it. Though the man, Odin, is nowhere to be found, I say to him, sighing also at the mess going on inside me. What are each side telling you to do? Ivar asks me as he pours us another glass, almost emptying the bottle, and though it is still not affecting us. Quote, The cold side wants nothing but vengeance and death, while the warm side wants forgiveness and peace. Whenever I get angry, the cold side takes over, pushing me to kill everything around me. Only Alice is not seen as a threat, or more like prey, I say to him, thinking about the two sides inside me. If that is all you really feel from both sides, then it would seem a balance may be impossible. Though all I can suggest is to explore both sides more, and if they have any form of similar connection to your feelings, then that would be the only way for balance, Ivar says to me, thinking about a way to help me. I will try that, I say to him and position myself to meditate. I will leave you here and tell the others not to disturb you, Ivar says, getting up, but leaving the almost empty mead bottle for me and returning to the party. Closing my eyes and eventually finding myself in the field once again, I turn to the huge tree in the distance. Running over to the tree and walking up to the doorway that leads to my split existence, I enter. Walking over to the well, I look inside to see any changes, and it is still the same empty bottomless well. Looking at both sides and seeing that the coldness is still winning just slightly, I walk to the warmer nature-filled side first. Stepping into that side, I can feel a sense of peace and warmth enter my body. Walking further in, I begin to explore it. Ch.30. And, just a reminder, this is in fanfic, so reality here is different than ours, and the mythology mentioned in this chapter is not 100% accurate. So don't start freaking out at reading information that is not correct according to mythology. They were bent to fit my needs and story. Matpov, walking through the forest and looking about, the quiet and peace invading my senses, making me feel very at ease and wanting to spend eternity here. However, I push through these feelings and head further into this forest. The closer I get to the center of it, I can see a well. It has a glowing warm light coming out of it. Walking over to it and looking inside, I covered my eyes as it hurt but quickly adjusted, and looking down, it was like a small sun was at the end emitting the light. As I'm looking down the well, I hear a person approaching behind me. I quickly turn around to them. Matt, you have finally come to see me. You have a knack for taking your time, though that matters not. A very smooth and kind-sounding voice spoke as I turned around. The voice belongs to a man with medium-length golden hair, not blonde but looking like actual gold, with eyes looking like they were made of pure gold also, and a medium bushy beard golden just like his hair. He was wearing a simple but beautiful blue tunic with gold lining. Who are you? I ask him, still tense at his appearance from nowhere, though his presence in itself brings a calming feeling to me. I am known as Balder, the firstborn son of Odin and his wife Frigg, the god of light, mainly among others. However, some consider me to be very forgiving also. Balder says to me. Shit, are gods real, or is this just all in my head? I think to myself after hearing who he is. Yes, gods are real. Though I'm not going to get into that whole mess of which, who, or whatever other questions you will want to ask. Just know that you truly were a blessing to your parents from Odin, and he took pity on your other set of memories, giving your other side a second chance at life, though even gods make mistakes. My father has made many also, thinking you capable of finding the balance between the two sides. Inside of being who you really are meant to be, which is the light in the darkness and purger of evil, as I am, Balder says to me, with a look of anger directed in the direction of the colder half in this realm. You have been letting the other side take you over, and you need to stop letting it control you. The best way to control it is to go there and suppress the idiot brother of mine. He protects the well of power on that side, as I protect this one. The fool believes you should be the darkness that swallows the light. I know you are better than that, Balder says to me before I can say anything after learning all that he told me. Quote. So you are saying balance is not possible? That only one side can win, and that I need to banish, destroy, or kill your brother or the well he protects? Then that side will be destroyed. What happens if one side is destroyed? Odin said that I would lose the emotions connected to that side, I say to Balder with so many questions lining my mind, and from what he said it sounds like I want him to win compared to the coldness inside me. Yes, balance is impossible. You are correct. You either need to kill my brother or destroy the well he protects, for me to take over his realm. It would be good for you to lose the connection you have with that coldness. It will only bring more pain and suffering to you and others, Balder says to me, making my conviction to destroying the cold realm stronger. Okay, I understand. I will go there now, I say, turning to walk there and finally be done with being torn between two sides. Wait, before you go over there, be wary of my brother. He will lie to you and try to turn you against yourself and your true meaning in life. Balder says to me as I walk away, and I nod to him, making him give me a warm smile and wave me off. Walking to the coldness that is overtaking the warmness inside me, where they connect by the empty well inside me. Entering the coldness, I feel the peace and calmness I once felt, now being replaced with bitterness and distrustfulness. Being here makes me feel as if every shadow holds an enemy, and the only sound is the howling and freezing wind. Walking through this desolate wasteland filled with sharp ice pillars and no signs of life anywhere, I finally come across another well. One filled with a deep blue glow, and I rush to destroy it as Balder suggested. Though as I approach the well, an arrow of ice hits the ground right in front of me and explodes, sending me flying away from the well. You are not yourself. My brother has corrupted your mind and filled your mind with false information. A deep guttural voice says, coming from a man with pitch black hair, dark as the night itself, eyes that were pure white, and wearing furs with a bow made from ice in his hands. As soon as the ice arrow exploded in front of me, the feeling of wanting to destroy him in the well disappeared, though in its place a sense of distrust of everything and wariness of the man in front of me. Getting into a defensive position, I stare at him, waiting for his next move and ready to counterattack. Calm down, Matt. I am your true side and I just saved you from making a major mistake. The man says, standing in front of the well and putting his hand up in a gesture to calm down. Why should I trust you? You attacked me and Balder said you were trying to make me a champion of darkness. I say to him angrily for being attacked. You fool, my brother may seem kind and caring, but like all gods has ulterior motives. He wants to claim your mind for himself and make you his champion, the man says, now leaning against the wall, indifferent to my defensive stance. Why should I trust anything you say? Just as you said, gods have ulterior motives. What is yours? I say to him, narrowing my eyes at him, and hearing me the man smiles. Good, that is the Matt I know, distrusting and vengeful. One willing to make those who hurt him suffer and die. The man says with a very cold voice at the end. I'm also the son of Odin and Frigg, known as Hor. Like you, I was tricked by those I once loved and made into what I am today. Out of fear they cast me out of Asgard and hunt me down like a dog, Hor says to me with venom in his voice and deep anger directed towards the warm side I just came from. My brother probably lied to you. I do want you to accept this side of yourself. This is your true side, the one meant for you to be, not some idiot who just forgives anyone who betrays him or hurts him. You are supposed to find those who hurt you and kill them. This world has too many people who are let off easy after doing heinous crimes and get to live. You are meant to be true justice and kill those who bring nothing but chaos to the world. Hor says to me with a deep conviction in his voice and anger at the world itself. Hearing what he says, I relax a bit and consider what he says is true, and maybe Balder has been lying to me the whole time, though he is most likely hiding some things from me too. I am no liar or betrayer. Hor yells to me, hearing or sensing my thoughts about him. Not after what has happened to me. You may never fully trust me, and for good reason too. But I would not become like those who have wronged me. Hor says to me, calming down a bit. Then what am I supposed to do? Go and kill Balder or destroy his well? Then what? We become a cold, heartless bastard who kills just any criminal. I say to Hor, questioning what he told me and now what Balder has told me. Yes, my brother did not lie about there can be no balance, or that to destroy one side you must kill one of us or the well we protect. Joining your true side, this side, we would become cold-hearted, but that is necessary to do what is needed. Hor says to me with a cold glint in his pure white eyes. Though he conveniently forgot to mention, that should you destroy one side, then one of your wells of power will disappear too. Meaning, should you join me, then your giant and stronger ice bear form will remain, and joining that jackass will leave you with your weaker werebear form, Hor says with disgust in his mouth about the werebear form. You make good points, and I agree that we should kill those who are let off easy after lying and betraying people. I will go and get rid of the weaker half of myself, I say to Hor, feeling that he made more sense between the two. I start to walk to the warm half with the intent of killing Balder for lying to me. As I leave, I can see Hor smile and nod to me as I leave. Walking past the empty well in the center of this realm, I was about to enter the warm side to put this all to an end. Before I step over that side, in the corner of my eye I see a spark of light in the empty well. Curious, I step onto the stone path that the well resides on. As soon as I step on the stone path, I stumble to the well, catching myself on it, as both overwhelming emotions inside me fighting for control, vengeance and peace disappear. Then clarity enters my mind, and both sides of myself find the unstable balance that I had before entering this place. It would seem entering either side influences me to join that side, and talking with the gods only reaffirmed that belief in the side, I think to myself after feeling back to my normal, unbalanced self. Looking into the once empty well, I can see that after starting to understand each side and trying to find a balance. Inside the well, two extremely small balls of light swirled around one another, one like a small star of warm light and the other like a miniature moon giving off cold blue light. Seeing this brings calmness and slightly more balance to the mixed and fighting emotions inside me. I need more time to think on this and consider what I know of both gods. Then maybe I can understand what will bring balance to them. For now, I should avoid entering either side, I think to myself as I will myself to leave this place and wake up from the mediation. Opening my eyes, I see that the sun is just raising and Alice is lying with her head on my lap looking at me with concern. Matt, you finally woke up. You have to stop scaring me like that, Alice says, sitting up, positioning herself in my lap facing me and with a concerned and pouting look. Let's go get ready to leave, and when we drive back to the city, I'll explain what I learned. I'm gonna need your help, I say to her, standing up as she still has her legs wrapped around my waist and arms around my neck. Fine, but you better tell me later, Alice says, still pouting, but then kisses me quickly. Taking herself off me, she grabs my hand and leads me back to my family's house to grab our things before leaving. Ch.31. And this chapter and the next few chapters are going to be nothing story related really, just fanservice, if you would call it that, or filler chapters. I did say before they leave Sweden there would be a few chapters that are just them exploring and having fun like an actual vacation. Matt Pav, after saying our final goodbyes to my grandparents and grabbing our things, Alice, Eva, and I all go into the car she first took us here. Making the long drive back to the city of Stockholm, we eventually arrived. Eva brought us to the townhouse she owned in the city, saying we are more than welcome to stay with her while we explore what we missed last time. Taking her up on that offer, we brought our things inside and put them in the guest room in her house. Since it was still midday, Alice wanted to go sightseeing and then dance at a nightclub later that we haven't been to yet. Eva, are you tired? Did you want to walk around the city with us? We were thinking of going to a nightclub later, Alice asked Eva, being the nice person she was. Though I just wanted to have some alone time with her. Sure, I've got nothing else to do. I also know a club that I'm a VIP at, it's a pretty fun one too. Though I would suggest wearing something nice, especially you, Matt, Eva says after Alice invited her. Well, I didn't pack any suits, so now what? I say to them. Alice has this giddy look on her face and Eva has a thoughtful one. Hold on, let me ask a friend if they know any good tailors, Eva says, and Alice looks excited at the idea. Do you know a place we can get new dresses? Alice says as Eva is texting someone on her phone. Yeah, I know a few places, though we should head to the tailor first, that way the suit is ready for tonight, Eva says, getting a text back. How expensive is this tailor and dress shop? I say to her, narrowing my eyes. Matt, you're a millionaire and even a billionaire now if you consider your father's extra inheritance that my dad added to your account, plus the access you have as the clan head heir. You might be one of the richest people in the world, Eva says, ignoring my glare. You should dress like one now too, instead of this hobo look you have, Eva says, since my hair has gotten longer and my beard is now scruffier since I haven't cut it after we left Forks. Looks like we need to hit a barber shop after the tailor. You can choose what you want your teddy bear to look like, Eva says before I can say anything to Alice. I love my teddy bear no matter what, though he would look even sexier with a trimmed beard and hair, Alice says, now looking at me with a scrutinizing gaze, determining what I would look like with whatever style she has in her head. Just because I have money now doesn't mean I like to spend it frivolously, I say to her, annoyed. Spoken like a true filthy rich elite, Eva says, nodding her head sagely and walking out the door. Yes, I agree, Alice says, looping her arm in Eva's as they both walk out the door, leaving me behind. Just assume Alice is wearing something to cover herself from the sun, so a hoodie, jacket, etc. Fuck both of you, I say as I follow behind them and close the door behind us. As they give me a haughty laugh and keep walking ahead of me. Arriving at the tailor that whoever would be friends with Eva, this place reeked of expensive. Entering it was a relatively large establishment, with a person at the counter and several tailors helping other very wealthy-looking customers. As we enter, the customers give us a look over and scoff at seeing my appearance. Snorting at their oblivious disapproval of me, I ignore them. Hello, ma'ams and sir. How can I help you? The young man at the counter says to us as we enter the shop. Yes, a friend of mine recommended this place. They said Alaric would be expecting us, Eva says, walking over to the counter and getting a surprised look from the young man behind the counter. Of course, ma'am, let me go and get Alaric for you, the young man says, nodding to Eva and leaving to get whoever this Alaric is. Returning a minute after leaving, the young man returns with a middle-aged, shorter skinny man, with well-kept graying hair and cleanly shaved, and who is wearing a very fine suit. Hello, you must be Miss Stromberg and her companions. Miss Victoria told me you were to be expected. Though I would assume the suit is for your friend here, Alaric says, looking me over, and I can see the disapproval of my looks in his eyes, though he still shows an indifferent face. Yes, he needs a suit for going out to the club tonight with us, Eva says to Alaric, and he nods in understanding. Of course, follow me sir and I will get you outfitted, Alaric says, turning around and sighing. I follow him as Eva and Alice walk around the store looking at all the suits and other articles of clothing. Following Alaric to the back of the store, he brings me to a private area where it would appear only the most important customers are brought. Entering a small room with 3 mirrors in a semicircle facing a small platform. He stands next to it, and though he is only 5 feet 6 inches, 168 centimeters, he gestures for me to step up on it. Shrugging my shoulders, I step onto the platform, adding an extra foot to my height and now feeling like an even larger giant. Without saying anything, he takes out a sewing tape measure and begins to measure me. Sir, if you could step off the platform, as your height is already hard to measure your chest and arms, Alaric says, asking me to step down after taking my sizes for my waist and legs. Following his instructions, he quickly finishes measuring me. Miss Stromberg has already said this suit is going to be used for dancing, meaning it will need to be light, breathable, and somewhat flexible. However, I can make it to a design you have in mind, anything you wish it to be. Alaric asks me after writing down my measurements in a small notebook that he took from his breast pocket. I'm not really into style, you can ask my girlfriend who was with Eva, I mean Miss Stromberg, I say to him, shrugging my shoulders, and he gives me a look of, I can tell. I see, then in that case I will inquire with Miss. Alaric says to me, looking at me for Alice's name. Cullen, I say to him. Miss Cullen, did you only want the one suit? It will be the only one ready for tonight, though I can make more for you to pick up at a later date or send to you, Alaric says to me, still having an indifferent look on his face. Let's go meet with my friends, and my girlfriend will probably want you to make me more suits, I say to him, walking past him and heading over to where I can smell Alice and Eva at. Quickly following me, with a shocked face at my lack of decorum. Walking over to the women's section of the store, I find Eva sitting outside a room where Alice is most likely getting fitted for a dress or whatever article of clothing she is going to buy. Eva, did Alice just go in there? I need her help with suit styles, and if I should buy any more, I ask Eva, and she sees the annoyed look on Alaric's face. I'll be out in a minute, Matt, I hear Alice say from the room. After waiting a few minutes, Alice comes out of the room wearing a silky short black dress, with a décolletage showing a nice view from my height to her perky breasts. Giving me a sly look, she turns in her dress, showing the back side, and it conforms to her curves very well and is backless, showing her smooth skin. Luckily we are inside, or she'd be sparkling. Seeing the look on my face of enjoying the view, Eva chuckles and Alice has a look of lust in her eyes. If we weren't in a store or by people, I'd rip that dress off her right now. If you could make something to match this dress, please, for tonight. As for more suits, could you make some various styles of slim fit suits for him? That'd be great, Alice says to Alaric, after smiling at my lust-filled stare at her. No problem, Miss Cullen, I'm glad one of you has a good fashion sense. That dress also looks fabulous on you, Alaric says, nodding his head to Alice and turning around to start working on the suits. Matt likes what he sees. You know that now you have the money, you can buy her a lot of things that will make the both of you happy, Eva says as Alice returns to the room to finish up. Eva walks over to me, whispering the last part and giving me a knowing look. What are you saying? I say to her, narrowing my eyes at Eva. You damn well what I'm saying, Eva says, laughing at me and walking over to the counter. Going to the counter, the young man from earlier tells me that with the 5 suits, the one for tonight and the 4 others Alaric is going to make, plus the dress that Alice is now going to buy, the total comes to 30,000 USD. I almost had a coughing fit after hearing the amount. Each item cost around 5,000 USD. Handing over my black card that the bank gave me, the amount goes through immediately. Crying on the inside, the only thing that keeps me sane is the way Alice looks in the dress. Now I can't rip it off her, and she better not rip my suits off me. Fuck, is this what the extremely wealthy do on a daily basis? I think to myself after Alice comes over and we leave the store to head to a barber. Entering another high-end barber shop in the area, it would seem Eva is determined about me spending the endless money I now have. As we enter, we can see many old-styled barber chairs, and the barbers seem to be dressed in butler-like suits. The man at the counter, seeing us, asks how he can help. Alice tells him that I need a cut. After waiting for a few minutes, one of the chairs becomes available and the man at the counter tells me to go take a seat. You have an interesting style, the barber says to me, seeing my caveman beard and long hair. What are you looking to get today? He says, seeing me not respond to his statement. Cut his hair short, but leave the top slightly longer than the sides. You shave the beard shorter too, please, Alice says, hearing the barber's question. The barber looks at her and nods but gives me a look of questioning if I agree. Giving him a nod, he begins to cut my hair. Seeing my hair cut saddens me. The things we do for love, I think to myself seeing my hair fall to the floor. He now looks like Chris Hemsworth from Thor, but with the short hair and beard. After he was done cutting and trimming, I pay the shop and tip him $100, as I saw the other men tipping their barbers. Since this was a high-end one, I figured $100 was a good tip, and he was happy with the tip and told me to have a good rest of the day. I think you look better, Eva says after we leave the shop and looks at me with a critical eye. Yes, you are much sexier. My sexy teddy bear, Alice says and hugs me from the side as we walk down the street. I am not sure a teddy bear can be sexy, I say, sighing as Eva is laughing, having heard Alice. Ch.32. Matt Pov. We still had some time to burn before the suit was done and the club opened. Going to a local restaurant, we sat down and ordered for Eva and me. Alice just got a glass of water, not drinking it but just to order something. After relaxing a bit in the restaurant and paying the bill, we had some time still. I just remembered there is something I have to pick up today, I say to them as we are walking, since I wanted to surprise Alice with something. We can go with you. Where and what is it you need to pick up? Alice says to me, curious. No, I'll go by myself, it's gonna be boring and you guys should explore and have more fun. It won't take me that long, I say, trying to convince Alice. As I said, Matt, I'll go with you anywhere, even the boring parts, Alice says, still holding my hand and walking down the street with me. Alice, I wanted to show you the dress store, remember? Let's go there and Matt can run his errand while we shop, Eva says to Alice, catching on that I want to be alone. I guess, but I wanted to show Matt the dresses and see what he thinks, Alice says, thinking about it. You can surprise him with the dresses you buy and I'm sure he knows you look good in anything, Eva says, doing her best to help me. She's right, Alice, surprise me and you do make anything you wear look good, I say, smiling at Alice and giving a small grateful nod to Eva. Okay, yeah, let's get some dresses and surprise Matt. Alice lets go of my hand and loping arms with Eva again as they walked away. You have a card to Matt's account, right? 'Cause this will be his gift to us, I hear Eva as Alice as they walk away. Sighing since Alice does and not that I really care. As they walk away, I return to the tailor we went to, as Alaric should know more about fashion than me. Entering the same young man who was at the counter and seeing me didn't recognize me right away since my hair and beard were cut. I was here earlier with 2 women and we bought several suits and a dress. I know they are still not ready yet, I just have a question for Alaric, though you might be able to help me, I say to the young man, and then I see he now remembers me. Yes, the suit is not ready yet, sir. Though what is the question you have for Mr. Alaric, as you said I might be able to help you? The young man says to me. Well, I'm looking to buy some fine and fashionable jewelry for my girlfriend that was with me earlier, the shorter one, and was wondering if Alaric or you know of any place that would work well with the dress she bought in her, I say to the young man, and I can see he has a thoughtful look on his face. I know several jewelers in the area, but for one that could help you in that regard. I will ask Mr. Alaric for you, sir, as he would be of more help than me, the young man says and walks away to either as Alaric or grab him. A few minutes go by and the young man returns alone. Mr. Alaric said that a friend of his does custom-made jewelry. Though since you are needing it within the hour its cost will go higher, depending on the pieces possible to buy, the young tells me and shows me the jeweler is a smaller store compared to the other large jewelers I passed on the way, a few blocks down the street. Entering the shop, I see a hunched over middle-aged man, with brown graying hair, just slightly shorter than me and quite burly. He is currently working on something under a scope and light, his size and look don't fit what a jeweler would look like in my mind. However, there is a middle-aged woman at the counter, with blonde graying hair and just as short as Alice. Hello young man, how can I help you? The woman says, seeing me enter the shop, and it appears I'm the only customer there. This place was recommended by Alaric to me. I was hoping to buy a necklace that goes well with my girlfriend, I say to her, walking over to the counter and looking at what they have on display. Hearing that Alaric recommended this place, the large man stops what he is doing briefly and looks at me curiously and then returns back to working on the piece he had. Of course, when did you need this piece by? The woman asks me. Within the hour, I say sheepishly. I see, well we have already prepared pieces, the woman says to me, gesturing to the case showcasing some of the jewelry they have available. Though if you really want something custom-made in the hour, depending on the style and gem we could do it. However, it will cost you quite a bit. Describe your girlfriend to me, the man says, turning to me and stopping what he is doing. The woman gives him a curious look, but lets him cut into the conversation. She is a shorter woman, like this kind woman here, has dark brown hair, smooth white skin, and golden orange colored eyes, I say, trying to think what could be important for jewelry. They say the eyes are the window of the soul. My suggestion would be a necklace with an orange gemstone. For those we have amber, andesine, fire opal, and spessartite. Each with different qualities and prices, of course, the man says, taking out a box behind the counter and opening it, showing me different orange-colored gems. After looking at each of the gems in the box, I felt none looked good enough for what I wanted. Do you have any others, or is this all the orange gems you have? I ask him, not satisfied with the gems. Well, if you are willing to pay even more after the cost of having it made within the hour, we do have other gems, the man says to me, giving me a look curious about how much I am willing to spend. Money is no issue for me, I say, and I can feel the inner cheapness of me crying at what I said. Then, in that case, we have one very rare orange sapphire. It is currently at 10 carats, making the gem alone 10,000. That is why we have had this gem for quite some time. Someone custom ordered this a while ago, but after a year of never coming to get it made or take it, naturally forfeited the gem to us. The man says, taking out a small box for a ring, and inside was the most beautiful orange sapphire and quite large for a gem. Just assume all prices ever mentioned are in USD. I'll take it. Could you make it into a golden necklace? As I said, money is not an issue, so do whatever is needed to make it into a beautiful necklace, I say to the man, and I can see them both smile at me, happy that I'm gonna be paying a crazy amount probably. I can use some 24-karat gold necklace as the holder and add several small diamonds around 1 carat each to make the sapphire stand out, he says to me with greed in his eyes, and at this point, I am already all in. Sure, that sounds good. How much will this cost? I say to them as the man nods, smiling, takes the sapphire and other materials he mentioned, and begins working. After the labor, short notice, gemstones, and gold involved. The price will bring it to 100,000, the woman says while giving me a smile. On the inside, I died a little but handed over my card. After it went through, the woman smiled even more. Thank you for the patronage. My husband should have it done within, the woman says, turning to her husband who has already begun working on it. About 40 minutes, as the gems are already cut and it's more just delicately placing them and making sure they don't ever come to lose, the man says with complete focus on the project now in front of him. If you need or want anything, just ask me, and here is our business card. Should you ever need a piece made again, just give us a call or come back, the woman says, handing me the business card. Nodding to her, I then sit on one of the chairs in the store waiting for the man to finish, before meeting Alice and Eva back at the tailor's to get the clothes for the club. After waiting, the man finally stands up from his hunched position and rolls his shoulders, as he didn't move much from the hunched position of working on the piece I ordered. After stretching, gently holds the necklace out to me, showing me it. Is this to your satisfaction? The man asks me, holding the necklace out. Very much, thank you, I say to him as the necklace is extremely beautiful, the large orange sapphire in the center of an oval of smaller diamonds surrounding it, with a small chain with 3 smaller diamonds connecting it to the large chain of the necklace, and all made from the 24-karat gold. No, thank you, if you didn't buy that sapphire I don't think anyone would have, the man says, smiling at me and placing the necklace in a very fine jewelry box. Then hands it over to me. Your girlfriend is one lucky woman, I'm sure she'll love it. Have a good rest of your day, the woman says to me after I take the necklace and leave the store. Thank you, you both have a good day also. Though I'm the lucky one, I say to them, smiling and waving to them as I leave. Even though the price was high, I was extremely happy with how it turned out. Walking down the street, smiling at the gift I got for Alice in my pocket. I see both Eva and Alice waiting inside the tailor for me. Walking inside, they both turn to me and now I see they are both holding 2 bags filled with clothing. Matt, you don't have anything. Did you get what you needed? Alice says, seeing me not holding anything. Shit, think brain, I start panicking. Matt, take the bags from us, don't make ladies carry things, Eva says to me, walking over and giving me her bags and then Alice's bags. You're welcome, Eva whispers only for me to hear after handing the bags to me, and I just give her a small nod. Good, you have returned, here is the suit for tonight and the dress for the madam, Alaric says while the young man at the counter hands me another bag and speaks before Alice could follow up with another question for me. Thank you, Alaric. Now let's head home and get ready for the evening, Eva says to Alaric and then turns grabs Alice's arm, and walks down the street. Of course, Miss Stromberg, and have a good rest of your evening. Mr. Stromberg, your other suits will be ready in a few days, Alaric says to Eva as she leaves, then turns to me as I start to follow them home and nod to him as I leave. Sighing, I follow Eva and Alice back to Eva's house while carrying 5 bags in my arms down the street behind them, like some servant. They weigh absolutely nothing to me, but my dignity is a little hurt, but whatever, as long as they are enjoying themselves I don't care. Ch.33. Matpov. Returning to Eva's house, we all got ready for the nightclub. After getting dressed in the new suit Alaric made for me, I waited for Alice. She eventually put on the new red silky dress that she bought at the same store as my suit. Before we left the room and me enjoying the sight, I wanted to give her the necklace I got today. Alice, there is something else that you should wear. Remember that errand I ran earlier? Well, it was to get you this, I say to her after taking the small jeweler box that has the necklace and handing it to her. Matt, this is so beautiful, thank you so much. Alice first looked at it curiously and then opened it, took it out, and looked at it. Help me put it on, Alice says, giving me a quick kiss, handing me the necklace, and turning around for me put it on her. How do I look? Alice says, posing for me in various positions, some more seductive than the others. Hot as hell, gonna probably have to beat some asses tonight to keep them away from you, I say to her. I just want to say fuck the club and get to it with her right now. Well, maybe if you're good tonight, then you can slap some ass later, Alice says, walking over to me and whispering into my ear, then walking past me swaying her hips. You are playing with fire, I say, turning to her. Maybe I want to get burnt, Alice says seductively, winking at me and biting her lower lip. Okay, you horny animals, we should head over to the club now. You can hump like rabbits later. I'll just place some runes on the door so no noise comes out. We hear Eva yell to us before I could respond to Alice. Hey, fuck it, if you are gonna place some runes, for noise then don't take your words back, I say to Eva as Alice and I walk down to her, as Alice is laughing at the situation. Whatever you perv, let's just go already, Eva says, rolling her eyes at me and noticing the necklace on Alice. Well, it seems Matt had a good reason to ditch us, looks good on you, Eva says to Alice, seeing the necklace on her. Smiling at her, Alice nods, before loping her arm in mine as we get into the car that will take us to the club. Arriving at the club, its name seemed to be just V. Though from the line outside it appeared to be one of the most popular in the city. Following Eva, as she walked to the bouncers in front, upon seeing her they didn't even hesitate to let her through. Seeing us close behind her, they looked at us briefly but let us through as we seemed to be with Eva. Entering the club is apparently a high-end one, as everyone here is wearing very expensive-looking suits and dresses. Now I understand why Eva made us get these clothes. Many turned to us to see who entered the club, though none paid us much mind and went about their business. To the left was a large dance floor, and many people were dancing to the current popular song sung by a live band. There was a large bar in the center of the club with 3 bartenders wearing butler-looking suits. To the right, there were many different tables and booths where people are sitting and talking. Following Eva, to the other side of the bar, we saw a set of stairs blocked by 2 security guards. Eva walked over to them. Seeing Eva and since we are with her, they led us through without any trouble. Going up the stairs, there are several private booths on either side of the room and a dance area in the center of the room with a beautiful chandelier above it. Some of the private booths had the curtains closed and others were currently empty. In the back of this room was a huge private area that had 2 more security guards, but appeared different than the ones downstairs, like these 2 here are government personnel. Eva once again led us confidently to the large private room, where the professional government-looking security guards were guarding. Walking up to them, they watched us approach and put out their hands, stopping us from going further. Can I help you? This area is off limits, the one guard says, and I can see now they have earpieces in one ear each and have guns that are well hidden, but there. I'm Victoria's friend. She is expecting me and my friends, Eva says to them, and they look us over before one goes into the large private area and returns shortly after. May I see your IDs to verify you all? The guard who returned asked us, nodding. Eva prompts us to give them our IDs. Seeing Alice and me are Americans, the guard raises his eyebrow, but hands them back to us and opens the curtain for us to enter the area. Walking inside this large private room, we see 3 women who are somewhat familiar to me. I can see a woman slightly younger than Eva sitting on an expensive leather couch with 2 others on different couches in the room, each facing a small coffee table. Each has dark brown hair, around 5 feet 5 inches, 165 centimeters, and each wears extremely expensive dresses with just as expensive looking jewelry. Around the room are 4 other security guards, who look the same as the 2 outside the room and each has a gun hidden on them. Seeing us enter, they each seem to recognize Eva, but only the one in the middle, who appears to be the oldest, gets up and walks over to Eva smiling. Who the fuck are these people? What did Eva get us into? I think to myself, seeing the armed guards and 3 women in the large private room wearing extremely expensive clothing. Alice doesn't seem all that concerned, just looking at the women in the room with a scrutinizing gaze, as now I notice the other 2 who didn't get up are eyeing me with a lust-filled look. Eva, you finally decided to hang out with me again. I was worried I lost my only real friend, the woman who came over to us says to Eva and gives her a familiar hug, which Eva returns. Sorry, my nephew, Matt, here came to finally visit his family in Sweden this summer. So I was a little busy showing him and his girlfriend, Alice, around, Eva says, breaking the hug and introducing us in a way to them. The woman, who is probably Victoria, looks us over and smiles at us. Any family of Eva's is family of mine. Nice to meet you both. I'm Victoria and these 2 are my sisters. The one on the left is Sophia and the one on the right is Madeline, Victoria says to Alice and me, turning to point at the women still on the couches in the room, and each smile at us but are still looking at me with a lustful gaze. Making Alice pull my arms around her waist, making it more obvious that I'm taken. Nice to meet you all as well. I wish my aunt here told us we were meeting important people. I knew she had important friends, but you all seem very important, I say to them, smiling at them all and ignoring the lust-filled looks of the other women. Oh, you don't recognize us, you are Americans, but, well, I thought we were somewhat well known, Victoria says with some fake sadness on her face. Matt is not really well informed of Sweden. We probably should have gone over the royal family with him, but we had other things to show him, Eva says to Victoria, and now I recognize them all. They are the 3 princesses of Sweden. Sorry, your royal highnesses, I should have recognized you all, I say, embarrassed, bowing my head slightly, making them all smile at me, and the 2 on the couches giggle at me. Now Alice is even more on edge and pushing herself into me more. Feeling her insecurity, I wrap my arms tighter around her, making her relax slightly. Like I said, Matt and Alice, right? You both can just refer to us by our names. Your family of Eva, and she is my one true best friend, Victoria says, brushing off my embarrassment but still smirking at me, with Eva smirking too. We all go to sit down, Alice and me on one couch, the 2 younger sisters on another couch, and Eva and Victoria on the last couch. One of the guards takes the orders for our drinks and goes downstairs to get them. The sisters all talk, with Eva catching up with her, and eventually the guard comes back with our drinks. Alice didn't order anything for obvious reasons, though Victoria and the sisters noticed. Not drinking because you are unable to, or just not a fan of alcohol. They have non-alcoholic drinks too, Victoria says to Alice, seeing her not have a drink. Alice is a vampire, and yes, Matt is a bear like me, Eva says to them causally, making me choke on my drink, and Alice has a stunned look on her face. Damn, that means she is his mate, and here I thought I might have had a chance, Sophia says, sighing at hearing what Eva said. You know about us, Alice says, surprised as I'm still clearing my throat. Yeah, we are the royal family of Sweden. Most governments know about the supernatural world. They usually turn a blind eye to them as a mutual benefit to both sides. I believe the Volturi are the leaders of the vampires, right? Eva's father is the leader of the bears, and Eva is next in line too, Victoria says, thinking about what they know of the supernatural world. Actually, Matt is next in line. My father chose him due to our customs. You all know I didn't want it anyway, so this works out for everyone, Eva says to Victoria, and now they all turn to me and nod in understanding. Then when you take over the position of clan head, you will work with the Prime Minister and King on occasion, Victoria says after hearing Eva, while both Alice and I have stunned looks still. I mean, it makes sense that the world governments would be aware of the supernatural world. I just kinda figured it was more secretive, I say, breaking my stunned thoughts on the situation. They all just shrug at my response. Yes, Matt is my mate, so please stop staring at him like he is just some piece of meat. He is my piece of meat, Alice says, now knowing they know about us and making me choke on my drink again at her straightforwardness. Okay, sorry, just not every day you meet a handsome man who won't try to take advantage of our position and looks, Madeline says, laughing at Alice's claim on me. Trust me, this one might seem happy-go-lucky, which she is, but can be feisty when necessary, Eva says, smirking at Alice, who nods and smiles at her in return. The sisters all laugh at what Eva says and I just feel awkward now in here. Can we dance? I ask them, although the question was mostly directed toward Alice, who turns to me and nods smiling. Yeah, let's go party, Sophia says, downing her drink quickly and heading downstairs. All 4 armed men in the room follow us downstairs, leaving the 2 outside the room to keep it guarded. Ch.34. Matt Pov. After hanging out at the club for several hours and getting to know the princesses better, Alice and I decided to head back. Eva though stayed longer with them. Somehow the princesses, being human, still wanted to party even after 2 in the morning. Arriving at Eva's house, Alice walks up the stairs swaying her hips at me seductively, then reaching the top of the stairs turns around using her finger to motion for me to come and get her. Smiling now, knowing where this night is heading, I make my way up the stairs after her and she walks into the bedroom. R18 start. Getting in the bedroom, I see Alice has already removed her dress and is only wearing black lingerie that is quite revealing. Then she comes over to me and begins to help me undress, slowly unbuttoning my shirt and taking it off, as she is kissing me passionately, pushing her tongue into my mouth. Finishing taking my shirt off, she moves down to my pants and removes them. She now has access to my boxers. Breaking the kiss, she kneels down in front of me and takes my boxers off, my dick already hard in anticipation. Seeing it, she smiles, then begins to suck me off slowly at first, then starts to pick up the motion. Looking down at her, I see her eyes looking back up at me as she keeps sucking on my dick. After some time, I can feel myself reaching climax and grab her head, starting to somewhat roughly push her down deeper on my dick and faster. Eventually grunting as I cum her in her mouth, and she immediately begins to swallow as I cum down her throat. Releasing her head, she pulls back with some cum dripping out her mouth before licking her lips and looking at me seductively. Grabbing her, I place her on the bed, kissing her neck, as my one hand slowly rubs her clit, and the other hand is massaging her breasts. Skillfully taking off her lingerie with one hand while the other is still rubbing her clit, I start to kiss my way down her body, only stopping shortly to suck on her nipples. As I suck on her nipples, I can hear her moan in delight, with her one hand in my hair, running her finger through it and the other gripping the bed sheet slightly. Then I stop rubbing her clit as I'm now facing her pink lips, and without waiting I start to eat her out. My tongue pushed deep between her lips and moved around inside skillfully, as I use my one hand to rub her clit with my thumb. Now moaning louder as I eat her out, encouraging me that I'm doing good, I keep the pace until she eventually begins to reach climax. Seeing her reaching that point, I begin to rub her clit more as my tongue reaches the deepest parts of her. Don't stop, Matt. Oh, God, Alice, as she moans very loudly and grips the bed sheets hard enough for some to tear. Taking a few deep breaths, even though vampires don't breathe, making her climax as well as I did, since she was in a state of ecstasy. No more waiting. Fuck me, like this is the last chance you'll get, Alice says, pulling me up to her and kissing me with extreme lust and passion. Pushing my tongue in her mouth, she being to suck on it as I'm positioned over her. Using her one hand to keep me from breaking the kiss on the back of my head, gripping my hair, her other hand reaches down, lining up my dick to her pussy. Gliding me into her, we both moan in each other's mouths as I enter her. Wrapping her legs around my waist and pulling me deeper into her, I start to pound away at her, not breaking the kiss. Lifting her into the air from the bed with her legs still wrapped around me as I pound into her, her hands digging into my back as I ram into her. Pushing her against the wall and still pounding into her, we both eventually climax as my last thrust into her breaks the wall behind her somewhat. As the lust dies down slightly, pulling her back from the wall as I'm still inside her with her legs wrapped around my waist, we see the drywall broken into. Fuck, gonna have to fix that later, I say, and she giggles as we look at the wall. Well, the night has just begun, Alice says, kissing me once again. Getting off of me, she gets onto the bed, on her hands and knees, she wags her ass back and forth while looking back at me, biting her lower lip. Come and fuck this little slut of yours, Alice says to me, and surprising me slightly with her words, but quickly snapping out of it, I oblige her. Grabbing her waist with my hands, I ram into her and begin to fuck her roughly from behind. Each thrust into her making her moan loudly as she grips the already torn sheets and tearing them further. Slapping her ass as I pound into her and making her moan even more at each slap. Wanting to kiss her, I grab her breasts with both hands and massage them as I pull her back up to my chest, still pounding into her from behind. Turning her head, she kisses me passionately, pushing her tongue into my mouth, which I suck on, and her hands reach behind her, gripping my hair. Not long after we both cum in this position, and slightly tired, I lie down on the bed. However, pulling my back to what's happening, Alice climbs on top of me and quickly I'm ready once again. Guiding me into her, we both moan as she starts to quickly ride me. Leaning backward, she begins to ride me faster. Grabbing her waist with both hands, I meet her every downward thrust with my own upward thrust. Enjoying the view as we both are now roughly pounding into one another, she eventually leans down towards me, repositioning herself quickly, so she can kiss me as she rides me. Using my hands to massage her ass as she is riding me, her hands holding my head, not letting me escape the lustful kiss as we both fight for dominance with our tongues. We both come together as we are making out and she collapses in my arms as my dick slowly slides out of her. R18 end. Did I improve once again, you horn dogs? Best fuck yet, I say, holding her in my arms, now very tired, and looking at the time, it's almost 6 in the morning. Certainly was. Though you should get some sleep, our flight is in a few hours. Alice looked at the time now too, and then kissed me once again, though now filled with nothing but love. Love you, my little slut, I say after the kiss and smirking at her, which she returns with the same smirk. Love you too, my teddy bear, Alice says, resting her head on my chest. I quickly fall asleep with her in my arms. Waking up a few hours later with Alice still in bed with me, we both get up and shower together, a little handsy with each other, but we have to pack before the flight tonight. Getting dressed, we pack everything up and make our way downstairs. We can see Eva putting the book she was reading down and now looking at us with a knowing look. Enjoy yourselves last night, cuz when I came home I left shortly after. Didn't want to be around you rabbits, Eva says, chuckling at Alice's embarrassed face and my annoyed look. We are packed up and I'm gonna go tell Alaric to ship the suits to my house in Forks. Then when I get back we are gonna head over to the airport, since our flight is in a few hours, I say to Eva, just rolling my eyes and heading outside, which is now late afternoon, to Alaric's tailor shop. Leaving Alice and Eva behind, since I don't want to deal with Eva right now and they both seem to want to talk with one another. Returning about an hour later after telling the young man at the counter of Alaric's shop to send the suits I ordered to my house in Forks. I can see Alice and Eva were having a girls' talk as I entered the house and both stopped, turning to me. Eva with a big smirk on her face, and if Alice could blush she would have a very red face right now. What? I say, since they both are looking at me. Nothing, Alice and I were just talking about the damages you caused last night. Gonna have to take some money from your account to fix them, Matt, Eva says, smirking at me, and Alice seems more embarrassed now. Whatever. Alice, you ready to head out? I say, rolling my eyes at Eva and turning to Alice. Yes, let's go, Alice says, quickly grabbing her things and trying to leave the house before Eva can say anything else. Shrugging my shoulders, I grab my things and bring them to the car that Eva called to take us to the airport outside. Quickly putting our things into the car, Alice then grabs my hand, pulling me inside the car. Have a safe trip, you two. Don't forget to keep in touch with your family. Oh, and Matt, try not to destroy the plane if you both happen to join the Mile High Club. Eva says as we get into the car, laughing at the embarrassed look on Alice's and my shocked face. Waving at us as the car pulls away. What the hell did you two talk about? I ask Alice, who is refusing to look at Eva, waving goodbye to us. Quote. Nothing, Alice says nervously, narrowing my eyes at her and making her slightly more nervous. I just shrug and pull her close to me, hugging her. She immediately relaxes and hugs me back. Getting to the airport, we wait another 2 hours before our flight is ready and board the plane in the first group since we are first class. The flight was long and uneventful. I find myself falling asleep eventually. Waking up to Alice shaking my shoulder slightly, I look at her confused. We are landing soon, Alice says to me, and I nod, stretching my arms. Thought there was gonna be a sex scene on the plane, didn't you, you pervs? After landing at the airport, and leaving it, we see Emmett and Rosalie waiting for us. Emmett was looking around bored and Rosalie spotted us at the same time Alice spotted them. Alice, seeing them, smiled happily at them, jumping up and down, waving her hands at them. How was the trip? You have fun? Did you find what you were looking for? Rosalie asks us as we approach them, Alice hugging them both on the approach. Both returned the hug, smiling at her. The trip was amazing. We saw so many new and different things. Matt also got to meet his family and we learned so much. Alice says as Emmett and I share a bro hug, then we begin to walk our way outside to Emmett's Jeep. Getting into the Jeep and making the 2-hour drive back to Forks, Alice began to tell them all that happened in Sweden, with me chiming in here and there. Then Alice began to ask what happened here while we were gone. They both said nothing interesting happened, other than Edward and Bella getting closer. So there is a whole group of bears. Shit, glad I didn't go, Emmett says, hearing Alice tell them pretty much everything that happened, but not the truth about my parents and the issues regarding my split personality. Yeah, but who said you were invited? I said to him and smirked at him, and he gave me a fake hurt look. Only gone for a few months and my brother forgot about me. Guess I never meant anything to him, Emmett says with heavy sarcasm, and Rosalie just rolls her eyes at him and smiles. The truth hurts, doesn't it? I say, laughing now at his shocked face. While both Alice and Rosalie laugh too. Ch.35. Matt Pov. After the fun car ride with Emmett and Rosalie catching up and messing around, we arrived at the Cullens' house. Pulling up to the house, I can hear the rest of the Cullen inside the house, and Bella is here too, surprisingly. Well, maybe not that surprising. My car is still parked in their garage after leaving it here. Taking my bags and putting them in my car, I then help Alice carry hers inside. Sitting inside, we can see Bella is watching a movie with Edward, Edith, and Jasper. With Esme and Carlisle in the kitchen, cooking food, it would appear. Matt, Alice, you both are back. How was the trip? Was it fun? Bella says surprisingly in a happy voice, unlike her usual monotone voice, while also standing up and hugging us both. What got into you? Did you actually miss us that much? Never knew I meant so much to you, I say to Bella, wiping a non-existent tear from my eye and making everyone except her snicker or laugh. Oh, shut up, Matt, you're more of a brother to me. So yeah, I missed you. Plus it wasn't the same without our teddy bear around, Bella says, rolling her eyes at my sarcasm and then smirks at me when saying teddy bear. Rolling my eyes at her, I gently use my hand to push her face and walk past her upstairs to Alice's room. Yeah, I'm gonna put Alice's things upstairs, I say to them, walking past them all, while Alice stays downstairs and begins to catch up with everyone. After coming back downstairs, Alice and I talk to everyone about what we did in Sweden. Telling them how I'm gonna be the next clan head probably, and that I learned to control myself better. Though Alice and I left out what happened to my parents, since I'd rather not talk about it for now, and didn't tell anyone of my spilt personalities. Since Edward picked up Bella and my car was here, Bella and I drove home together later that day. So, a lot happened over there. You are some crazy rich person now and gonna be some super powerful leader of bears, Bella says to me, smirking at imagining me being a leader, as we are driving home. Yeah, sure, that pretty much sums it up, I say, sighing at her smirk. Okay, but what didn't you tell us? Don't look at me like that, Matt, we grew up together and you're my brother, like it or not, and I know when something is bothering you, Bella says with concern in her voice, and looks at me, waiting for me to respond. I didn't take her for someone who was this insightful, considering it took her forever to figure out the Cullens. I learned that my parents were not killed in a car accident, but murdered by my granduncle. Also, apparently, my mom was a vampire when she was pregnant with me, I say to Bella, sighing as both sides flare up inside me, one saying to forgive and the other demanding blood. Matt, I'm sorry, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Bella says regretfully after hearing what I said. The only thing is, I can feel two sides of me, each wanting different things. One side wants me to find and kill those that killed my parents. The other side is telling me to forgive them and move on. So, I kinda felt torn in half and not sure how to deal with it, I say to her after a few minutes of silence and contemplating on if I want to talk about it. Quote. I'm not sure what to tell you. Though I guess my only suggestion would be, maybe try therapy or talk to a psychiatrist. Though since you're not really a normal human anymore, I'm not sure that would be of help, Bella says to me with concern on her face for my well-being. Maybe Carlisle could help you, he's been alive for a long time now and is a doctor. Maybe not a psychiatrist, but I'm sure it wouldn't hurt to talk to a professional, Bella says after a few more minutes of silence, and we are approaching our house. We'll see, I say as I pull up outside our house and can see Charlie is home. Walking inside, I can see Charlie is watching some TV, but quickly turns it off seeing us enter the house. Matt, welcome back, how was the trip? Charlie says to me and comes over to give me a handshake, but I pull him into a hug instead. Surprised at first, but then hugs me back quickly. Ah, if only I had a camera, Bella says seeing us hug, but then I pull her into the hug with us. She tries to resist but quickly gives in after realizing she can leave the now family hug. It was informative. I learned a lot about my dad's side and enjoyed the city life with Alice, I say to him after breaking the hug, much to Bella's happiness, as she runs up the stairs to her room. Am I gonna be a granduncle now? Charlie says to me laughing as he sits back down on the couch and motions for me to sit next to him. Not if I can help it, I say laughing with him as I sit on the couch. That's good, I'm glad you had fun. Was quiet around here with you and Bella not bickering. I guess I got used to the family life again, Charlie says with some emotion in his voice at having Bella and me living with him again. Uncle Charlie, Dad, is it alright to call you that? I ask him after I had a lot of time to think about my relationship with him, and he is my only real father figure in both lives. I have come to see him as my father, and I can only hope he sees me as a son. I know we talked about it on my birthday for a bit, but never brought it back up since. Quote. Sure Matt, you are the son I always wanted and now have, Charlie says to me with a little tear coming out of his eyes but quickly hides it and gives me a hug. Feeling my emotions well up, some tears escape my eyes as I hug him. After we both cried a bit in the hug silently, we broke the hug before we both cleared our throats and put that emotional hug behind us. So Dad, I guess I should also tell you that some of my cousins and Aunt May want to visit sometime soon. Not sure when, but they told me they wanted to come to visit me here, I say to him after we both get control over our emotions again. Sure thing son, just let me know when they want to visit, Charlie says to me with slightly red eyes from crying a little earlier. After going to my room and staring at the ceiling not being able to fall asleep after tossing and turning for a few hours, I realize that I got used to sleeping in the same bed as Alice and have trouble sleeping without her. Giving her a quick text to come over, but she didn't respond after a couple of minutes. As I'm about to call her, I can hear her jump onto my side of the house by my window. Chuckling, I let her into my room. You okay Matt? Alice says coming into my room, but I don't respond to her. I just pick her up and bring her to my bed and cuddle next to her. She was surprised at first but went with the flow quickly. Yeah sorry, just got used to you next to me in the same bed. Was having trouble sleeping without you next to me, I say now, feeling the tiredness take over and yawning, as Alice is in my arms. Though she quickly takes off her clothes to get comfortable, only wearing her underwear. Guess since you're my teddy bear, I'm your, Alice says to me. You're my little pixie, I say finishing it for her, and she smiles cuddling into me more. Waking up the next day, Alice is still in my arms and has her eyes closed, seemingly comfortable and relaxed in my arms. Though feeling me wake up, she opens her eyes and smiles at me, brushing my short hair with her hands. Morning, I say to her, kissing her, and she smiles, nodding back to me. I was thinking now that we have the money and am technically a legal adult, we should buy our own house because I got used to living with you, and I say to her before Alice cuts me off with an excited look and a very passionate kiss that would have turned into something more if she didn't break it off. Yes, I'll start looking immediately, Alice says to me with pure excitement and somewhat loudly. Matt, are you on the phone with Alice? Charlie says, opening my door and seeing Alice in my arms in my bed with the sheets covering us. Since she looked to be wearing nothing beneath the sheets and I usually sleep with just my boxers. Seems like we didn't hear him coming to my room and we got caught up in each other again, I think to myself as he is staring at us surprised, but then quickly closes the door. Alice, if she could blush, would be red as a tomato, now that she is hiding behind me and has the most embarrassed look on her face. Quote. Huh, sorry, though, breakfast will be ready soon. Alice can join us if she wants, Charlie says through the door, unsure how to go about what he thinks he saw, which I mean he's not entirely wrong. After Alice and I got quickly dressed, Alice wearing one of my hoodies and yoga pants which she knows I have a thing for, with me throwing on just sweatpants and a sweatshirt, and we head downstairs. Charlie is trying to not look us in the eye, reading the newspaper he still gets delivered every morning. Bella smirked at us while cooking some pancakes and eggs. Have a fun night, Matt, Bella says, smirking evilly at us, and Charlie choked on the coffee he was taking a sip of. More fun than you will ever have, I say to her, annoyed, and now she has this surprised look on her face. Charlie now choking even more and coughing, hitting his chest trying to stop coughing. Alice is giving me an annoyed look now too, embarrassed of the whole situation. Matt, Alice says, annoyed at me and punching my arm. I'm too old for this, maybe I should head to work early. Charlie says, still coughing slightly. I'm just saying, now that Bella is dating Edward, you know, I say, sitting down at the table with Bella's eye twitching at me, and Charlie has a horrified look on his face, turning to Bella. Alice is still mad at me, but can't help but giggle slightly. Bella, should we talk about safe? Charlie starts to say to Bella, processing that what I said could be true. Dad, just stop, and Matt, fuck you. Bella screams at us, utterly pissed at how this whole situation turned on her. I'm just saying, Charlie tries to say again. No, just no, I know, okay. Why don't you talk to Matt about it, huh? He and Alice are obviously fucking. Bella yells at him and tries to turn it on us, with Alice now completely embarrassed, and I just shrug in indifference. At least I get some, I say, taking a sip of my coffee and making Bella fume at my indifference. Charlie is now frozen and unsure how to proceed with the whole situation. Alice now pulls up my hoodie and covers her face with it, but gives me a glare at the same time. Yep, I'm just gonna head to work early. I'll grab something on the way, Charlie says, quickly getting up and leaving. Ch.36. Matt Pov. The last few days of summer vacation passed by and nothing much happened. Other than the Cullens asking Charlie and me to help with throwing a surprise party for Bella at their house this weekend. While helping them get supplies, Alice and I went to get Bella a gift and decided since we are out, Alice was showing me some places we could buy, then renovate. Going to get our gift for Bella, I thought of a perfect gift for her, not the real one from Alice and me, but for petty revenge. Matt, is that really necessary? Don't you think it's kinda mean? Alice asks me after buying the gift for Bella. Alice, as her older brother, it is my duty to embarrass her and mess with her. Plus we got her a nice gift. These are just my way of getting revenge for my birthday, I say to Alice, who just giggles and rolls her eyes at me. Fine, just make sure you only put your name on it. I'm not ruining my friendship with her, Alice says while we walk to my car and go to the largest realtor in town for houses. Entering the office, we had a meeting with the best realtor in town, so after confirming our appointment with the receptionist, we met the realtor, who was a middle-aged black-haired woman and seemed to have an air of pompousness about her. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Stromberg. I'm Sarah Smith. Before I can show you some houses, I just need to ask you a few questions, Sarah says, shaking our hands in greeting, then gesturing to take a seat at the two chairs facing her desk. Chuckling to myself, since Alice made this meeting, probably told them we were married and I intend to marry her one day, so I don't mind. Nice to meet you too, Ms. Smith. Ask away, I say to her after taking a seat and after Alice greets her too. For starters, what is your budget? Then after that, what style of house are you looking for? This will help me narrow down the many different opinions we have available in town, Sarah says, looking at us curiously. As for our budget, we don't necessarily have a limit on the amount we are willing to spend. Though I'm sure you have nothing more than a few million in town. As for the style, I leave that up to my wife, I say while having a small smirk at Alice at calling her my wife. Now I feel like a young master, saying money's not an issue, but I guess it really isn't anymore, so to speak, I think to myself at seeing the greedy look in Sarah's eyes at hearing our budget is limitless. I'm more of a fan of modern designs, though depending on the older design I may be interested in it, Alice says after thinking about it. Well, that will certainly help me narrow down the options for you. Would you prefer to look at the higher-end options first? We have a few mansions for sale, ranging from just under $1 million to just under $20 million, Sarah says to us with the greed in her eyes showing fully now. Sure, let's start with them, I say, and Alice nods her head in agreement. Now Sarah has this excitement about her, knowing she might make a huge commission soon. After looking at each mansion, some with modern designs, and some with older designs, such as classical mansions and Victorian mansions. Seeing none that Alice really likes, since I don't care too much about the design of the house and just want to live with Alice alone. Seeing how we are not happy even after the last house in the area, Sarah has a slightly aggravated look but is professional enough to not show it openly to us. Sorry, they just all don't have that spark that I'm looking for. Are there no others in the area? It doesn't necessarily have to be a mansion, Alice says, though I can see the disappointment on Sarah's face. She starts to think. If you would excuse me, I'm going to make a phone call, Sarah says before walking to another room in the house we are looking at. Though we can hear her just fine, she seems to ask someone on the phone if a certain house is still available, and hearing that it is, she thinks maybe we might buy it. I just called a colleague of mine. He has a mansion, though with the price and size I would call it a mini castle. We have had trouble selling it, due to that, though it has a modern design to it and might be to your taste. However, the price is close to $40 million, would you still want to view it? Sarah asks us curiously, and I just shrug in indifference and defer it to Alice, who sees me look at her. Sure, let's go see it, Alice says excitedly and grabs my hand to lead me back to my car to drive there. Damn, the greed in this woman's eyes is like she is Lucifer herself. Wait, if the gods are real, does that mean so are heaven and hell? Is she Lucifer? I think to myself and have a small existential crisis. You okay, Matt? Alice says as we are driving behind Sarah to the house. Seeing my horrified facial expression. Yeah, I say, shaking the thoughts from my head. If you don't want to spend so much money, we don't have to, Alice says, thinking that I'm worried about that. Not to sound like a snooty asshole, but Alice, we have more money than I could possibly know what to spend on, though I guess charities now that I think about it. Either way, this is a drop in the bucket. I was just thinking about something else, I say to her, and she nods and smiles at me. Okay, if you're sure. Though I know something that can help you relax more, Alice says to me in a seductive tone, and before I can respond, she immediately unbuckles my jeans, bringing her head down. Alice, what are? Fuck yes. I was confused about what she was going to do, but after looking down, seeing and feeling it, I tried my best to focus on the road and hoped to God that the drive was somewhat long enough. Luckily the drive was about 40 minutes out from town and on the opposite side of the Quileute Reserve, making it deep into the forest, and just as I pulled onto this side path into the woods wide enough for 2 cars to drive down side by side behind Sarah, we finished up. The drive down this side road took another 10 minutes before we reached the mansion. Best car ride ever, I say to Alice, who is licking her lips at me seductively, and park the car in this huge semicircle driveway. Stepping out of the car, Alice and I can see that this mansion, which does seem like a mini castle now standing by it. With a modern design, though made out of stone brick, the house was 2 stories and made in an L shape. Walking around the house, it was at least twice the size of the Cullen's house and had 10 bedrooms total, 2 master bedrooms with attached master bathrooms each. 10 full bathrooms including the 2 master bathrooms and 2 half bathrooms. Many large windows lined the sides of the house, giving the view of the beautiful forest surrounding it, and a large walkway balcony led into the forest, viewing the mountain range in the distance. Outside, a huge patio with a large, almost bone-fire-sized fire pit. The basement had everything you could want: a bar, pool table, laundry room, game room, and sauna. Fuck it, I want this house. You like it, Alice? I ask her as Sarah is showing us around, though hearing what I said, Sarah is now looking at Alice in excitement. I love it, much better than anything we saw so far, plus we can always add or make changes if we want, Alice says, and now Sarah is looking at us very happy and excited. I will grab the papers to finalize the purchase, Sarah says, practically running to her car, in case we might change our minds. Rushing back, she hands me the papers as Alice is still wandering around looking about. The total for the house seems to be just over 40 million, after signing all the paperwork and handing her a check for the total. Sarah is smiling now ear to ear. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Stromberg, for the purchase. I will finalize the paperwork and you should be able to move into the house a week from now. Did you need me to show you the way back? Sarah says before leaving us. No, we are fine. Was a pleasure doing business with you as well, I say to her as Alice comes back and nods in agreement with what I said. Pleasure is all mine. Have a good rest of the day, and I will contact you once the paperwork is finalized. For any other realtor needs, I will always be available, Sarah says, smiling ear to ear and leaving us. Did you want to move in next weekend? Our last year in high school will have started already though. Plus, did you tell Charlie that we were buying a house? Alice asks me after Sarah leaves and we are driving back to the Cullens. No, I didn't tell anyone we were buying a house. Guess I should have told Charlie at least, and I don't see why not once the house is available to move into it, I say, chuckling slightly. You should really tell Charlie since you are going to be leaving him and Bella, to spread your wings and fly from the nest, Alice says to me, laughing at the analogy. I will tell Charlie later, I say to Alice, rolling my eyes. Dropping Alice off at the Cullens, then heading home to Charlie and Bella. As we are eating dinner, I decide to tell them both about the house, and since Bella's surprise party is tomorrow, the last day before school starts again. I forgot to tell you guys, but Alice and I went around house shopping today. Now that I inherited some money from my dad's side, I decided to buy a house with Alice, which we bought and are moving in next weekend, I say, dropping the bomb while eating the spaghetti Bella cooked and shrugging indifferently. Looking up, I can see Charlie staring at me with his mouth open and fork with spaghetti frozen in the air. Bella also has a surprised look, but not as surprised as Charlie knowing about the real me and Cullens. Matt, You should really think about this. Don't just jump headfirst into this. I know you love this girl, but this is a huge commitment, and if you don't intend to marry her, then you are making a huge mistake, Charlie says, worried about my choices, which would have made sense if I was your average teenager. Then I guess a bigger surprise is in order. I plan on asking her to marry me after graduating from school. So I'm fully prepared to make this commitment, I say to him and give him a very serious look. You remind me so much of your father, Charlie says with a sigh. But quickly responds before I can. Though I'm happy for you, and if this is what you want, as your dad, I support you, Charlie says, smiling at me. Bella is surprised hearing him say that, forgot she doesn't know I consider Charlie like my father. Thanks, Dad, I say, smiling at him, and he nods to me, smiling too. Wait, did you officially adopt Matt? Bella asks, confused about this conversation. No, he didn't legally adopt me, I just told him that I always viewed him as my real dad, I say to Bella, shrugging and going back to eating, and they both smile at me. Bella, you're my one and only daughter. Matt is my one and only son. I love you both equally as my kids, Charlie says, smiling at us both. Quote. Love you too, Dad, Bella says somewhat quietly and embarrassed. Though Charlie heard her and just smiled at her, as far as I'm aware this is the first time she told her father she loved him since we were kids. Which explains why Charlie seems about to tear up. Ch.37. Matt Pav. As the next day came, Edward came and picked up Bella to go out on a date for the day. Then would return to the Cullens later when the party was ready. Though both Charlie and I wished Bella a happy birthday before she left with Edward and told her we'd give her the gifts when she got back home. After she left and Charlie went to work, really headed over to the Cullens to help us set up the party. Arriving at the Cullens with Charlie in my car, since it was easier to head over together. As we enter the house I see Emmett looking at me with a smirk. So the little bird decided to leave the nest and build his own with his mate. Guess the house is never gonna be quiet the first couple weeks, Emmett says, laughing and putting his arm around my shoulder, though now notices Charlie is right behind me. Hello, Emmett, I'm gonna go set up the party with your parents, Charlie says awkwardly after hearing Emmett and walking past us. That man needs to get laid, he walks around so stiffly. We should set him up with some woman or women, Emmett says after Charlie goes to the kitchen where Esme and Carlisle are at. Oh, and what woman or women do you know? Some that I don't, Rosalie says, raising her eyebrow at Emmett with the rest of the Cullens behind her. Alice and Ed either giggling, as Jasper looks like he wants to laugh but is restraining himself. Emmett freezes up at hearing her question and looks to me for help. Nope, you get what's coming to you, I say, laughing and removing his arm from my shoulder, as everyone is now laughing. Maybe we should talk about your alone time now, Rosalie says as Emmett is nervously laughing as Rosalie is dragging him away. Hey Pixie, I say to Alice as she skips over to me, hugging and kissing me. Ed-eyed, Jasper, how's life? Haven't seen you all in a while. Though from what Emmett said Alice told you we bought our own house. Though you're more than welcome to stay over or live there with us too, I say to Jasper and Ed-eyed, who both smile at me hearing what I said. See, I told you, you could live with us, plus it would give Mom and Dad some time away from us. Like their kids have actually grown up, Alice says to them, smiling, and they both seem thoughtful. Just think about it, no need to answer right away, the invitation is always there. Though I'm not sure I want Emmett living with us, because it would mean dealing with him on a daily basis, I say, knowing that both Rosalie and Emmett have returned to us. I take offense to that. Here I thought you were my brother, gonna have to reevaluate our bond. Jasper, I guess that makes you my number one brother now, Emmett says as they enter the room. Oh, I was your first brother anyway. You were saying when Matt came, he became your favorite. Then no, I'm good, that spot can remain empty, Jasper says, smirking at Emmett, who now looks at us sheepishly. Matt, you're back to number one, Emmett says to me with a thumbs up, and I just laugh, shaking my head. Nah, as Jasper said, that spot can remain empty. Jasper want to be my number one brother. I say to Emmett and turn to Jasper, Emmett looking at us both betrayed. Yeah Matt, you and me both. The number one amigos, Jasper says as we put our arms around each other's shoulders and we smirked at Emmett. With everyone laughing at the scene. While Emmett looks completely betrayed and exaggeratedly falls to his knees depressed. This is why I'm always lecturing you to think before you speak and not just spout whatever is in that head of yours, Rosalie says, sighing at Emmett, who is fake crying at our betrayal. After messing around with everyone for a bit more, we all finish setting up the party. Now that everything is ready except for the food, since Esme wants to wait until it gets closer for Bella to come here. As there is time to burn, we all decide to play some Smash Bros, even Esme, Carlisle, and Charlie join us. Though after a tournament I decided to talk with Carlisle since he is a doctor and maybe can help me with my messed up head. I've been ignoring it since the last time I meditated, and instead of keeping procrastinating I'll see what he says. Carlisle, can I talk to you in private? I ask him and everyone is looking at me curiously, though I ignore them as he nods and motions for me to follow him. Walking to his private study on the second story, he closes the door and sits at his desk, and gestures for me to sit across from him. So, is everything okay? If you're going to ask me for Alice's hand in marriage, then you already have my blessing, though I appreciate the gesture, Carlisle says to me, smirking at me and making me freeze up in shock. No, that's not the question. Though I do intend to marry Alice, we talked about it and are deciding to wait until after high school, I say to him, seeing he just nods his head and still smirking at me. Well, that makes sense. You just bought a house together and I figured that you would be wanting to get married next. Though if that is not the question, what can I do you for? Carlisle says, still smirking at me, and I just laugh at his messing around with me. I don't know if Emmett rubbed off on you or you rubbed off on Emmett. Though, in Sweden I learned I have these two conflicting sides in me, both trying to convince me to join them. Should I choose one side, I'll lose the other, and I want to keep both. Once the side wanting revenge against those who wronged me and the other wanting to forgive and move on, I say to him, smiling in the beginning, but turning serious as I think about my issue. After hearing what I said, his smile fades and turns serious, with a thoughtful look about what I said. Well, I did study physiology, I wouldn't say I'm an expert in the area. Are you saying it is like split personalities you have inside you? Both trying to control you, and the person you are now is the one in control? Carlisle says to me with complete seriousness on his face. I shake my head and explain what exactly happened in Sweden, from the truth about my parents and the gods I saw while meditating. I even told him I have two sets of memories. After listening to me in silence, he sits back and sighs, trying to think on what I said. That is a lot to take in. First, vampires in all rights should be sterile, and the fact you are the first known child of a vampire is a huge unknown. Also that you have another life's memories in you, both your current memories and another older one fighting for control of you. Honestly, Matt, I'm not sure how to help you. To me, it sounds like your personalities or memories have manifested inside your head as gods, and are trying to manipulate you into forgetting the other one. I can't say gods are real or not. I was never really religious, though since the supernatural world is real, I guess so too could be gods, Carlisle says, leaning back into his chair and sighing to me, after thinking on it for a few minutes. I could try to research this subject more, though I'm not sure if it will lead anywhere useful. In the meantime, you have two options. The first one I suggest is to avoid shifting or situations that make either side surface. I know that seems impossible, but until we know more, that is what I suggest. The other option, and possibly more dangerous, is to force yourself to either shift and get into a situation where one side surfaces and confront it. Then try to subdue it and make it under your control. Once you have both under your control, you can force them to make peace, Carlisle says to me with a concerned but serious face. Then I'll wait until we might learn more, I say, sighing and thinking about what he said for a few minutes. Well, we should return to the others. Edward and Bella should be here soon. Though I appreciate you trusting me with this, and you have my word I won't tell anyone without your permission, Carlisle says to me after we both stand up and make our way back to the others. Walking downstairs, we all waited for Edward and Bella to get here. After another 10 minutes, we hear them pull up outside and everyone got ready for Bella to enter the house. Once she enters, we all jump out and shout surprise at her and caught her off guard, with Edward smiling at her surprised look. Wow, I thought something was off today but wasn't expecting this. Thanks everyone, Bella says to us after calming down a bit. Come sit, Bella, you should open the gifts we got you, Esme says to her and motions for her to sit on the couch, between Alice and Edith, who are patting the seat between them. After Bella sits down, Alice in excitement hands our gift to her and my personal one to her. First, I want to say that this gift is from me, Matt and Edward. The other one is just from Matt and I didn't have anything to do with it, Alice says to Bella, handing her the two gifts. Bella is now looking at me suspiciously and I just shrug her look off. What's on it? Bella asks us to open a small package with a CD in it. I videotaped Edward playing the piano for you and Matt edited it while also burning the CD, Alice says to her, smiling at her happily. That's so thoughtful, thank you, Bella says to us and hugging Alice, who immediately returns the hug. Then Bella opens the gift I got her. Really, Matt, you're an ass, Bella says, opening the gift I got her and sighing, taking it out for everyone to see. Holding the book titled, Communication Skills for Dummies. Emmett laughs seeing the gift and fist bumps me, while both Jasper and Edward snicker a bit. Everyone else was trying to not laugh like Edward and Jasper. Why are you laughing, Dad? Edward, you both could use this too. Bella says, her eye twitching at everyone laughing at her. Edward immediately shuts up and looks away embarrassed. When you're done reading it, I'll give it a try too, Charlie says, making everyone laugh even more, and Bella sighs in annoyance. Everyone else gives their gifts to Bella, and then I remembered the scene when Esme and Carlisle. Bella cuts herself, making Jasper lose control and Edward injuring her further. Now that Charlie is here, I cannot let that happen even more now. Seeing that Esme and Carlisle gave their gift to her and she is struggling to open it, I quickly grab it from her. Here, let me, maybe I should have gotten you a gym membership too, I say, playing off the reason I grabbed it from her and making her look at me in more annoyance. Har, Matt, give it back now, Bella says, annoyed at me, and everyone is chuckling at our interaction. I just smirk and hand it back to her after opening it. The rest of the night goes smoothly and is very fun. Later that night, Charlie, Bella, and I drive back home. Tomorrow is the first day of the start of the last year in high school for everyone. Now that I stopped Edward from freaking out and abandoning Bella like a jackass, I wonder if we are going to have a calm year before that redhead bitch vampire tries to come back and kill us, I think to myself as Alice sneaks into my room once again, and I fall asleep with her in my arms. Ch.38. Matt Pov. The first week went by fairly quickly, with nothing of interest happening. Eventually, the weekend came with Alice and me officially moving into the house we bought together. After bringing our few belongings to the house, Alice decided to take me shopping for furnishing the house. After several tens of thousands of dollars, we bought enough things to furnish the house. After several days with many shipments, we finally got all the furniture for the house inside. Of course, the first few weeks of living alone, Alice and I had spent a lot of alone time together, kinda like a small honeymoon if we were married. Though after the first 2 months, Alice and I found ourselves always visiting everyone else. Edith, Jasper, would you guys want to move in with us? The house is big enough, Alice asks them since it was already on the table. It would be nice to not live with Esme and Carlisle, like actual young adults. I'm in, what about you, Jasper? Edith asks him after thinking about the offer. Sure, should be fun, Jasper says, smiling at us. You gonna invite our jealous brother though? Jasper asks me, as we both can see Emmett looking at us from a window in the house like a lost dog. I say while holding a thinking pose, purposely making Emmett look at us with hope. Quote. After an even longer pause, now making him look like he is about to cry, and Rosalie looking out the window now too to see what Emmett is doing. Knock it off, Matt, we both know you want Emmett to move in too, Alice says, rolling her eyes at the situation. Alice, he's not supposed to know that, I say, pointing to Emmett, who now is celebrating like he won the lottery and smirking at me from hearing Alice. Everyone is laughing at the situation. Like that, almost all the Cullens moved into our house, other than Edward, Esme, and Carlisle. Our kids have all grown up and are leaving the nest, Esme says, giving them all a hug and kiss on the head before we leave. Well, almost all your kids, Emmett says, laughing, since Edward is still living with them. True, but how long did it take for you all to move out? A few decades, Carlisle says, smirking at them and causing them all to roll their eyes. Arriving at Alice and my house, everyone takes their things inside, claiming the rooms they claimed. I sure hope you have thick walls, because even though the house is huge, I don't want to hear you and Alice get your freak on, Emmett says, laughing while we all walk inside. Matt and I have been inscribing runes all over the house, so everything should be a lot more durable here, plus this place, as Matt said, is like a castle with all the defense runes we placed. Though I'll have to ask Eva to text me the runes needed for soundproofing, Alice says in thought at hearing Emmett, who is now looking at her in shock. What? Alice asks him, seeing his look at her. You have zero shame. You learned well, my little sister, Emmett says, laughing and rubbing her head. Maybe it was a bad idea to have Emmett live with us. Rosalie, you can stay. Emmett, leave, I say to him with mock seriousness. At the same time, Jasper and Edith are nodding their heads behind me in agreement. Ha, joke's on you, Rosalie would never live here without me, Emmett says, smirking and crossing his arms at us. Don't worry, we are only a few minutes run from Mom and Dad's house. I can always visit, Rosalie says with a smile at him. Emmett now has a shocked and hurt expression. Okay, everyone, let's get everything inside. Then we can celebrate by playing a tournament of Smash, I say, laughing before the situation can get any more out of hand. A few more weeks went by and winter vacation was getting closer, though one day after we pulled up to school. Waiting like we usually do for Edward and Bella to join us, which they eventually do. We all stop from heading inside as we can smell a wolf approaching us. Looking at where the smell is coming from, it would appear to be Jacob jogging over to us. Thankfully he had the decency to wear a shirt. Bella, wait up, you haven't responded to my texts in a while. I was worried, so I just came to check on you, Jacob says while jogging over to us, and now Edward has an aggravated look on his face. Yeah, sorry. Just been busy, Bella says awkwardly as he approaches. I just roll my eyes at her response. Seems you have finally changed, I say to him after he gets close to us, and now he seems to have noticed my presence. Guess he was tunnel-visioned on Bella, like a lost puppy. Matt, guess it was true, you are a shifter like us. Though your choice of company is questionable, Jacob says to me after taking a small sniff in my direction and scrunching up at the overwhelming smell from the vampires. Since living with Alice, I got used to the smell and only really pick up on it if I focus on the smell. I just shrug at his response, trying not to let either emotion inside me influence me. What do you want with her, Jacob? We both know it's more than just a welfare check, Edward says to him with poorly hidden hostility. Like I said, just checking on her. Was worried that you bloodsuckers finally drained her, Jacob says to him with disgust in his voice. Now Edward and else everyone, except Alice and me, look like they want to hit Jacob. You should leave, Jacob, before you become the reason the truce is broken, I say to him, seeing the situation escalating. Matt, you have no room to talk. Especially since you are fucking a corpse, Jacob says to me with venom in his voice, and now my anger spikes. So does everyone else in the group hearing what he said. Before he or anyone else could react, I close the 10 feet between us and grab him by his neck, lifting him off the ground. Squeezing his neck to the point of snapping it, as he is struggling to break my grip and breathe. Too shocked and scared to try to shift, it would seem. This fool has no idea what he speaks of. Teach him a lesson he will not forget. I hear the voice of Hor say to me as I hold his neck. Matt, that is unwise. Think of the truce and the consequences that will come should you hurt him. I hear the voice of Balder now speaking in my head. Then they begin to fight with each other verbally, making my head hurt from the voices. This is all happening within seconds, though I feel a hand touch my shoulder as my head feels like it is going to split from the voices arguing. Matt, let him go. He was your best friend growing up. The real you won't hurt him, no matter how much of an ass he is, Alice says to me softly as I'm still clutching his neck and looks on the verge of passing out. Shut up, I shout in my head, as I listen to what Alice said. Then with the silence that comes, I release Jacob from my grip. He falls to the ground coughing and taking deep breaths. I can now see the bruise of my grip on his neck. He is now looking at me in extreme anger and fear. The people from school are looking over at us and also now looking at me in shock and fear. The regret of letting my emotions take hold of me again filled me, especially since I almost killed or maimed my once friend. Jacob, please leave. We can talk later, Bella says after Jacob forces himself to stand and gives me one last look of hate and fear. Fine, just text me later, Jacob says in a raspy broken voice since I almost crushed his neck. Then he runs off back to the tribe presumably. Matt, what was that? You almost killed him, Bella says to me angrily, though the rest of the Cullens seem indifferent to what I did. My emotions got the best of me. I'm going home, I need to meditate, I say to them since everything in my head is still in turmoil. Though now everyone is looking at me concerned, even Edward. I'll come with you, Alice says to me grabbing my hand. No, I need to be alone, I say taking my hand from her and jogging off since we all drove in Emmett's Jeep to school. I can feel the looks of the Cullens and fellow students on my back as I leave the school grounds. Giving a quick look back, I can see the extremely hurt and worried look on Alice's face, making my emotions go into even more turmoil. Getting home, instead of meditating, I go to the small outdoor workout area that Alice and I created using runes. walking over to the extremely enhanced punching bag with enough durability to withstand my punches. I begin to let out all the anger and frustration with myself on the bag. So now you both can talk. Why haven't you before, until now? Are you even real gods or just manifestations of my memories and emotions? I shout in my head, extremely angry. After getting no response, I just keep punching the bag, letting out all the pent-up emotions I have inside me. Not realizing that I was out here the whole day until I hear Alice walk up to me behind me. Matt, you've been out here all day it seems. Do you want to talk? I hear Alice ask me as I stop hitting the bag and looking at it. It was made to be more durable, but after hours of hitting it non-stop has destroyed it practically. Sorry for earlier, just, those, gods, in my head spoke when Jacob showed up. Making my emotions overflow on both sides, and I wanted nothing more than to hurt him, but at the same time forgive him, I say to her, sighing and sitting on the ground. Without saying anything, she sits next to me and hugs me, sitting in my lap and facing me. I'm tired, Alice, tired and scared of these overflowing emotions. That seems to easily take control of me. I'm worried one day they might make me hurt you. No matter who I ask, no one seems to know what to do or how to help. I don't know how to proceed, I say to her, sighing and hugging her back, letting go of all my fear and worry in the hug. Matt, I believe no matter what you will never hurt me. We will get through this, and I'm sure your grandfather and Carlisle will find something to help you eventually, Alice says to me, hugging me back and kissing me. I sure hope so, I say, sighing to her as I stand up with her legs wrapped around my waist and still hugging me. You smell, not bad, but we should take a shower, Alice says, whispering in my ear suggestively. Knowing what that means, I push down all the fluctuating emotions and rush inside. After a few hours of fun times, we are lying in our bed. Now I'm thinking about what happened today and how to proceed. Will the wolves take that as an attack? Does that mean the truce is broken? Should I go over to the tribe and apologize? These thoughts are swarming my head, all with different outcomes and how to potentially proceed. Ch.39. Matt Pov. The first few days after attacking Jacob, I was a little tense and was waiting for a text back from Sam telling me what the situation was like. Sam told me the elders and Billy were upset at Jacob for almost ruining the truce and to leave you all alone unless any of you come to him. Sam also said I was still welcome to the tribe just as before, though if I come for whatever reason to avoid Jacob so as to not start a fight with the idiot. Happy that the tribe realized that Jacob was in the wrong, like that I stopped stressing about it and time flew by. Now winter break was here, and the week before it started I got a text from Eva saying that she is coming to visit this break. Alice and I went to the airport to pick her up. Waiting there, Alice was excited since she got to introduce her family to my family now and since she missed Eva. Seeing her, Alice jumps up and down waving at her happily, and with me just holding a sign Alice made that says, Bear Family, with small bears sitting around a campfire. Seeing us in the sign I'm holding, she waves at us and laughs at the sign. Hello my little nephew, missed your aunt much. Though I missed you both, Eva says to me, trying to ruffle my hair, even though I'm taller than her. Though I just snort and push her hand away, which she just laughs at, and hugs Alice, who quickly returns the hug. Maybe you shouldn't have come to visit, here I'll buy you a ticket home, I say while sighing at her and making Eva chuckle at me. Driving on the way back to our house, Alice tells her that we have her siblings living with us. Only her parents and one brother who is the mate of my cousin are still with her parents. Eva just nods to the information and catches up with us for the rest of the car ride. Pulling up to our house, I can hear everyone inside playing Smash, as we have been using that to win arguments, pass on chores, or just to make bets. What did Emmett do this time? I ask after walking inside with Eva's bags. Fuck you, Matt, I didn't do anything, this is just a friendly match, Emmett says, snorting at me. Lies, Emmett wants someone else to wash his and Rosalie's cars. If he loses he has to wash all our cars for the rest of the month, and if I win I'll do it, Edive says, and seems to be winning much to Emmett's annoyance. Okay guys, pause the game. Matt's Aunt Eva is here. Come and see, meet her. Alice says, walking in behind me with Eva next to her. Damn, she is big. Is your whole clan big muscle-bound monsters? Emmett says, whistling when seeing her, and Rosalie quickly smacks the back of his head, annoyed with him. For fuck's sake, Emmett, how many times do I have to tell you to think before you speak? For that, you are going to wash everyone's car for the month. Rosalie says, annoyed with him, and now he has a sheepish smile on his face. I apologize for his rude behavior. My husband doesn't know his head from his ass sometimes, Rosalie says quickly after to Eva, who now quickly laughs at the situation. Along with my size and muscles, comes thick skin, Eva says laughing, making Rosalie relax hearing her and Emmett laugh with her. Fuck, now we have a woman version of Emmett living with us. Alice, this was a bad idea, I say sighing at their interaction. Oh shut, teddy bear, Eva says, and now I'm glaring at her, as Emmett is laughing even more. With everyone else joining in laughing at me. After getting to meet everyone who is living with us, Eva joins a new tournament of Smash we started. As usual, Edith is the ultimate winner, though we all are improving slightly each time we play. Later that day, we decide to introduce Eva to the rest of the Cullens, by inviting them over for dinner, and Edward is bringing Bella with him too. I also invited Charlie over to meet Eva as well. Alice and Rosalie were cooking food for Eva, Bella, and me, which was nice of them. Usually, I cook with Alice for just me, and sometimes Rosalie would join us to keep up her cooking skills. Everyone, this is my Aunt Eva, she is a bear like me. Eva, this is Alice's parents, Esme and Carlisle. This is her other brother Edward and his mate Bella, my cousin who I grew up with, so really my sister, I say to them as they enter the house and see Eva sitting on the couch with the others who are just finishing up another match on Smash. Turning off the TV and everyone gets up and greets them as they enter the house. Eva shook their hands in greeting. So you're Matt's sister. That means you have a lot of stories about when he was younger. Tell me some, Eva says to Bella who is looking at me and smirking. Sure thing, I have lots of them, Bella says smiling at her, and now everyone is paying attention to the stories Bella is telling them, about when we were kids. I'm just smiling as I think this is something that I always wanted, a big family. As Bella started to tell them stories we all hear, except Bella, that Charlie pulled up outside finally. Then like all of Alice's visions, they hid randomly, seems she has one just as Charlie pulled up. Rushing to her side I hold her steady, and once her vision is over, she just smiles at Eva who is looking confused about what happened along with everyone else. Though before anyone could ask, Charlie is knocking on the door. It's gonna be an interesting night for you, Alice says to me, whispering in my ear only for me to hear, and before I can respond Bella opens the door for Charlie. Charlie gives Bella a hug greeting her, which she returns, and then when he walks into the room, both he and Eva freeze at seeing one another. Looking into each other's eyes, and now we all know what just happened, though like her usual self Bella has no clue. Fuck, I say out loud and snap everyone out of their shock, along with Eva and Charlie. Seeing everyone's shocked faces and my annoyed face, Bella looks around confused. Eva is now looking at Charlie excited, and Charlie seems to be embarrassed with the situation as she looks at him. What just happened? Bella asks, breaking the silence I caused. Matt's Aunt Eva just imprinted on Charlie. Meaning that they are each other's mates, Edward whispers to Bella, though we can all hear it, except Charlie. Now Bella has a shocked face also. Rubbing my forehead, at all the implications this means and causes. The only good side is we can now inform Charlie about the supernatural world. We should eat before the food gets cold, then we can discuss the situation, Carlisle says, breaking the silence that returned to the room. Going to the dining room, we all eat, except the Cullens who are drinking wine from a wine glass. The dinner was a lot more awkward than it was supposed to be, now that Eva is just staring at Charlie with a lustful look and longing. As Charlie is trying not to do the same but keeps meeting her eyes once in a while. Is this what it was like when Alice and I first bonded? I think to myself and look at Alice sitting next to me. Turning to me, she gives me a smile and holds my hand. Being the perverted jackass he is, Emmett has this knowing smirk on his face the whole time and looks like he wants to say something the whole time. Luckily Rosalie is able to keep him in check with the not so subtle looks she is giving him. As the dinner is progressing in silence with only the sounds of eating, Charlie finally speaks up. Ahem, well, this is really good. Who cooked this? Charlie says, trying not to stare at Eva who is just not looking away from him. Rosalie and I cooked it. We've been practicing. Well, I've been practicing more. Rosalie could always cook, Alice says in her usual happy-go-lucky self. Matt is one lucky man, Charlie says, smiling at Alice. Not as lucky as you're going to be, Emmett says under his breath, but loud enough for everyone with super hearing to hear. Hearing him I start choking on my food and everyone else is glaring at him. Though it would seem Eva is not even paying attention to her surroundings. You should be careful, Matt. I know the food is good, but make sure to chew it, Charlie says, laughing at me choking on the food. Nodding to him, I give a quick glare at Emmett, who looks on the verge of laughing out loud but is holding back. After finishing the very awkward meal and going back to the living room, we all sit in silence. Getting annoyed with it, since no one knows how to broach the subject I will. Fuck it, Charlie, you and my Aunt Eva have a lot to talk about. We all know you both have this attraction to one another. Don't look at me like that, you'll understand after talking with her. Just go talk with her outside, you're adults and just please go talk outside, I say to them as Charlie is looking at me shocked at what I just said. After looking at Eva and then back to me I can see he is conflicted on what is going on, but ultimately nods to me and they both go outside to talk. Matt, was that the best way to go about that? Alice asks me after they go outside. No idea, though it was getting too weird in here. Plus they are both middle-aged adults, are we just gonna let them play games? I say using finger quotations. He is not entirely wrong. When Carlisle and I met, we didn't really play games, as teenagers would with their emotions. We just were upfront with them and well here we are now, Esme says nodding to me and they all seem to think about when they met each other. Yeah, I guess the only idiots who played games were Alice, Matt, especially Edward and Bella, Emmett says smirking at the four of us. I was dealing with shifting and the maid bond at the same time, so fuck off Emmett. Though these two are just socially awkward idiots, I say pointing at them with my thumb and Edward just looks grumpy at what Emmett and I said is true. Fuck you Matt, I was just a normal human, who was required to learn all by myself. Bella says annoyed with me. True, but how many times did Prince Edward show you undisputable signs, which you somehow didn't put two and two together? I say to them and smirk at them both as Edward looks embarrassed about how he acted when first meeting Bella, while Bella is just even more annoyed with me. Sometimes I wonder how I can love such an asshole as a brother. Bella says after trying to come up with something to refute what I said but can't. Ah, I love you too sis, I say forcing her into a hug which she tries to break but gives up since she can't obviously, having a look like a cat that was given a bath. Everyone is just smiling at our interaction. Though getting her revenge on me, though I don't really care, Bella tells them stories about me when I was a kid as we are waiting for Eva and Charlie to come back inside. Ch.40. Matt Pov. After coming back to everyone inside, we can see Eva looks confident and happy. While Charlie is looking at everyone with uncertainty, then he turns to Bella and me. Bella, are you a vampire? Matt, you are like your aunt, right? Charlie says to us still trying to process everything. No dad, I'm not a vampire, not yet at least, Bella says to him, though I can see Edward still has conflicting feelings about turning her or not. Yeah, I'm a bear like Eva. Did she show you? The only real difference is me being a polar bear looking one, with her being a brown bear, I say to him, though he nods and sits on the couch with a very thoughtful look on his face. I'm gonna need some time to process this. Wait, does that mean the murders that were popping up in town months ago were from vampires? The coroner thought it was weird each was killed by blood loss and nothing mutated as a normal animal would. Did you know about them? Charlie says after some thought about everything. Yes Charlie, they were vampires. Though they were from an opposing coven, that's what we call groups of vampires, and were just passing through the area. Luckily Matt drove them off, Carlisle says to him while looking at me unsure about saying the truth. I see, I'm gonna head home, I just need to process everything. Sorry everyone, I will keep in touch with you Ms. Eva if that is fine, Charlie says standing up and grabbing his things to leave. Though it would seem the mate bond still influences him about Eva. I would hope you do, Eva says kissing his cheek, surprising him and making him blush a bit. Have a good night everyone, Charlie stumps out the words seemingly happy with Eva and leaves as we all wave goodbye. Well, from my experiences with telling humans about the supernatural, it could have gone much worse. I would say that today was successful in that regard, Carlisle says sighing as Charlie leaves. With the other Cullens nodding in agreement. Eva, I know, you always wanted to find your mate. But please remember he is my uncle and basically my father, so please don't rush him. He can be a little socially awkward, especially after what he learned today, I say to Eva who is looking at where he left, with mixed emotions. I know Matt, it's just been a while since I had fluctuating emotions, like the first time I turned, Eva says sighing and turning to look at me. Edward, still unsure if you want to turn Bella. I saw the look you had when she said she would be turned eventually, I say to him hoping to get rid of the awkward atmosphere that was created again. Edward freezes up not sure what to say, since now everyone is looking at him, with Bella giving him a hard stare. All I'm saying is, since she is my sister, I will help her turn regardless of how you feel about it, since she will want to be turned, to be with you, I say to him as Alice, Edith and Rosalie nod their heads in agreement with me. He is now glaring at me and the others agreeing with me, with a lot of anger. Matt, you have no idea what it's like to be turned into an immortal monster who can never die from aging, having a family, or having an undying thirst to drink human blood, Edward says with anger in his voice at me. Though Alice, Edith, and especially Rosalie look down depressed hearing about the family part. Wrong, I know very much what it is like to turn into a monster with a thirst to just kill everything it can, as the mate of Alice. I too am now ageless and Alice is all the family I need if push comes to shove, I say with a growl as my emotions try to surface again, with me holding them back. Alice though hugs me from the side smiling at what I said. Okay, everyone let's just take a breath and relax. It is getting late, we should head back home, Carlisle says trying to stop the conversation from escalating. After they left, leaving the rest of here, I went to sleep. The next morning Eva asked me where Charlie lived as she wanted to talk with him in a few days. Telling her she went to go see him a couple of days later. Just like that days passed by until Christmas arrived, and Charlie came to terms with what he learned. Eva and he seemed to be dating, as they have been going out together quite often. Everyone came over to celebrate Christmas at our house. In the morning Alice, Edith, Rosalie, Eva, even Esme and surprisingly Bella, who for some reason were here as well. We're all cooking in the kitchen for today. Carlisle being a doctor was working until later this afternoon and the same with Charlie. Edward was in the living room with Jasper and Emmett. What the hell is going on? I say after getting out of the shower and seeing basically everyone here. The ladies wanted to cook a bunch of food for today, Eva said you and her would eat most of it, considering your metabolism and hunger, Jasper says to me shrugging while reading a book with Emmett and Edward playing one of the Mario Brothers games. Well we have time to burn, when was the last time we had a guy's time out? Emmett says throwing the controller away annoyed that he died to Bowser again. What did you have in mind? I say curious, now Jasper and Edward are looking at him curious too. Nothing really, but I mean we could go on a hike, fish, see a movie. I don't know really was just a thought, Emmett says shrugging his thinking. As we all start to think on what to do too. Maybe we could each pick something to do, and we spend some time doing what we each pick, I suggest and they each seem to agree with what I said. Last one to the jeep, has to tell them we are leaving. Emmett says jumping up and running outside, stunning us but we quickly follow. Sorry Jasper, I say as he was the last one out. Though Emmett has a smug look on his face, as Jasper shrugs and goes back inside to tell them we are heading out. The ladies said that it is fine, though we are doing the dishes later tonight, Jasper says as he comes back outside and makes Emmett sigh. So who has something first? Emmett says as we climb into the jeep. A new Barnes & Noble opened up in town, I wouldn't mind checking it out, Jasper says to us. Sure why not, Edward says and I nod my head in agreement. Fine, boring bookstore first it is, Emmett says sighing, and drives to where it is at. Arriving it was a fairly large store, compared to most stores in town. Entering there were several dozen people walking about and browsing the books. To the right of the entrance was the checkout and to the left was a Starbucks. A few feet in front of the entrance was a small circular desk, with 3 computers and 3 people sitting at them. From hearing one helping someone, they would appear to be the store's version of a librarian, knowing the location of the books in the store. Jasper immediately started to browse the aisles with a smile on his face and Edward went with him looking at the books also. Emmett sighed looking bored and just looked at me waiting to see what I was going to do. What? I say to him seeing him just staring at me bored. Books aren't really my thing, so I don't know what to do, Emmett says with a bored tone. I mean I never really took you for a smart person, I say smirking at him and he just chuckles at me. Brother, no matter what you say or think, you and I are more alike than you think, Emmett says laughing and putting his arm around my shoulder. What's that supposed to mean? I say narrowing my eyes at him. Though he just snickers at me and ignores my question. Whatever, I'm gonna grab some coffee and maybe a pastry before looking around, I say pushing his arm off me and walking over to the Starbucks. Annoyingly he follows me over to the counter. Hello, what can I get either of you? The young woman working behind the counter asks us and blushes slightly seeing Emmett and me. Nothing for me beautiful, though my brother here wants something. Though what exactly he wants, we'll see, Emmett says, flirting with the young woman and seemingly saying something suggestively at the end. Now the young woman is blushing even harder. Ignore this jackass, can I just get a large black dark roast coffee and one glazed donut? I say, sighing at Emmett, and ask the young woman kindly. As Emmett is laughing at what I said. Sure thing, the young woman says nervously, still blushing at us. After paying her, I go sit on one of the small tables as they make my order, with Emmett sitting across from me. Though we can hear the young woman talking about us with some of the other workers as they are all looking at us like pieces of meat. Emmett, sometimes I wonder if you have a brain. If Rosalie was here, your balls would be in a clasp, I say, sighing, ignoring the young women all staring at us with lust-filled looks. Though Emmett looks over at them and winks, making them all blush more, before turning back to me. True, but wouldn't be that annoyed with me, more them. Plus I would never cheat on her or hurt her, but one can always look at the cars on the lot, just not take it for a test drive, Emmett says, shrugging off what I said. Plus it is just harmless flirting, worst case they try to get my number or give me their number. Either way, I will turn them down, Emmett says to me before I can respond. Sure, I guess, as long as no one is hurt, I say, sighing as the young woman approaches us and nervously hands me the items I ordered, while still blushing at us. 2 wrote, my number on the cup, call me, the young woman says before quickly leaving before I can respond, and the others are all looking over at us now. Next thing I know, Emmett takes a picture with me holding the cup with the phone number on it. What the fuck was that? I ask him lowly, angrily and annoyed now. I'm bored, so I just made the day a little more entertaining, Emmett says before putting his phone away and smirking at me. Before I can say of doing anything else, I feel my phone going off with a bunch of text messages from Alice. Asking me so many questions and seemingly upset with me. Motherfucker, 2 can play that game. I say, texting Rosalie about what Emmett did. Though much to my annoyance, Emmett is just laughing the whole time. Guys, we got some books, did you want to leave or did you want to stay here for a bit longer? Jaspers asks Emmett and me, as he and Edward walk over to us. What did we miss? Edward asks, seeing the young women looking over at us gossiping, as they hear both Emmett and my phones going off with text messages. Emmett, being the usual jackass he is and starting a fire for shits and giggles, I say, very annoyed, and walking out of the store with them following as Emmett is still laughing. Where to next? Jasper asks us as we get into the Jeep. I wouldn't mind fishing, haven't done that in a while, Edward says, thinking. I know just the place, Emmett says, still laughing slightly as our phones are still getting texts. Ignoring the idiot I'm texting Alice, it was a misunderstanding and Emmett's fault, which I will explain later. Have a good day and enjoy. To be continued. Thanks for watching.